get something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Fan.
Here's the set. The payoff pitch. Swung on and looped to center. It's a base hit. One run is home. Peterson heading for the plate. Here comes the throw. It's cut off, and it's 2-0 Rangers as Rowdy Tellez delivers.
And brisket sandos for all to start the Hump Day edition of Sean.
Brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
Of Sean and RJ here on your home of the Texas Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. These two were at the game, but I still probably got to sleep the latest. I had a hard time going to sleep after that one.
Really?
Oh, yeah. This is my most exciting, probably, series of the year as Rowdy Tellez stands in there for the 10-pitch at-bat. He hurts his hand. I don't know how much you guys knew about that there. He got the old one-hand swing like Corey Seager has been doing recently, and he's holding like the bottom, I think it was the pinky finger, and the trainers come out to check him. He stands in there. After all the foul-offs, he fights, and he gives the Rangers the runs that they and Nathan Eovaldi desperately need. They get the win. Game 2 against the Yankees.
That was as loud as I've heard that place after that single, probably since the playoff game.
It sounded like he hit a grand slam, like the crowd reaction.
Yeah, it really did. It was as loud as I'd heard that place probably since the playoffs in 23. It was a tremendous at bat, tremendous. Rowdy Tellez is not a foul it off bloop kind of guy. He is swing from his colon hard as I can. Let's just, if it's not a home run, it's nothing. I don't want these singles. He wants bombs, right? Brisket Sandos.
Yeah.
But I mean, he went back old school. He went back, hey, I'm just gonna put the bat on the ball, try to make something happen, because I think there was only one out at the time. Let's get this run in, because it's the 8th inning. You got the bases loaded, get a run home. What an at bat for him.
Yeah, first off, I'd just like to say, being there in person and getting a look at him, looks like a normal-sized individual to me. I didn't notice
But
anything.
seriously, though, how many briskets?
I didn't notice anything outstanding. But
The Tolos wrote on Facebook, we need a Brisket Sandos giveaway from Hurtado. And Brandon's been out of town, so he texts me. He goes, Brisket Sandos? And I sent him the whole interview, and I said, here you go. Congratulations. You get to hear this. It's like when you watch an amazing TV show, and you're jealous because you're handing it on over to someone else, and they get to watch it, and they get to binge it, maybe like Pepe's going to do with King of the Hill, and the Micah Parsons, Jerry Jones cameos, and he texts me back at like 10:30, like, holy crap. I'd have said, the Rangers may not be cool with it. You're going to have to get Rangers and Rowdy permission, but maybe every time Rowdy Tellez goes yard or hits one out of the park, Brisket Sandos at Hurtado.
which he's he's hitting 300 since he got to the Rangers. He's been good for them. He's come up with big hits. And last night was just such a massive moment, because I honestly don't know if they wouldn't have scored there. I mean, I know you get the ghost runner and extras, which I still hate, but
Against that Yankee bullpen.
against that Yankee bullpen, that felt like last night they were just not going to break through. And then they get those opportunities there in the 8th inning, and then Rowdy comes up big with that hit and saves you from just potentially embarrassing yourself by losing a game like that Eovaldi threw, which was
He was efficient, too.
He's just so stupid good right now.
I'm like, let him start
good.
every playoff game for any team, and he's going undefeated throughout the entire postseason. And I was happy to hear you say that about the crowd, because I know Dave Raymond kind of yelled during the TV broadcast. He and Bassick were on one last night. It was good television. But Bassick has been kind of getting his little small digs in as well, and they're absolutely right. That crowd, I mean, a Texas Rangers crowd, I said it during the World Series when I went. They just don't know. They just don't know when, where, how. And when Nate walked off after the 8th inning, that should have been a standing ovation for the amazing performance he put up. It was a lull. It was boring. So I'm happy that they exploded with Rowdy and the 2-run hit.
What changed, I wonder? Because that crowd in 2010, 2011, 2012, that was a really good crowd. That was like a legitimate home field advantage. And they knew all the cues. They started the Napoli chants. They were really good
Was it during the postseason?
No, even during the regular season, they got really, they became really strong after the first World Series run. And I don't know if it's just the new environment. It's not, like it doesn't have the same character, or it doesn't play as loud, or what. It should play louder, but it feels like something shifted after that.
8 scoreless for Nate Dogg. The ERA is a 1.38. That is the 5th best in baseball history through a pitcher's first 19 starts of a season per Jared Sandler. You got Bob Gibson, you got Zach Greinke, Vida Blue, and Nate Eovaldi with a 1.38. Here's Eovaldi on his performance.
I mean, I felt really good out there tonight. I think it's just kind of been building off the previous outings, and I felt pretty in sync today. The first few innings, I think I got away with a lot of pitches, but I think by the 4th inning or so, I made a little mechanical adjustment out there, and I felt really smooth out there after that.
And Bassick said, something that stands out about Nate, the better the hitter, the bigger the moment, the better he gets. And that's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah.
One hit allow with 6 strikeouts, Choppy.
There wasn't even like close. I mean, it wasn't, it wasn't like he mowed him down with 14, 15 Ks either. He was nickel and diming them, knowing that, he could just keep them off balance. Did it with, every hitter, literally every hitter out there, he did that with. And I think the one hit they got was like wasn't it that blooper down the left field line? It was just like, it was nothing. It was nothing. They didn't do anything really to ever threaten him at all.
Yeah, they had the one.
It was the Volpe one where he got to second base. That's it.
No, and there was the end of the second, end of the third inning. They hit that one to the corner that Adolis had to track down. That was like, that got all the way to like the track. But outside of that, they really were not threatening all night. And it's, you say it's 1.38 now is his ERA. If you just go back to, because this first couple starts are where he got roughed up, quote unquote, the most. He gave up 7 runs in his first 4 starts. He's given up 8 since then. And if you go to the pickup from where he last gave up a run in that April 19th start, so almost 4 months, in 83 innings, his ERA is 0.85. It's impossibly good.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's not clubby. He's not anywhere near the Cy Young favorites.
Well, he didn't make the All-Star team. Why would he be?
Yeah.
See, now this is a real argument against Skubal. Not that silly DeGrom season you wanted to quote. This is the one right here.
Well, look, he couldn't have made the All-Star team because he pitched Sunday. So like that's
right.
that's just that never would have happened anyway. But look, the top 4 in Cy Young, it's got Skubal at -600, Crochet at +450, and then DeGrom at 35-1, and then Hunter Brown at 40-1. So you might be able to sneak in a Nate Eovaldi 50-1 $10 bet. Because what happens if Skubal gets hurt this start?
Yeah.
And he misses 3 starts. Then everything flips on its head. And he's been better than Crochet. He's been better than anybody else. He's got 1.38 ERA.
How about that double play? I did not think they were turning that in the 9th. Seager with the great grab. Simeon instantly gets it on over to first base, and that sucked all the air out of the Yankees.
That's Stan can't run. He can't run.
You said that.
He can't run.
You said hit a ball to right field and watch Stanton try to run. Why can't he run?
Because if he runs, he gets hurt. So he just kind of jogs. He doesn't that's.
But why? Why does he run and get hurt? That's a hell of a sentence to say about a professional athlete. If he runs, he gets hurt.
That's it. No, if he runs, he gets hurt.
We referenced Sean Lee yesterday. Didn't we reach a point with Sean Lee where we felt like, don't run, you're going to get hurt? Like, I guess it's kind of similar like that. But this happened Monday night too, didn't it? Where I think he grounded into a double play, or he at least was a force out or something, where it felt like it took an eternity for Seager to get to the ball, and he was still thrown out halfway down the base path. He just doesn't move at all.
No, it was that's what happened with Costas in the playoffs last year, right? Where he got killed for being, yes, he did get doubled up, just being all sad about it.
How many doubles for Stanton?
Doubles?
I wanted to go look that up.
Let's see here. He's probably played in 12 games this year.
He's played in 37. I actually thought it was more.
I'm going to say he has 4.
Close. He has 3. He has not had 20 doubles since 2018.
Yeah, that's not great because he's like a
20.
He hits the ball hard.
Yeah,
generally
he hits
hard.
The ball hard. He has how many career triples?
7.
11.
Yeah, because
last triple came in 2018.
Oh yeah, well that makes sense too, especially because that doesn't feel like a triples ballpark he really plays in anyway. But man, he is so slow. It's like I'm trying to think who else it reminds you of, just where they're just so big and strong or whatever else, and then he's also injury prone. He's lumbering when he moves.
And then Maton, you're a little bit worried because it's a leadoff single in the 9th inning. They get the double play, and then they end it. So a hard time sleeping for me. Brett Boone, a hard time sleeping. He retweeted the show lineup as he will join us at 9:20 this morning, and his brother on the other side. Oh my God, the meatballs on my group text from Jersey. They can't fire Aaron Boone fast enough. They are livid, Choppy, that Devin Williams got thrown out there again. Livid.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised they put him out there. It is a wild turn of events when they traded for it. They basically changed the beard policy for this guy. It's
the beard.
The beard policy. It was basically, it wasn't really Devin Williams, but it kind of was because he came over with that massive beard, or that really good beard.
Lost his Chiafalo strength.
They went full on, and they changed everything up. They dumped Luke Weaver, who took them to the World Series, and they banished him to the 7th inning. And this guy couldn't even get, he can't get a swing and miss.
So take us inside the stadium. Both of you guys were there. A lot of people from the radio station, Choppy, on the field for batting practice.
No.
What do you mean? I thought you called in a favor for that.
I did call in a favor.
Aaron Judge.
Yeah, well,
return.
So the Yankees didn't really take BP yesterday. They were so angry they didn't take BP. We were supposed to get there about 4:30 for Rangers BP. But as what happened, I have children. And children throw a wrench into everything. I had to take Julian. This was all planned. I had it all mapped out.
Well, yesterday on the show, you were saying about 5, so that's not a good start if you're saying they're taking BP at 4:30.
Well, we were going to get there at 5. The BP goes from 4:30 to 5:30, and then the other team goes 5:30 to 6:30-ish, right?
Okay.
5:30, 5:30 to 6:15.
Home team first?
Home team's always first.
So you were going to definitely be there for the Yankee BP.
We were going to be there for the end of the Rangers and then all the Yankees, because I knew we had to get Julian's football equipment from school. We had to get the helmet. I got to get a speed flex, Dad. I got to get there early, get a speed flex. Okay. Get the size for the shoulder pads. Okay. Well, in the previous time I've done this with Luca, you're in and out of there in 5 minutes. I said, great, we'll be at the game at 4:30. By the time we walk up, it'll be 4:45. We'll see Brett. We'll hang out. I start getting texts. Brett, you here? Bassick, did you forget? Sandler, are you not coming? And I'm like, guys, kids, they had to do a 40-minute concussion test.
Did he have one?
What?
Did he have one?
No, he did not have
This is after they heard about how he couldn't book a haircut appointment. They're like, we got to test him.
I am embarrassed. I am mad. I am venting. And Sarah and Julian are all in the car. Why are you yelling at us? Why? I said, I'm not yelling at you. I'm venting.
Yes.
Okay. This is not.
You're mad at the school?
What?
I'm mad at the program.
I'm mad at everything. I'm not mad at them. I said, this is just me venting.
So did you go on the field at all?
We got as soon as we walked on the field, they said, all right, everybody get out of here. And I said, what do you mean? We're here for BP.
Coliseum,
and they go, batting practice is over. And I said, what are you talking about? It's 5:15. Batting practice is over. He goes, the Yankees didn't take it. And I was like, oh, so we're doing that now.
No wonder they're losing.
And no wonder they're
and
losing.
they scored
so
0 runs.
We wait, and Brett comes walking out. So I get to see Brett. But I was so mad. So bad. And it's like, they kept trying to say things to calm me down. I was like, listen, I don't want to hear.
Yeah. I need to go off.
Yeah, I'm not asking you guys for any solutions here.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to solve this. I'm not asking you to offer any advice. I'm just projecting, and I need y'all to shut up.
You also missed another legend last night by missing BP, because it was a whole family reunion. Bob Boone was in town for this game, and he was out there at batting practice. So you missed Bob too.
Missed them all. I missed everybody. I was so embarrassed. Called it a favor. I'm so mad at this school. He doesn't need a concussion test. He's 12 years old. All right. He doesn't run hard enough. They don't fall. They kind of it's based. Middle school football is like two-hand touch.
He runs like Stanton out there.
Basically.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. The Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line as your Texas Rangers go for the Game 3 win today with Jack Leiter on the mound. Did not make up a lot of ground in the rest of the division or the wild card. You're 4.5 games up because you got 2-game winning streaks in Arlington, in Seattle, and in the armpit. You're still a half a game back in the wild card. Rangers-Yankees again today on this radio station to see if they can keep it going. Our boy Brett Boone will join us at 9:20. Pregame at 1, first pitch at 1:30. Every reporter in town covering Micah and the Cowboys has been wanting to talk to the agent, David Mulugheta. Only one man did. Bobby Belt's conversation with David Mulugheta and what happened against the Rams yesterday in Oxnard. We take you inside the Star next.
Hey, remember when you used to do, what was it,
What did it mean?
laser babes? Nutmeg maidens?
Prix.
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it someone's
and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, we got a lot to get to, not just Inside the Star on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys here with Sean and RJ, but throughout the entire program. Are we sitting in staph infection? That's coming up at 6:40. A Nelly ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway. We will chop it up as well. Joel Corey to talk about the Micah negotiations, the former NFL agent that the Tolos always love. We got Nick Eatman from Cali to recap Rams practice at 9. And Brett Boone maybe still has not gone to sleep after the win last night over the Yankees. But let's get to Bobby Belt and his phone call first.
Yeah, and it was, I had a couple phone calls yesterday that I was trying to just get more clarity on everything that was going on with Micah and everything that's going on with the Cowboys. And so I had reached out to a few people with the Cowboys and reached out to a few people on Micah's side, just kind of get an idea of what do we actually know, what can we ascertain. So one of the people I called yesterday was David Mulugeta. And
Forbes' #1 agent.
He is.
Oh, wow.
He is he's like Bob Sugar, only with like Jerry Maguire's morals, and like actually like not just backstabbing like Bob Sugar was and Jerry Maguire.
Yeah, I feel like you want a backstabbing agent.
No, you just want somebody to get the job done, and David will get it done, and he's shown that before. And so I had just
local guy.
So he's from Dallas initially. He now lives in Austin.
Went to Texas.
Yeah, he's a Longhorn. And David is, like we've talked about, David's reputation is really strong as the power player agent in the NFL now. Everything that Rosenhaus was kind of considered to be 20 years ago, that is David today. And so I had just reached out to him and touched base. I want to just ask him about specifically, there was just one question in particular that I had that I figured he'd probably be able to give me the answer for. And that was the topic after we were going through the timeline yesterday of did Micah want to get a deal done last year? Because I think that's something that we haven't gotten necessarily a definitive timeline on of when things would happen. I know Mike said it was after the season in a statement, but then there was a quote we were talking about yesterday where he had said, I'm just focused on playing, and how Steven had said he's betting on himself. He wants to stack up the year.
And the Cowboys version is that they were totally in on getting a deal done last year because they could have been living in the 3s instead of the 4s.
So this is basically what David told me. He said this is the on the record description of this is what happened. He said after the 24 season, saw them at Combine and told them we're open for business. Basically said we're ready to do a deal. We're ready to work on an extension if you guys want to.
This is the Combine when all of us were there.
No, this is last year. This is 18 months ago. They told them we're ready to do a deal. So they are disputing the claim that they haven't wanted to get a deal done. They've wanted to wait. David said, no, we told them we were ready to go. And he said Cowboys had told them at the time, we got a lot of things we got to work through right now, particularly Dak's contract is a priority at the moment. And he said they totally understood it, went, yep, handle what you got to handle, understand it, that's a pressing issue. Just let you know, we're open for business when you guys are done with that. You guys can hit us up. Well, obviously, Dak didn't get done until week 1. Once week 1 rolls around, then Micah was focused on the season. And so it's like, okay, no, we're in season now. We're not going to go negotiating and make this be a distraction. We're focused on the season. So that's when Micah said, I'm going to play the season. It was because it had started. So when they heard that, they understood that aspect of it. But because that took so long, that kind of ended the opportunity to get anything done in 24 as soon as the season began. So they then communicated again to the Cowboys in 25 this past year. They were ready to do business again. And nothing has transpired, obviously, since then. So the official word is from them is that they have communicated on 2 separate occasions over the course of 18 months. Guys, we're ready to do this, and it just hasn't happened yet. But I think I'll tell you the impression I got yesterday talking to people at the Cowboys and just calling around the league and stuff like that is they're not joking with the request. Like right now, they're serious, it feels like. Now, I didn't get into any of that with David specifically because we're just trying to address that one thing. But I think when you talk to people around, there's a lot of people around the Cowboys right now who feel like they're not bluffing.
Because all of us are saying they're going to get it done.
Yeah, they'll get it done.
They're going to get it done. It's a negotiating ploy.
I don't think it's lost, but it's in need of repair. The way things are currently, they want out. And that's the thing, is that I think the Cowboys have to be the ones to extend the olive branch and say, hey, we'll fix this. Like because clearly if they've reached out twice, like David Mulugeta said on the record twice, they've done it, and it were these instances, and this is what we heard back, then I think that clearly says that the Cowboys are the ones who now have balls in their court to like go do something about it. But I think that it felt more real after talking to people around the team yesterday. It felt more real to me that this isn't just a leverage play. They're legitimately asking out given what things are right now.
Yeah, and if you listen to Jerry Jones again, a lot does have to be fixed because it is personal. It is. He sat there and talked after the Rams scrimmage, and he once again outlined and recapped to reporters the deal he thought they had.
It's my understanding nothing was put in writing. So how would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So is there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. All parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So much for that.
Great question from Jane. She had been texting us behind the scenes. I heard it was not in writing. NFL Network with the credits. Jane had like a one-on-one for 4 minutes with Jerry. And this is an argument now over a handshake and old school versus new school business. Jerry Jones saying, hey, I bought the Cowboys like this. This is the way I do business. If we look at each other in the eye and shake hands, the deal's done, and we'll work out the formalities down the line. Well, the formalities and the details may be very, 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 very important. I don't know how minor of a details we're talking about getting worked out, but this is Jerry saying, this is how I operate. We shook hands. We had it done. And then he's got to get in his contract dig by saying, hey, you guys are giving me a hard time over just a verbal agreement. We have an actual agreement in writing. We have an official NFL contract, and we're talking about breaking that. Right. So that was Jerry yesterday.
Yeah, look, I mean, if Jerry, and there's plenty of people, and Jerry's not the only one that operates that, hey, look, we make a deal, we make a verbal agreement.
Again.
Shake hands. That's the agreed upon contract. You know, like then it gets down to what he would say, circumcise the mosquitoes, which is the nuts and bolts of the deal. If it's your regular job, the time off, that you will agree to a dollar figure with your boss or whoever and then the nuts and bolts get worked out later. That's probably sounds like what Jerry's talking about.
I guess the only way I could take Jerry's side is if they agreed on years,
40 million whatever it is,
years, right? Number, guarantee. Then I could see how Jerry's all butthurt. But look, man,
I think they may have just agreed on one of those things. Like it may have very well been, we agree on the average annual.
Yeah, it may have been. Yeah, I'll take 45 a year.
And then now it's, well, how much is guaranteed? How many years is this over? That's the stuff you got to work out.
And those aren't small things.
They're not small.
On Micah's behalf, they're not small things. 4 years versus 5 years, getting back to the market like Dak did. The guaranteed money that I know no matter what, if I get hit by a car, will be in my bank account. Those aren't small things. Again, we're just guessing over to what they were negotiating over. But the final thing I'll say on this before turning it over to Bobby, I used to start off like this because my dad was old school. Handshake, napkin. We looked at each other in the eye for his profession and practice in Maryland. And people started leaving, and people started breaking the deals. And then finally we had to have a kumbaya of, man, it's nice, Dad, that you have these principles and you have these ethics and you have these morals and all that crap. But eventually at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's crap until it's written down and signed. When I'm sitting there selling a house or making this deal or that, he always tells me, Mr. Principal, Mr. Handshake, Mr. Look in the Eye. It doesn't mean anything until it's signed and the money is in the account. And Jerry Jones is just stuck on that old school way.
Yeah, and look, I don't, like you're saying, I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with being idealistic about it like that. Like thinking necessarily like, man, a handshake and a firm word. But again, if the context of what you were even discussing was misunderstood, then that handshake could have been sincere, and like there's just a completely different interpretation as to what that handshake means.
And was Micah surprised? This is another thing. Was Micah surprised that their leadership meeting turned into a negotiation, or did he walk in there thinking that he was Lamar Jackson representing himself? Because if that's the case, which Micah said it was, then I don't care what Jerry Jones agreed to. You circumvented the rules. I don't know why the National Football League has not stepped in and punished him or the Cowboys for illegally negotiating. That's what this is. Like, Florida's the only one to put out a headline on it. So I don't care what you agreed to. You try to take advantage, in my opinion, of the player by keeping the agent out of it, luring him into a sit-down under false pretenses that you're going to talk about team leadership and taking over for Tank. And no one cares. Like, no one cares in the whole league.
Yeah, here's the problem. This is being represented, it feels like, from the Cowboys side a little bit. It's being represented like this is the DeAndre Jordan situation from 10 years ago with Dallas, where it's like, man, we had this firm agreement, and then David Mulugeta came in and he put a chair under the door and blocked anybody from coming in and letting Micah sign it. Like, that's what we've run into now. It's like, no, the difference in that one is like DeAndre Jordan had agents that negotiated the deal, had it ready, and then DeAndre Jordan just walked away from what he had agreed to and didn't sign it. Yeah. If that was a deal where you negotiated everything, the thing was in front of you, it's placed for it. I understand Jerry being that mad about it. If it's you guys talked, and there's not even a complete clarity about what are we discussing, what are we here for, you can't take any of that.
I'll ask you some yes or no's about your conversation with Mulugeta. I already really kind of probably know the answers, but you can just say yes or no. Obviously, he did not tell you the terms of what they're looking for.
No.
Did he elaborate on them just not speaking or his phone calls not getting returned?
No.
All right. Those are my two questions.
Like I said, he's very... David's not going to negotiate through the media. He'll clarify things for you, and I know that. And so if I ask him, I knew asking him specifically, hey, the timeline, what's true here, then I know David's going to address that and is comfortable addressing that. That's why I still called around asking other people things. And like I said, the biggest impression I got talking to people yesterday is they're not joking. They're very serious about their request.
The biggest Cowboy problem that came against the Rams will take you on the practice fields in Oxnard for the scrimmage that many people think is more important now than the actual preseason game this weekend. Inside the Star continues next.
After we...
In order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it is. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just think like this is your hair. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
No.
Nutmeg maple.
You just said that. This is spice, Tellez.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it saffron for?
Chevys than anyone else, all prices sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Cowboys versus Rams on the practice field with the scrimmage yesterday in Oxnard. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and our insider Bobby Belt with you on 105.3 The Fan. We will have Nick Eatman from California at 9 o'clock to recap. But the big takeaway negatively for the Cowboys seemed to be the line of scrimmage and the run game. Whether it was not stopping the run, whether it was not getting the run going themselves, the Zach Wolchuk ball knower.
Oh,
Ball.
He does know
from
balls.
talking a lot of ball, man.
He texted yesterday that D-line is probably going to be a problem, and that was my main takeaway from all of the Cowboy reporters yesterday, sending out all the video. Rams defense off to a fast start against the Cowboys starters. Joseph Hoyt saying they have dominated in the run game so far. Only positive play has been a completion to Princeton Fant. Multiple pressures and a sack on Dak Prescott. The D-line showing up as advertised.
Yeah, that's not great. You don't want to hear that the offensive line is struggling to protect, that the offensive line is struggling to get space in the run game, because that's to me, that's the biggest thing that this season is going to hinge on, is if the offensive line is better, if the offensive line is really good, that cleans up a ton of issues that you have, and it makes a number of the other things that you need to accomplish on offense that much easier.
And your takeaway from practice when we were there was how much they were working on the run game.
Yeah, I mean, because they were spending, I feel like that first practice we were out there, 80% of what they were doing that day was run. Like, I mean, they are definitely trying to get that settled and improve on that. And that's going to be the biggest change to the offense, is Clayton Adams coming in here and probably, like, those run game concepts he's installing, that's the biggest shakeup they're going to have. And so the fact that you've got a new offensive line coach, you've got some moving parts, you don't have Guyton out there right now, obviously. You've got Nate Thomas, who's been good. Those are kind of the things that I think are most concerning. Defensive line having their struggles, yeah, you don't want to hear that. But to me, I don't know how much I can take away from how much pressure you generate in a practice. But the fact that the Rams were doing a ton of it, yeah, that's not good.
Saw some big runs from Kyron Williams. He was basically waving goodbye to the Cowboys defense.
New contract.
Yeah, he destroyed Damone Clark in a pass protection rep, and Kyron Williams with that new contract.
3 for 33 for Kyron on the new deal. And about 2/3 of that is going to wind up being guaranteed. It's like $23 million of that guarantee. It's only 24.
Was that eye contact and a handshake?
I don't know. May have been. Until pen to paper, everything's eye contact and a handshake, right? Until pen to paper.
Preach.
But yeah, this is about how you want to do your structure a running back contract. He's 24, and it's basically a 2-year deal. Like, that's kind of how you would do it.
14 touchdowns for Kyron if you played fantasy football, which Peyton and I did.
Well,
I won all the championships.
I played.
You participate.
I draft. I don't touch a team once I draft. By the way, are we doing another one this year?
That's a great question. I thought Carter activated it. Last year, the draft was on the night. This is going to be a fun draft if it follows suit last year. Carter set it up the night after the station pool party. Oh. That's when I made Bobby stick around and say, help me, who could I take in the third?
He had like a glass of bourbon with ice cubes and just like lounging there like, But
if he sets it up for Saturday night, August 30th, we're all going to have some. If you're even back home, you might have to have Sarah drive while you're drafting on your phone.
I'll draft the drive.
Or there might be a concussion test. You might not make it.
Don't draft and drive.
I always draft and drive.
No, the Kyron Williams extension is wild because it made me go look up the running back market. Dallas paid Zeke $15 million a year 6 years ago. It was 2019. It was just about this time 6 years ago. They paid him $15 million a year. At the time, the top of the market line started at $13 million a year. There were 4 running backs in 2019 that were making $13 million a year. As it stands now, there are 4 running backs in 25 making $13 million a year. That market is frozen. The top of the market, the bottom has come up some, the middle has come up some. The top of the market is stuck 6 years later. And by comparison to that, in 2019, the top of the receiver market was $18 million. There were 4 receivers making that. There are 23 making that now, 6 years later. And so it's just Dallas topped out that market, and that's the concern now is that maybe you've done that with Dak, and you don't want to do it with Micah.
Yeah, the Dak contract looks even worse when no one has topped it for a while now.
He's up by $5 million on it, and there's nobody else's deal the only other deal that could get done would be Lamar. If Lamar got another extension.
Because they were so late on it.
There's no other rookie deals that are eligible right now that would get done that would pass it.
The positive had a negative ending, RJ Choppy. The first big play for the Cowboys yesterday, the Joe Milton bomb to Jalen Brooks, and it was an absolute freaking bomb. But Milton did not finish practice, appeared to hit his hand on a helmet. Jerry said he got a full report, not anything serious, so we will see how much Milton plays on Saturday against the Rams.
The amazing thing is he threw that ball lefty, and it still went 70 yards in the air.
Yeah, move on.
Joe Milton was impressive during minicamp OTA. Didn't do much while we were out there. Didn't do much the first week camp. I do love when you search his name and you get the Rookie Watch little Twitter account that says Joe Milton has been playing like a all caps bona fide superstar throughout training camp. One source close to the Cowboys reportedly believes Milton could be the quote starter on 10 plus NFL teams, and I know no one with the Cowboys has said that.
Wow.
So
why is he on a Rookie Watch?
I don't know. Yeah, why did you change your handle from RJ Choppy to Rookie Watch to talk about Joe Milton this way?
I should have told you all about that.
Yeah,
Bobby, are these scrimmages now more important than the preseason game?
A lot of teams will tell you they are. That they think that's better work. They think that there's more you can get out of that, and you can simulate competitiveness and get those sort of things out of that easier than you can in a preseason game. Because obviously you don't play starters unless you're Cincinnati, I guess. But outside of that, you're not generally playing starters in the preseason, much less the first preseason game.
KC does. Mahomes will play.
A little bit, yeah.
Allen will play.
I need to do it. I don't know how easy it is to find this information too with just a quick search, but I want to see how different it is for various quarterbacks or offenses across the league of when they play in all of the preseason games, at least even a snap or two, how different their start to their season is.
Well, RJ Choppy is going to have a preseason start study later on in the week as we get you ready for game 1 on the home of the Cowboys.
Then never mind, you do it.
Yeah, or you can just read his email.
I'll do a very rudimentary one. Okay, it's not gonna be very. I don't know how to use your little stat website thingies.
After the scrimmage, Brian Schottenheimer got a little national sports talk revenge.
Oh, sorry, Colin. Let me turn my hat around.
I love and hate that he did it. Schottenheimer responding to Colin Cowherd saying, I don't like the backwards visor. Aiden has it on the fan cam. Thankfully, he did turn it back around towards the way he normally does it. But that was someone letting Brian Schottenheimer know you have 4 more losses on your record because you have the reverse visor. I like that he did it because it was funny and a little and a jab. I hate that he gave Cowherd attention because now
sorry, Colin. Let me turn my hat around.
Going to have multiple segments on himself.
That's it. It's the attention. It's don't feed his ego. It's the same thing that stupid Eli Manning Giants commercial that they're running that Eli's got on some video that he's doing, or giving Francesa. They're you don't need to prop him up.
So what was your difference yesterday in Dan Quinn's backwards hat versus the shoddy backwards visor? Because you always made fun of Dan Quinn.
We didn't have lunch with Quinn.
No, the only way that you can wear a visor is backwards. But
he's going to wear forwards during the game.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't know wear it backwards. Dan, first of all, you can't wear a snap. I don't believe you can wear a backwards hat. Has to be a fitted cap for me. But if it's going to not be a fitted cap, then it's got to be a snapback. And Dan wears that stupid cloth with the metal clasp on the side.
Okay.
All right, that's
So rank them. Forward
That's all.
visor, power rank them.
all right.
Forward visor, backwards visor, backwards hat, fitted, backwards snapback.
And backwards upside down visor, which the douchey kids always used to do.
Okay. Number one
worst?
No. Number one most acceptable. This is as a head coach. Just as a head coach.
Gotcha.
Because in a regular world, backwards hat is the way to go. But as the head coach,
Fitted.
Yeah, that's the one. But as a head coach, it's backwards visors 1. Backwards upside down visors 2. Backwards hat fitted is 3. Backwards hat snapback is 4. And forward visor is 5.
Forward visor's the worst.
That's the worst.
So you agree
the
with-
least masculine. Okay, you must project toxic masculinity.
So you agree with Cowherd?
Well,
ultimately,
yes.
No. As a coach,
which
is what
right.
Colin was
Backwards
saying.
visor is number 1. As a coach, it's the best one to do.
But he's going to wear it the worst way during the actual game.
Yeah, that's a problem. See that, but Colin's wrong because Colin wants him to turn it forward.
Okay.
See, that's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, look, the backwards visor is literally, it offers you none of the protection that a hat's supposed to. It exposes your head to the sun, and now you're not even like getting shade for your eyes. So it's literally just an excess. It's like Chachi back in Happy Days when we used to tie the little bandana around his thigh. It's like, why is it there?
But
What are you doing there?
The backwards visor is I know it's a bit. I'm leaning into it. I'm overdoing it. The backwards hat on Dan Quinn is like, I'm just trying to act cool.
And 100%, you at least have to take solace knowing there's no way Schottenheimer heard this himself and then did it.
Right, because he doesn't know anything about talk radio. Definitely this show.
No,
he thinks we do all 3 shows here. And apparently he thinks we're midday because he didn't sit down and do the interview for the first time in 15 years at training camp. Thank you, Tad. Again,
he is. His whole thing is like I don't know that he has any idea of how sports. Like he basically told us like I don't understand sports talk radio. He was like I've never listened to it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I was like, you're in WFAN, New York. He's like, and. You want me to listen to that?
Yeah, exactly. And so, like, to me, there's zero chance he actually heard this on his own. Somebody had to tell him, like, hey, by the way, just get up there, turn the cap around. It'll be funny.
The Rangers big men get it done again. Another thriller in Arlington. Choppy and Bobby were there. We'll talk about it next on the home of the Rangers with a Nelly ticket giveaway on The Fan.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out.
Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a cutter. And the Rangers have shut out the Yankees 2-0. A win for Eovaldi and a save for Maton in another exquisitely pitched game for the Rangers.
Eric Nadel with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
With Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Nate Eovaldi was absolutely classic. Rowdy Tellez with his at-bat of the season. And the other big man, Jock Peterson, has been coming through as well. In his last few at-bats, home run, walk,
speaking of big guys,
double. Led off the fourth inning with a double in the right that may have been a home run if it was a few feet higher. So you're going to need someone, right, stepping up game to game, and the big men are doing it.
Dude, that it will be really nice to get Jock going, especially against righties. When he's out there against righties, and especially good to get him going because the DH spot's been kind of a wasted hole for them. Stop it. That's just been that this year for this baseball team. Jeez, Bobby.
I didn't say anything.
You look right at
He has 5 hits in the month of August, and that has raised Jock Peterson's batting average 24 points. That's how poor he was hitting. He was hitting 120. He's now up to 144 with just 5 base hits. But yeah, he's been good so far this month. It's a very small sample size, but yeah, you'll take 380 out of him.
He had a 2.9 WAR last year. 2.9.
Yeah, I mean his OPS like 900 last year.
Hitting 275 with 23 home runs. Like how much is in there for the Rangers to be able to capitalize on after it looked like they were not going to be able to score any runs, and the Yankee bullpen and Devin Smith help us again.
It was this would have been if this is not like an off year or injury, this would be one of the starkest just downward spirals the players had in forever.
It is a mini version of Cody Bellinger.
Oh gosh, that one year where he was just
where he's like he all of a sudden went from like an MVP, like he's hitting 120 and he can't touch the ball, and everyone's just like, why can't he play baseball anymore? And I mean, he rebounded a little bit. He's never really gone back to being that guy from what he had been like 2019 or whatever it was. But I mean, it's a similar just collapse as what Bellinger had.
You were wondering, no pun intended, about eating the Jock deal.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this floating around on some Instagram accounts and social media about Jock Peterson and doing what the Astros did with Jose Abreu, where they had like $50 million left on Abreu's deal over the next several years. I think they $58.3 million over the 3-year contract. And, that's what they signed him to. And they still had over $30 million of that contract left. And the Rangers still owe about $20 million to Jock Peterson. They gave him a 2 for $37 deal. And there was talk about, like, right before, literally just the day before the home run, about what do they do here, man? Do they go and they have to cut him just outright release him and then eat the money? Like that probably a question that they've had inside that building. But now the way he's hitting the last literally 48 hours, it's like, okay, let's just tap the brakes on that one.
I mean, were you going to eat it this year?
You would wait till after the year. I mean, I don't think you would do it during the season. There's no point in doing it during the season.
Josh Smith with an awesome sliding catch yesterday as well. But Choppy says the metrics still don't like the Rangers making the postseason.
It's really dumb. I don't understand it. But the way the metrics work out, the Rangers, by the way, who are a half game out of the playoffs right now.
Yeah.
Have a 43% chance to make the postseason. The Mariners have a 70% chance. And the Yankees have an 87% chance. And it just doesn't make any sense. Like, we're talking about being separated by a half a game. We have 2 months of the season almost left. How are the metrics so bad for one team? It doesn't. There's no bias. It's numbers, right? There's no bias in math. That's supposed to be math. This was not supposed to be bias in math.
I mean, the bats are not there consistently, and they have trouble closing games. They have trouble closing. They're going to be in close games because they don't hit very well, and they have trouble winning close games because they've got a shaky back into the bullpen.
The first line, lingering concern, is the bullpen. The first line of this is the offense remains confounding, but lately it has been so consistently productive that it has fueled their resurgence in the West. Now, look, last night, that was a tough day at the plate. Warren was scattering some hits, and they didn't get to the bullpen until they got to Devin Williams.
Have you ever seen a pitcher struggle more to just throw a strike consistently than Warren? It was 52 strikes to like 50 balls? I've never seen that close to a ball-to-strike ratio on 100 pitches.
Wow. Yeah, that's almost 46, right? 46 balls, 52 strikes.
What else was it like in the suite inside the stadium, Bob? You went with the wife as well.
Yeah, it was cool. We were in there hanging out with we were in there with Bob McKay, Gavin Spittle's there, Tim Collins. Man, I don't think I've ever watched a game with Tim Collins before. Have you? He gets worked up.
He's
man.
diehard.
He's what they call a seam head, and he was. He's very intense watching those baseball games. But it was great. It's always good in that little spot there. We walked out. We saw the exiled Will Chambers. We ran into him at one point. He was 3 sheets to the wind. Had a lot of beers. He was like, "Yeah, these 3 drinks hit me pretty hard." I was like, "It looks like it." But no, it was great, and I got a lot of great quality time with Julian in too, which was very valuable.
Yeah, the comedy that you produce with RJ's kids, especially Julian, is magical. Maybe we convince the mom to let us have some audio one day because it's incredible. It's fantastic. He's honoring his grandfather in a great way, who used to have a recorded segment, but we're not allowed to play anything or talk
Sunday
about
dinner. We call do Sunday dinner.
They have a both of them. I think both Julian and Luca. I put it on the tee and they hit it. They know exactly the response I'm looking for. I don't have to grease the tracks at all. They know exactly how to hit me with the perfect, just edgy answer, and I love it.
Julian was asking if people were millionaires in there.
Man,
which one in the suite was a millionaire?
He thought Spittle was. This is his suite. Is he a millionaire? And then about Bob McKay, like, is he own Odyssey? Is he a millionaire?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, he is.
Yeah,
they both are.
Yeah,
they both are. You should go hit him up for some money. Maybe you can help me pay for the ice cream I just bought across the way.
And he thought I was a millionaire because of how much I kicked my coverage. That I must just have money bags.
Well, he did say Bobby is the smartest one on the show.
Oh, really?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he goes, you can tell Bobby's the smartest one on the show.
He doesn't even know when you're on. He doesn't listen.
Idea. He has no idea.
How much was the ice cream?
It was $30 for 2 ice creams. $30. 28 and change.
Did you get like a big helmet?
It was not a big helmet. It was a small helmet.
Okay.
It was blue.
Of course, they left the helmet there. Why wouldn't they? What a kick in the pants.
That hurts.
I mean, what was the upcharge on the helmet? $8 per?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
Probably $16 at least. Probably half the cost.
All right, I've been dying to talk about this. We're a couple days post NFL Hall of Fame inductions with Sterling Sharp and Antonio Gates and all that. I want to move forward to the next eligibles. The list has come out from Bet Online. We got Drew Brees. We got Larry Fitzgerald. We have Jason Witten. Let's get into the bar debate on the Franklin Franco fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I'm going to go through the names. Y'all tell me yes or no. And I have
is this should or will?
both.
Okay.
You can give both. Drew Brees.
Yes.
His percentage for the Hall of Fame is 90%. He's 1-9. Bet Online minus 900.
Easiest minus 900 you can make.
Larry Fitzgerald.
Yes.
95%. He's got a higher percentage to make it than even Breeze. 1-20 minus 2,000. Phillip Rivers.
No.
Man, he's going to be the new baseline, I think. That's going to be the new. This is the guy that's like right on the edge that we then determine. Like, if you're better than him, you're a Hall of Famer. If you're not better than him, you're not. That I would say yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I think as a quarterback, I think you have to at least make a Super Bowl. You don't have to win one. I think you got to get there.
I mean, Dan Fouts didn't, another Chargers quarterback, and he got in.
I wouldn't put it in there.
Rivers 3.9%, 25-1.
Ooh.
Plus 2,500. So the odds not in his favor. Jason Witten.
He should get in first ballot, and he won't.
He should get in. It'll take a couple times.
3-2 odds, plus 150, 40%. He's got the third best odds after Fitzgerald and Breeze.
Good.
By the way, if you hold Rivers out of the Hall of Fame, you were holding out the guy who was 6th all time in touchdowns, 6th in passing yards, 9th in yards per attempt. Like, I mean, you're holding out a guy who statistically is a top 10 quarterback.
Again, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, like, the Hall of Fame has made their.
And he's not going to get in before Eli. I'm just saying he won't in reality.
I don't think Eli's getting in.
Whoa! You don't? Oh my God, that would make me so happy.
I don't know. I know enough Hall of Fame voters who've said they're not putting him in.
Okay, what? So 2?
No. I mean, I've talked to 4 different voters who've said they're not putting him in.
Well,
I mean, that's 10% of the room.
Vote of 6.
I got relationships, you know?
You were doing some Witten homework after Antonio Gates got in?
Yeah, like, okay, so first of all, the simple fact that you would put, that you would not put Jason Witten in the first time would be astonishing to me.
Astonishing?
That as opposed to over between him and Gates. Jason was just a more consistent long-term player.
Yep.
But did Gates have a higher...
And Gates has a PED bust.
Which doesn't matter in football.
Nope.
It's never mattered in the NFL. But, like, you need to be... They're saying that Jason needs to get ready to play the waiting game. Fine. They're going to make him wait. Whatever. At the end of the day, his peak was not as high as Antonio Gates's. Right? Gates did have the better peak. But consistency, longevity, no PEDs, obviously a better broadcaster. You got to throw him in there.
Gates had 2 seasons and 16 years of 1,000 yards and 2 seasons of 80 catches.
That's shocking to me. That's shocking. Shady McCoy.
No.
4.8% chance plus 2,000. Frank Gore.
He's Curtis Martin.
Does Frank Gore have more of a case than Shady?
Gore yes. And Gore gets in. It's just probably not going to be the first time.
I agree with you. But if you're gonna have a Hall of Fame about the second all-time leading rusher, that's not a Hall of Fame.
Frank Gore, according to Vegas, has a little bit less of a chance than Shady McCoy. 3.9% chance to get in, same as Rivers. 25-1 if you want to bet it, plus 2,500. Greg Olson.
No.
2.8%.
Maybe one day he gets in if his broadcasting career keeps taking off.
Marquise Pouncey.
No.
I don't know.
He's got the 4th best chance.
Wow.
10-1, plus 1,000, 9% chance to get in. Julian Edelman.
No.
2.4%. Geno Atkins is on here.
Dude, Geno had a very quiet, underrated career, but I'm going to say no.
3%. Dez Bryant.
No.
Trended that way once, maybe.
Supernova. No. It was way too brief.
Agree.
50-1. He's got the lowest odds of any of the next year eligibles, plus 5,000, 2% for Dez. So I've been wanting to get to that because it's always a fun argument. Larry Fitzgerald leading the way, then Breeze, Witten, Pouncey.
By the way, I was mixing up Mike and Marquise. Marquise does go in. That I mixed that. I was thinking of Mike when we were talking about the Pouncey brothers.
All right, headlines to get you ready for your hump day.
Hump day.
Here on DFW Sports Station, we have a Nelly ticket giveaway. We're going to go commercial free for the next 40 minutes. We'll chop it up at 7:40. Joel Corey, former NFL agent on the Micah deal, at 8 o'clock. But yesterday, Jerry Jones popped off again. Should we already just believe that Micah is not playing opening night, game 1 against the Eagles? Jerry gave his recent thoughts. Back to Inside the Star on the home of the boys after this.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Simmons Biscuits?
Saffron Squad. Nutmeg mayonnaise? No.
Nutmeg. Let's just say that.
Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
you by the on-time experts, and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Side note, are we picking up staph infection right now?
No, I think we're good.
We are
good. Yeah, I mean, it's not
everything
airborne, right? They're not airborne. It's good.
So yesterday,
Officially, I know nothing.
Gavin Dawson tweets out a photo of what he thought was just like a pimple, and then I guess he either popped it or it popped, and it was this green goo that came out. Aiden, I don't know if you have it on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And then Choppy said, that's definitely staph. I got Tolo's DMing me. Hey, it's contagious. Where are y'all going to sit tomorrow? How are you going to do the show? I have zero knowledge of what staph infection is. I have no idea.
Luca gets it all the time.
What is it?
It's like a pussy thingy thing. I don't know what. It's like a pimple that's like infected.
Okay. It can range from mild skin irritations to severe life-threatening illnesses.
Cool.
Yeah.
So our pediatrician, we brought him in one time, and goes, yeah, it's staph. I said, what do we do about it? He takes out this little knife and goes, ooh, and just slices right down the middle. And he goes, that's what you do with it. I says, get the hell out of here. Take some antibiotics.
Get the hell out of here.
So now, whenever he gets staph, I just slice it open, throw some rubbing alcohol on it, and we go. He gets it all the time.
Oh,
that's so gross, dude.
Oh my God!
Ruben, get in the trash can.
Did something come out right then?
No, it was close.
He just had it on his elbow, and I was like, just put your.
So
arm.
it's a skin pimple, a bump on the skin.
I don't know. We all have staph.
It's called staphylococcus.
Yeah, we all have it on us. It's just whether it's like reactive.
Yeah, I'm hearing urgent care, strep throat, leaving the show. It's Blake and Broad's two-man show. I don't know what the hell's going on in here.
They say you don't want it in your nose. Like that's where you could die.
Well, you don't want a lot of things in your nasal cavity because it's direct path to your brain.
Yeah.
But
I texted Dawson. I'm like, you got staph? He's like, don't know. Just antibiotics. And then Spittle and the leadership are all huddling in the Rangers suite. Bobby's wife is causing the freak out and the panic. My wife got a phone call from Bobby's wife, so now I have this little
look at that
Lysol bag, which I've never come with in my 15 years, to wipe down the station. Spittle's leaving the Ranger game to come back here and clean things up. We got it under control. We moved his chair.
Can't give away G-Bag here, but gonna give us all staff.
Yep, we give away more staff than G.
Hey, don't make Broadus cry now. Come on now. You know they're sensitive. So
from the 972, Ben Askren got a double lung transplant from staph. That can't be.
Dude, no, staph is
a double lung transplant.
Staph can be really bad.
So you're worried about it in here. I'm sitting in Dawson's chair or his working area. He doesn't have it. You think he has it.
I don't think he has it. For the purpose of you sitting there, I'm going to say he probably does.
Okay. And what makes you think he doesn't have it?
I don't know. Odds.
Yeah, exactly. Chop, you got the arms exposed.
I think
You're
he probably has it. I think he probably has it. But yeah, the chair's gone.
I don't think it looks like staph, to be honest.
What about this microphone? How contagious is it?
Oh, well, I mean, he would have had to have like turned his back around and rubbed it on the microphone.
Yeah,
So not a spit or talking on it.
It's not airborne.
Okay.
Yeah. So unless you're rubbing up against his back, you know.
Yeah. Well, I know I saw him go to his room with the Diet Cokes with his podcast partner in Oxnard. I may have followed him. So that's the staph infection freak out and scare that we had here in the building on floor 11.
Google images of staph infection. I think you're going to see it doesn't look like what Dawson tweeted.
Or what RJ just said to make you throw up.
I mean, it was pretty nasty. Yeah, that was pretty gross.
877-881-1053 for all of the Doogie Housers out there. Franklin Franco, injury attorney. Text. Bobby, I don't want to look at that. How can't you take what RJ said, but you can look at that? That's freaking gross.
I wasn't really looking at it. I was unfocusing my eyes and then turn it around to show you.
All right, yesterday in
Oh, God.
Speaking of infection. Yesterday in...
I'm sorry. What?
Yesterday in Oxnard, it's Cowboys and the Rams scrimmaging against each other. And we got the notes on that from Nick Eatman coming up at 9 o'clock later on DallasCowboys.com. But Jerry Jones then spoke with the media afterwards, and they asked him, how worried are you about Micah getting on the field for Game 1?
I stay urgent.
Okay, any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to A big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urging.
Man, he's snippy these days. He is snippy. And whenever you look at negotiation, you have to look at leverage, right? Who's got the most to gain, who's got the most to lose? I have maintained throughout this whole saga, Jerry in the immediate has the most to lose. Jerry has to give in. And that's why the Cowboys are going to give in. It is more important, in my opinion. Now, you can easily counter back and say Jerry Jones doesn't care about winning that much. I get it. Jerry needs Micah on the field more for this regular season than Micah needs his payment right now. Does anyone disagree with that? Jerry needs, I don't have time to have a bad time, years dwindling, a win now window. Jerry needs Micah more this year in the right frame of mind, playing great. I would argue happy that Micah needs his next contract. Micah's getting his next contract.
Getting it, yes.
That's happening.
Doesn't matter for who either. He's getting it.
He's getting
Someone's
it.
giving it.
Yeah, time sensitivity is more for Jerry needing Micah to perform this year.
Yeah.
That's 100%.
Now, what would Micah miss? Is he just missing $21 million game checks if he does not play?
It'd be about $1.5 million a game.
$1.5 million a game.
Mm-hmm.
And you put that likelihood at 0%?
I don't think he just doesn't show up. Now, I don't know. Like, is he going to just, my back hurts. I'm here. I can't play though. I don't know how much that would still be feasible, but yeah, I would imagine there's going to be something similar to a hold-in for the regular season.
Like if Jerry Jones has a Super Bowl in the past 3 years, I think he can play it out longer. Fine. Go ahead. Miss your game checks. But go ahead.
So he doesn't have a Super Bowl in the last 3 years.
Add a 0 at the end of that.
Or the last 30 years. Or an NFC Championship game appearance in the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
Seems to be doing all right.
There's two different types of all right. There's financially all right, and there's legacy all right. Jerry Jones, he may not give a rip. He may not care. Jerry Jones right now is going to be remembered as an all-time great businessman who stopped the Dallas Cowboys, especially in DFW, as a hurdle, as an obstacle,
yes,
as an impediment, as a distraction, as a negative. Jerry Jones stopped the Dallas Cowboys from winning anything over the last 30 years. That is going to be his legacy. And then, in my opinion, then the 3 rings will come after that.
Yeah, because he would tell you, I have 3 rings.
He would. But the whole city is going to side and agree with what I'm saying, I believe. The overwhelming majority. Is Jerry Jones a loved or liked figure in DFW? No. Jerry, this is his Kobe Shaq title. And he may just think, I don't care if you attribute them to Jimmy Johnson. I don't care. Well, some people don't even give Jerry credit for any of the titles. Whatever, put that aside. He hasn't done anything. They haven't done anything close to a title in 30 years. He has to win another one. In my opinion, he believes that as well. So he has to have Micah Parsons, his best player, on the field in his aging years.
I think he does really want to win. I think he really wants another Super Bowl to be able to put on his legacy and say, look, Jimmy was nowhere near this. This is something that I oversaw. I think he absolutely does want that. Do you think there's any amount of the gold jacket gave him his validation that now he doesn't necessarily need the 4th Super Bowl?
Good question.
It's possible.
I wouldn't think it if I was him.
Because, you can't go any higher than Hall of Fame. That's one way he could look at it. I'm already at the Hall of Fame.
He could look at it. He could look at it any which way he wants. But this isn't even like a 50-50 argument. 95% of this city don't want Jerry. They believe Jerry Jones is the Dallas Cowboys' problem. They can't stand him.
Sure, yeah.
He listens to talk radio. He knows what's going on. The national shows talk about him as a humongous distraction and problem. Now, again, billionaires probably live in their own world, and it's, look what I did for the league, and I have 3 rings, and I have a Hall of Fame jacket. But my hope is that him winning one post and away from Jimmy is his major driving force that keeps him up at night. He says it is. many people don't believe it.
I think it is. I think it is a very specific way. Because you've asked before, like,
winning one with Brian Schottenheimer is a 15 out of 10 compared to winning one with Bill Belichick.
Yeah, winning
his Jason Garrett chosen one.
Winning a title his way is very important to him. I don't think he would just be like, hey, we'll throw a fourth on your ledger and just give you an automatic one that you had nothing to do with. Right? I don't think he wants that. I think he does want to, I oversaw this, and I think that is important to him.
What do you think is more important to Jerry? Winning the negotiation or not losing the negotiation, or having Micah ready to go in the right frame of mind to start the year?
I think, he wants...
The Emmett thing is a problem in my mind, too. That sucks that they won it with Emmett missing the first 2 games, because Jerry's already dropped that a couple times. Well, Emmett missed the first 2 games. We went on to win the Super Bowl. So I do believe there's a very large percentage of Jerry's brain that's saying, we did it with Emmett missing. Micah can miss the first 2 games. Go ahead, miss $3 million.
Which they were 0-2 without Emmett to start that season. So, and until Charles Haley put a helmet in the wall and said, go get it done.
Yeah.
Fix it.
Well, I think that works against us right now with wanting Mike on the field. That Emmett missed.
So much of this is so complicated.
By the way, imagine saying, because Charles said we ain't going to win with a rookie running back. Imagine saying that today.
Jerry, we saw Jarrett Bell walking around Cowboys training camp last week. And Jarrett Bell wrote his article. He said he had an hour and 10 minutes with Jerry. And the specific question about winning the negotiation and like really trying to drive a hard bargain and everything else came up. And Jerry gave the quote to him. He said, let me say this just right. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't do it that way. I should be trying to get the most value for the Cowboys. I've seen players I wish we had renegotiated their contracts earlier, and I've had several that I was sorry I renegotiated their contract earlier. The idea that if you wait, there's more money spent forgets that in between that wait, you get to evaluate and you frankly get to see if you're dealing with the same physical elements of it. So I've never in any way forgotten all the things that can happen to you if you go too quick, and that list of going too quick is just as long as the negative of getting it done early every time. And so, to me, he doesn't view it as overly detrimental. And so, to me, I think what's important to him is just getting the best possible deal, but at the very finish line, going, all right, fine. If we haven't done it yet, here you go, get him out of here. The only complicating factor here is he seems hurt by this whole thing. And it's not...
Is the last time it felt this personal the Gregory deal?
Probably.
It never felt this personal with Dak. It never. This is like a football son hurting you. That's the feeling I get.
And what had happened with the Gregory deal? He wasn't here. He didn't end up here. So I mean, if we're talking about parallels, we're talking about one that ended with him not being here. And so I don't know.
Gregory's not Micah Parsons.
No, but I'm just saying it ended with like a divorce over it. And so I mean, and ultimately it was a divorce where Randy walked away. It wasn't the Cowboys, but it still ended in feelings got hurt enough and things were said that there was a split. And I mean, we might be getting to that point with Micah Parsons. It can't be ruled out. I think it's a negotiating tactic in large part, but it cannot be ruled out.
I'm trusting this because it's RJ Ochoa. He does great work. So I'm not even going to double check this. I'm just going to assume RJ has vetted it. An Instagram user posted an edit of Micah in a Rams uniform. Aaron Donald commented and said if Micah joined the Rams, he might have to get in football shape. Now, he said that laughing.
Donald is going to have to get in football shape, not Micah.
Is that how you I took it the other? I took it like Sean did.
No, he goes, if Micah Parsons goes to the Rams, I might have to call and get in football shape. Like he's going to get back on the field.
He get back with Micah. Micah responded and said, man, don't tell me info like that. And he tagged David Mulugeta, the agent that Bobby spoke with yesterday. So that's Micah flirting with Aaron Donald and the Rams.
Right as Rams practice is occurring, and they're all hanging out there. I mean, it's ultimately, I think it's going to get done. Like everything else, I think it ultimately will get done. But it is not, when Jerry keeps saying, oh, we've had this happen before, or people say, oh, we've had this. You haven't really. This has not, this exact context has not happened before.
You know what has happened before? Excuse me. This type of negotiation, and I can't wait for Joe Corey, former NFL agent, to tell us how legal, illegal a lot of these negotiations have been. Joe Corey at 8 o'clock. This was Charles Robinson, Yahoo, who we all really like. In recent years, when Cowboys ownership was trying to negotiate a contract extension with one of the team's star players, an agent in the middle of the process reached a boiling point. Talks were at a difficult standstill. Jerry and Steven were renewing efforts to engage the player in a private meeting, and the agent had enough. So they picked up a phone and delivered a message to the Joneses. Stop trying to talk to my player without me. Inside the agent community, this has been a familiar story. For years, player reps have complained behind the scenes about how the Cowboys continue to go about their business in high-stakes negotiations. In drawn-out contract talks, the furor has often been a climbing scale, beginning with general annoyance, transitioning to heated or passive-aggressive exchanges, and in the worst cases, it's resulted in breaking off talks for long periods of time. Often the familiar decay in negotiations shared an underlying theme inside the agent community, with representatives alleging that Jerry Jones had a history of attempting to manipulate players into discounted deals, first by isolating them in a face-to-face meeting without an agent present, sometimes under the guise of discussing something other than contract talks, in this instance, leadership, then by pouring honey into their ear about being a lifelong member of the Cowboys, staying part of the family, and sacrificing a little financially to win Super Bowl immortality together. Charles Robinson on the history, supposedly, of Jerry and Steven doing this.
Well, this is where you have the tug at the, I don't even say the heartstrings of a player, at the legacy strings of a player.
Yep.
This is where you would say, hey, look, man, we want to pay you, you want to be here, but we need to have this pie split up for everybody.
Sure.
If you want to win, this is how you got to do it. And, the player could take the I don't care route.
Yep.
Or the okay, team first route. The agent's never going to recommend the team first route.
Yep.
And that's why the agent doesn't want that to happen.
Sure.
Now, as a fan, you should hate that the agent doesn't want that to happen.
Right.
But also, you should always be pro player, too. At least I do.
Oh, I'm pro team. In this instance, I understand and support Micah blasting them. They deserve to get called out. Jerry's taking way too many personal shots. But I want every player to get as less as possible generally so my team can be better. I root for the team over the player. That's me.
Oh, I root for the team over the player, too. But I want both. I want the players to really stick it to the owners. These owners, I think.
Well, then my team isn't going to benefit as much.
Well, I just get a better quarterback.
You just
got a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I don't think Jerry would necessarily dispute anything that Charles Robinson wrote. He basically hasn't. He's basically told you, yeah, all the deals I get done, I talk to them directly.
Where's the league?
Don't know.
Where is the league?
I would assume that Jerry's not the only owner that does this. And they may
but
not
you're
want to
screwing
open
the
up.
player. You're letting the player get screwed over.
It honestly may need to be more something that the PA takes on, and they've got their house cleaning they're doing right now. They may stuff may be falling through the cracks because of it.
877-881-1053 to win these right now.
All right, Tellez, that's right now. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion on Friday, September 5th. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Former NFL agent Joel Corey at 8 o'clock. The Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. Nick Eatman, 9 o'clock. Brett Boone on the home of the Rangers at 9:20. A loaded show of Wales on DFW Sports Station. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Gentlemen, we are officially in a recession. How do we know this?
Harvey.
Cocaine. That's
a hell of a drug.
Hell of a drug, right? Apparently, I've been told. This is a dancer. They don't have to be called strippers. They can be called dancers, Sean.
All the overnight dance.
With the
All the
NFLPA,
overnight dance.
performer for the NFLPA.
This is a dancer on TikTok. Goes by the name of Cody Rose.
The wrestler?
Great
Not
wrestler.
Cody Rose.
With Sapphire.
That's Dusty.
Oh.
It's the American Dream.
Cody's his son.
Cody's his son. Or grandson, whatever. I think it's his son. That's Cody Rhodes. This is Cody Rose.
Oh, Rose.
Cody Rose is a dancer.
Kanye
She says she knows.
All right, we've made enough jokes about
that. Forget the economists. Forget the market. The Bull, the Bear, Jim Cramer, Kudlow, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Forget all that stuff. It's not the economists. It's the dancers.
I feel like as a dollar tripper, one of the first places that you are ever going to notice a recession happening is in a spicy club. One of the most telltale signs that we are in a recession is, as a dancer, I used to constantly get asked by customers where they can hit the slopes in the club, if you know what I'm saying. I haven't been asked that question in months, nor am I seeing customers do it as much, which just goes to tell me they can't afford this anymore. I think we're really in a recession.
That's science.
It could be brilliant. I'm not laughing it off.
That's science.
I keep saying this to Amanda week to week. When we go out to lunch, yesterday we went out to lunch, or we go out here and there, and I'm like, how many more people are cooking at home with the price of eating out? And we both came to the conclusion, like, no, people are they're going to continue their habits.
Yeah.
If you eat out 3 times a week, you're probably still going to eat out 3 times a week. Maybe you search for the better deals, but I don't think you're going to become this big home cook because you're struggling more financially. And this kind of falls in line with that. Are people going to give up their drug or move to something else based upon the economy?
This is the question. This is the pork principle. The idea of
Pork?
when pork sales go up in an economy, a lot of times economists think that is a bad sign for the economy.
Oh, because it's cheaper.
They're looking for cheaper substitute meats when they're going to the grocery store. It's people buying more pork instead of, well, I don't want to get beef, I got to get pork. And so,
and where would you buy all your meats, Bobby?
You would get them at Wild Fork.
Is that what they call the canary in the coal mine or whatever?
There are lots of little things like that economists will look at as like, ooh, that's usually a good little. So maybe this is one of them.
They look at Vegas too. Vegas is like the number one. If Vegas drops, that's like the number one telltale sign that the economy's not great because
Vegas. That's interesting you say that because I know there's a report out this week. Vegas is way down.
As a drug user, seriously, on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line, we will not read your name or number.
I'll weigh in here, guys.
How much less are you buying or consuming if you believe that you're struggling a little bit financially? There's some people who would argue we're thriving. The stock market's never been higher. I don't want to turn this into a political debate.
Is it high? I have no idea. I don't even look.
I think the stock market numbers, they are very high. They're really high.
Because I usually equate stock market with economy. Like if one's good, they're both good. If one's bad, they're both bad.
Same. So I'm just curious. Are you buying a dime bag instead? You get
that Reggie
I don't
instead
know.
of that Cali.
I don't know what the terms are, but you buying
a little of the ganja?
Less edibles? Are you sacrificing, or you find other areas to go ahead and skim on?
All right, just chopping it up here. 105 through the fan. I'm going to try to avoid this one topic for as long as possible. What do you think?
And what would be the number one cocaine alternative?
3, 2, 1. Kevin Hageland here. I had to go to Germany for cheaper coke.
Yeah.
What do you think of this ridiculous situation? This coworker did not get invited to a wedding. Okay. So what did the coworker do about it? Did she send a gift? No. Congratulations? No. She complained to HR.
Oh, man.
She complained to HR.
Oh, man.
Because they were not. There's one in my office I'm friendly with, but not close. This is from the person that does this. We've had small talk here and there. No lunches together. No real outside of work connection. She found out I was getting married and asked when the wedding was. Then straight up asked if she was invited. This is on Reddit. I kind of laughed and said, no, it's really small, just close friends and family. Didn't think anything of it. She got quiet, a little bit cold after that. Figured fine, maybe awkward, whatever. Fast forward a couple of days, I get a meeting invite from HR. She filed a complaint saying I was being exclusive and creating a hostile environment by leaving people out.
If I was the boss, I'd figure the first little, you do things at work and they can't fire you for that, but they're going to figure out the other small thing, like giving everyone staff.
Where he kissed me on the forehead in the locker room.
Yeah. I'm searching for that if I'm the employer to get rid of this crybaby. This is like Ollie's 5-year-old class where everyone in the class has to be invited. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Oh, we're having a birthday party over the house. I'm not inviting all these kids and all these parents I never met. Are you kidding me? You could be giving them a swirly or a noogie, and I'm supposed to have this little punk upstairs in my house playing with my kids' toys. I'm getting rid of the complainer at the first possible moment.
Yeah, which
it's retaliation. You're in trouble.
That might actually get you in trouble. I don't know.
You don't you got to be careful.
I know.
You got to be PR savvy about it.
Yeah, you really got to have Bobby.
You got to send Luca
to
Brasi.
sabotage. You got to have Bobby to sabotage.
Yeah.
This employee, what they deserve is
Put
unlimited
cocaine in her purse.
Unlimited ridicule henceforth. Unlimited ridicule.
Well, you got to be careful. There's that firecracker. Every building has the person you can't joke with.
No. If this is a person who goes to HR because they weren't invited to a wedding, they're going to HR for you ridiculing them.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Stay away. Don't talk. But just wait for a slip up. Any little small drop in performance, something to get this cancer out of this crybaby out of the building.
Well, in about 9 months, I think Alec, Wolchuk, and Kevin Hagelin might be complaining to HR about my wedding. So there you go. So, leak the information. But,
you're not inviting Zach or Hagee?
I'm just joking. I don't know yet. I haven't come up with a list yet.
Well, look, Alex should be banned after what he wore yesterday, wearing a tank top up here. But
Corey does every week.
Yeah, but Corey's got the thick strap tank top.
Okay.
Right? That's just like the sleeveless.
I saw Alec
That's
yesterday.
a lawn mowing tank.
I thought Alec had two T-shirts on yesterday. I didn't see him in a...
I saw him back there. Maybe it was 2 days ago.
He changes. He wears the black tank top underneath, and he wears the other one over.
Did you see him changing? I don't know.
I also feel like you gotta wear a white tank. You can't wear the black tight tank. I feel like it's got to be white. I don't know.
No, that's really insensitive. That's an HR problem, wearing a wife beater. Peyton.
Oh.
That's what they called it. That's what it was called.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Are you seriously, I'm not saying names, are you getting some trepidation or nerves over people who are not going to be making the cut? As Reetma staring at you intently in the next studio? I saw Jake's head turn right at you.
Well, I just got a Venmo request from Jake, so he's in. I've thought about it because, there's a lot of family, and I know there's because we're trying to get it around between me and Mackenzie, 150 to 175 guest list here. But we know if we invite 175, that not everyone's going to be able to make it. So then we have the A list and B list. I'm not going to say who's on the B list because that might be disrespectful. They might not come because of that. But I'm hoping to get everyone in the station out there. But if I give everyone a +1, then it's ×2.
What if you're 6 months in the station? Is there a tenure cutoff? You got to have that.
Yeah, maybe some of the part-time guys don't make the cut that I don't really, talk to a whole bunch. It's no disrespect.
You better be careful that one who said he'll beat Alex's ass. What's his name?
Yeah.
Dylan. Yeah, he might get up from 90 pounds to 110.
I'm going to try my best, but we'll see what number we get to later on.
Chopping it up here on 105 to the Fan. If you have a dog that you're looking to get rid of, might I suggest this Denver Zoo? Denmark Zoo, not Denver. Denmark.
Are you okay today?
Yeah, Denver, Den. They are looking for people to donate, wait for it, their pets to be fed to the animals.
They're eating the dogs.
It's reasonable.
They spend about $600,000 each year on pet food.
Wow.
On food for these animals. And they're saying, we're trying to cut back on this number. We're like a nonprofit. We're a zoo.
Economy.
So why don't you, instead of taking your sick animals to the vet, which, by the way, just putting a dog or cat down is not cheap.
No?
I mean, so Sarah's, when Bentley died, the dog just died, right? Just died, literally, right in front of my children.
Goodness.
We took it to the vet that night to get it cremated.
Yeah.
Even that was $300.
What?
Just to cremate it. And it's more if you wanted it in a private cremation, it's more. If you want to just do hey, we're going to throw it in with a bunch of other dogs, then it's much less. But then, you might not get your ashes.
Let's just machete his feet off.
Do you have the ashes?
We do, yeah.
Wow, how many people have their animal ashes, I wonder?
It's in the same drawer Julian opened.
Oh.
Right next to him.
So every time...
Sorry.
So every time she opens that drawer for that, she's saying a little prayer for the dog, or she's got to look
you
at that.
You can't have those two things in the same drawer. I'm sorry.
She says, "Oh God," about both. She says,
"There's no way your brain can look at that and then be in the mood." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. So, but they're this zoo in Denmark is looking for people to hand over pets.
All right. Let me ask, because to me, I don't want to get in trouble here with the pet people, but this is kind of like the organ donor. I view you non-organ donors as very selfish people. I'm not going to donate my organs. What's the matter? You're dead. If the animal's did you change it?
No.
I knew you wouldn't be an organ donor.
No, not after I saw that story. That let's see. Hang on a second.
Kristen changed her license over this, by the way. Like
What?
she made the switch to not being.
Why?
Because she actually I think heard Lucius talk on G-Bag about how he was like, Lucius was talking about like, man, they'll make that decision for you quicker if they know those organs are there and they need them. He's like, they'll pull that plug quicker on you.
Okay.
And she was like, I don't want to get the plug pulled quicker on me. No.
All right. If that's actually a thing, I retract the statement. But overall, that's how I feel. If the animal's being put down anyway, how much more of like a mental scar is it to you knowing it's getting fed to a lion? If you don't care about the ashes, if you don't care about having it next to your machine in the drawer,
well, that's like these are healthy animals. They specifically say if you have a healthy animal that needs to be given away for various reasons, feel free to donate to us. But
given away or eventually
no, their
put
literal
down?
post says if you have a healthy animal that needs to be given away.
All right, now if I'm giving it away,
like your old dog, what was the
Romeo?
dog? Romeo,
paralyzed.
But
he's alive.
Well, then he wouldn't qualify because he wasn't healthy then. But
okay, but if I know that the dog is eventually getting put down, if I give it away,
they're all eventually getting put down.
They're not. This is literally like I can't keep the animal anymore.
Okay,
and so it could be they want healthy animals for this, but they will then euthanize the animal and then they'll feed it. That's different. There is a reason that they're doing this though, and like the reason why people aren't freaking out as much about this one is because they're trying to mimic. A lot of times they're maybe nursing these animals back to health to put them back in the wild at some point. They're trying to mimic their food chain, and like try to get that. And so I get it, and so I wouldn't freak out as much about this one.
Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan. Real quick about that.
You wouldn't freak out that your friend or family member gave away a healthy animal because you're okay with the food chain being kept alive?
If you have to give away the animal's lifespan is going to be it all goes in the course of nature, right? So it's still you're still helping another animal in the process of it. So it's like
there's
millions
of animals in foster care that they can't find homes, and then if you don't want it anymore, if you can't keep it anymore, like I guess. I don't know. That seems like a very morbid way to get rid of an animal. Just bring it back to the shelter.
Whoa. 619, my daughter's dog got tore up by a coyote. To cremate Chewy, it was $275, even after getting torn up.
That's a tough name for a dog after that, too.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry for your loss, 619.
Okay, one last one here real quick. And I never would have, and I am throwing a massive challenge flag on this one. There's a groundswell on social media to get people to stop flashing lights at other drivers.
Oh my gosh!
To alert them that a cop is near. Okay, and people are and
blinding is blinding.
No, you know who's doing this. This is the I didn't think of it that way crowd. Thank you for enlightening me.
All right.
That's who is doing this because they're saying it's not because the cops don't like it. It's because you might be alerting a murderer that there is a cop ahead. So slow down. Or alerting somebody who has kidnapped somebody, or so slow down.
You're making this up.
I'm not making this up. The dozens of murderers that I come across that I pass every day on Byron Nelson Parkway, where I have to worry about alert. No, I'm doing the Lord's work here. I'm helping people. People help people, man.
Every day. I alert about 4 cars.
Every day. It's one of the great things I have now.
Who came up with this?
Murderers. To get away with their crimes.
Yeah, that's right. What state? This has to be
California. A very bad place. Terrible place.
Come on, man. Who thought of that in their brain? What if I'm tipping off a murderer who's getting away and there's a body in their trunk because I'm flashing my lights?
Yeah. She said, we don't know who we're flashing. It could be a doctor. Could be a parent, a mom running late.
It's part of the thrill.
It could be a thief, a murderer that police are trying to find, a sex trafficker. And that changed my thoughts. Because of this, I am not doing this anymore. I am starting this plea.
Good.
If they get a ticket because they're speeding, then they just get a ticket. They'll learn someday. In California, you can get in trouble for that. Texas, it's called interfering with public duties. But, it's not. You're not going to go to jail for flashing.
Chopping it up. Very nice edition. Hump Day edition. Commercial-free expressway with a Nelly ticket giveaway on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Take us inside the Micah and Jerry negotiations and how the deal finally gets done. Former NFL agent, always great on the show, Joel Corey, joins us next.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys. It's DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt with a very special guest. Peyton, I want to play cut 6 for Joel Corey. Former NFL agent Eric Allen actually shouted him out this past weekend in Canton with his Pro Football Hall of Fame induction. And I want to see what Joel thinks of Jerry Jones' approach towards contracts with what apparently went down with Micah.
It's my understanding nothing was put in writing. So how would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So is there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. All parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So much for that.
Good morning, Joel Corey. What do you think of that?
Well, I think Jerry's not being completely candid. I do recall at the owners' meetings, this is what Jerry said. I know that I've spent 5-6 hours with him myself and had a lot of discussions. Most of the issues are in agreement, and I've discussed it all. We obviously don't have an agreement relative to a new contract. Michael is under contract, so we'll see how that goes. And he goes on about how he visits directly with players. Michael has his personal cell phone number that not a lot of people have, and that he was in Abu Dhabi and had to get back to meet with him. So now he's saying he has an agreement. He said he didn't have an agreement. I have a problem with him talking to players directly when they have representation. But at the same time, I have a problem with Micah Parsons engaging in him if he did for 5 or 6 hours, because what you're supposed to do in that situation is tell ownership or the powers that be, talk to my guy, talk to my agent.
Is this a common Jones practice that you've heard of throughout the agent community of just cutting out the agent?
Yeah, nobody else really does this outside of Jerry Jones. And when I first got started, he was doing this in the 1992 NFL draft, where multiple agents complain that they get players on the phone, tell them you got to take this deal, and if you don't take the deal, we're not going to draft you. That was my introduction to Jerry Jones, because one of our clients was Jimmy Smith. And wide receivers weren't going that year. The second wide receiver was a second-round pick, Carl Pickens, then Jimmy. He got Jimmy on the phone. Jimmy's thinking he might be a first-round pick, tells him he can't hang up, call anyone else, gets Jimmy to agree to a below-market deal. That deal got unraveled and was done at a market value deal a couple of days after the draft. This is not a new practice for Jerry Jones.
Joel Corey here on 105.3 The Fan. Nicki Minaj got brought into this story over the past few days because basically Jerry was saying the reason I don't contact the agent is because the agent is not there when S hits the fan. When Dez Bryant is late to meetings after the deal gets signed, the agent doesn't pick up the call or help us with that. What do you think of Jerry's justification there?
Well, Jerry can say whatever he wants to do, but if you make the agent aware of what's going on, then it's the agent's job or duty to talk to the client and try to rectify the situation. So that doesn't hold a lot of water with me. Well, another thing about that whole response that Rock Nation had, I do recall there was a time when they had some sort of affiliation with Tom Condon, who was one of the most prominent agents at the time, with I think he was a CAA at that time, and he was negotiating contracts. He's listed as the agent of record for the Dez Bryant deal, so maybe he just signed it and it was negotiated by Rock Nation people, but that's what I recall.
Joe, what do you think is the holdup?
One, I don't understand why he won't call David Mulugeta. It's particularly if Mulugeta has reached out to him. That seems particularly odd. But one, if you thought you were close to an agreement, and then Micah, right after you make those comments, is like, or to talk to my guy, send something, at least a term sheet over, because if you don't have a term sheet, how are you going to get something done? Jerry seems to delay these contracts more so than anyone else. Maybe he, in his mind, has convinced himself he had an agreement. He's offended and it's gotten personal. That could be part of it.
Joel, what do you think about his principled philosophy of you looked me in my eyes, you shook my hand, and then you reneged? How many times did the handshake and eye contact basically get the deal done for you before the final details?
Yeah, you might have an agreement in principle, but until it's reduced to writing, a lot of things can go wrong. We saw that with Randy Gregory a couple of years ago. They had an agreement for him to come back. The contract language came over, and they balked and went to Denver. So you don't have an agreement until it is actually signed.
From a negotiating standpoint, right, because we know that Jerry Jones is a brilliant businessman overall. What if you were teaching a negotiating 101, what is the tactic in waiting or not answering the call? What does that do to you with the player of they're not calling me? What is the negotiating tactic behind that?
I can't figure out why Jerry wants to wait until the last possible instance to get a deal done. The guy who ushered in being proactive was Howie Roseman's protege, Joe Banner. He was the first guy who figured out the earlier you do a deal with a core player, particularly a Pro Bowl caliber player or above, the cheaper it's going to be. Jerry is the opposite end of the spectrum for some reason, knowing that if I represented a player in the Cowboys, I would start conditioning him that you're going to get paid. It's not going to go on your timetable. Just be patient. He's going to take some sort of gratuitous shot at you at some point in time. Don't take it personally. That's part of the process. And every time a deal which would have been relevant was done, I would remind my client, if we'd gone first, we'd be under this guy. This made you more money. So as long, it's not going to be pleasant, because if you're the guy, as you can see, Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb have expressed their displeasure, if not overtly. If you read between the lines, you can tell that they don't like how the whole process works. That's going to be it, and that's just the nature of the beast for Cowboys. But when you get paid, it's going to be more. There weren't any $20 million per year non-quarterbacks when DeMarcus Lawrence was in a contract year. You made him play out his franchise tag. There were $20 million per year non-quarterbacks, and he became one because the market changed.
Joel Corey joined us here at 105 to the Fan. Jerry, obviously, like you said, believes waiting is the way to go. He believes there's some kind of a net gain that they get out of there. Are there other teams that have a similar philosophy?
Not to this degree. Most teams decide to get something done sooner rather than later. If you've got a guy that's asking for something that the team thinks is crazy, then you just have a fundamental disagreement on value, and you're not going to get anything done. This shouldn't be a hard deal to do, because whenever Micah Parsons was going to sign, whether it was in 2024 or 2025, it was going to be at the top of the non-quarterback market. If not that, he was going to be the highest paid edge rusher. So this shouldn't have been a hard deal to do. Maybe your big issue was going to be length of contract, because the Cowboys typically like to do longer deals than players would want to do. And maybe it would be on the vesting of guarantees. Because in some deals, like Trayvon Diggs, the third-year guarantee vests in the third year, not in the second year, which is what the player would want. So there would be some issues like that, but this really shouldn't be that hard of a deal to do.
Joel, just really, when we talk about contract length, which you just referenced there, we've heard before some of the hangups have been 4 versus 5 years.
Yeah,
For you
exactly.
on the negotiating
That's
side,
exactly
how big a deal is a 4 versus 5 year? Like, how big of a hurdle is that?
That's why Dak didn't get done the first time around, 4 versus 5. Yeah, you want to get as many bites. You want to come up sooner rather than later to get as many bites of the apple as possible. And Micah potentially could get another one after this one, depending upon the timing. So you'd want to do a 4. And I'm positive David Mulligetta would want to do a 4. He did a 3 with Derek Stingley Jr. To reset the cornerback market before Sauce Gardner barely topped it. So, yeah, that's a big deal, length of contract.
Talk to me like I'm a moron, so normally how you would talk to me. And explain to me why it's a bad thing that a player or the owner would want to talk to the player or the player would talk to the owner without the agent present if that's what the agent wants to do. I'm sorry, if that's what the player wants to do.
Well, if the player wants to do that, he should just fire his agent and represent himself. But the thing is, the guys who represent themselves, for the most part, have some sort of experienced advisor who is behind the scenes helping them. There is an inequity in negotiating business experience when you're talking a 25, 26-year-old player like Micah Parsons versus a billionaire. So it's a lot easier to get over on someone when you're dealing with a player as opposed to David Mulligetta, who set the market with Antoine Winfield at one point for safeties. He was the highest paid defensive back, which never happens for a safety. He got a fully guaranteed contract for Deshaun Watson. Jordan Love's at $55 million per year. He set the market of other safeties as well as the cornerback market this year. So, yeah, it's the difference between dealing with someone who was more your peer and someone you could potentially take advantage of.
Joel, the Cowboys, I think Jerry's talked about this a little bit. Steven's referenced it some, that a lot of their approach in waiting, it feels like, is, for instance, last year, Micah's cap number was, I think, like $5 million. And he had a $3 million base. And so what they looked at it as, in the way they've described it, is almost like if we were to get a deal done earlier there, we're actually elevating the cap number versus the 5th-year option year, and we're spending more money. We'd rather have that cap flexibility then and then go with the growth of the salary cap along the way. Why would you say that's just an inherently wrong way to do it?
Well, you can do better cap planning how you want it the sooner you do the deal. One, from a cost perspective, and two, you could set the cap numbers however you needed them to be. For the most part, obviously you need the agent to agree, but the agent typically doesn't care about the cap numbers as long as the money is secure. So you get better cap planning if you go sooner rather than later. And we'll get back to last year. You picked up, about $10 million of cap room and close to 20 with Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott. Mm-hmm. If you had done those deals sooner, you could have had that cap room to use to go out and acquire more talent during the season. You got them done so late. What's left in the market? Nothing.
Joel, what would you advise? You're David Mulligetta right now. What would you advise Micah to do at this point? He's still going to practice, not getting the $50K a day fine. Are we taking this to missing games? Are we getting louder in the media? What are you advising Micah to do?
Well, it depends on if Micah truly wants to get traded. One, Terry McLaurin had a trade request as well, I think more out of frustration for not getting a deal done. I remember Myles Garrett requested a trade, and money cures all ills. If you're trying to get out of there, then maybe you start going a scorched earth approach to try to get out of town. One thing you're not going to do is leave, because once you leave, you open yourself up to getting a 5-day letter. And if you get the 5-day letter and don't come back before that 5-day period ends, the team has the option of putting on the reserve left squad list, and then you're done for the season. Your contract tolls. But I suspect they're going to continue with the back issue. That's what Dave Mulligetta did with Jalen Ramsey. Another one of his clients, when he was with the Jaguars during the season, missed about 3 games, had a back issue before he was traded to the Rams, and the back problem cleared up.
Do you expect the league or anyone to step in and try to punish Jerry for circumventing the rules and going around the agent? Isn't that a violation?
You would think the NFLPA would be pushing for something like that, but the NFLPA is in such disarray right now, I wouldn't count on that.
Joel, we love having you on, man. Thank you so much for the insight. Always put up big numbers with our audience, and we'll continue pushing people towards all the accounts, including CBS. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys.
The great Joel Corey here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Wednesday Wheel Spin.
Sports bet.
Oh, this is we're getting close. This is either Dear Choppy or
High-Low.
baby!
Do we have high-low?
A Rangers-Yankees edition
Oh, baby.
of High-Low. After last night, we may as well give this W to Choppy next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's not true. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Prix?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out on a splitter. Half a dozen punch-outs now for Big Game Nate.
Oh, baby. It is time now for a little Rangers-Yankees high-low. RJ Choppy, Sean Sharif, the defending champ, Bobby Belt, I believe, from last time.
Yeah, and a walk-off.
Is in the house. Yeah, he did.
This is what I do. I think I'm at like 70% win percentage.
Can't win twice in a row, though. But yes, this is Rangers-Yankees high-low. It's a last 10 years Rangers-Yankees high-low. Could be current, could be former players only, though. No coaches.
No coach, no
coaches.
10 years, no coaches.
Could be current players or former.
Now, is this 10 years or 10 seasons?
That's right.
'Cause 10 seasons would be 2016. 10 years would be 2015.
He did this with my wife.
I want to make sure.
This is I have to say, this is a very good
2016.
Okay.
2016.
10 seasons.
2016.
Okay.
So how it'll work if you're new here to high low? I'll request or I'll ask Bobby, Sean, RJ for a high pitch, low pitch clip. They'll give me an answer. I'll play it for you, and if they get it right based on the audio, they get 3 points. They get it wrong, that's okay. We give them a clue number 1 for 2 points. If they get it wrong again, we'll give them another clue for 1 point. If they get that right, if they don't get it right, then they'll probably throw something or yell something bad.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Me.
Yep. All right, Bobby Belt, lead us off. High pitch, low pitch.
Which way will I go? Hi, Gene.
Hi, Gene.
I'm not putting the ball in play hard enough multiple times, so I've put some hard balls in play, but that show no results. But not through the 4 or 5 at bats.
You know it already.
RJ's going to win this.
I mean, that sounded like Beavis or Butthead. One of them is who it sounded like. I'm going to say Chad Curtis.
I don't believe Chad Curtis was on the team.
I think that's when he started his jail sentence, was 2016.
Bobby, clue number 1 for 2 points. Switching leagues and switching names still hasn't led to a ring.
Switching leagues. Cody Bellinger?
No, absolutely not.
RJ knows it. Clue number 2 for 1 point. His former name was so common, he shared it with 2 former pitchers.
That's a really good clue, but I'm surprised you knew that.
I'm totally blanking. I have no idea.
Really?
No clue.
Nice.
Wow. Buzz him.
0 points.
Stanton.
Carlo,
damn
Mike
it.
Stanton. Switching leagues, switching names.
I didn't know he sounded like Butthead.
Yeah.
You should have picked the
great eyebrows. He has really good eyebrows.
RJ, did you even write down names for this? Okay, that shows how confident he's going to be insufferable during this.
No,
he's already started off with so much arrogance here with it. It's going to be bad.
Sean, you're next.
Let's go high.
I think the greatest favor that, obviously that Eric did trade me out of Tampa was get me on a team that had a need for a player. Texas did such a good job of keeping my name in the lineup.
Nate Lowe.
Wow, well done.
Unbelievable.
Well
3
done.
points. Woo, at the
Well
buzzer.
done.
At the buzzer.
I can't believe Peyton actually put his disliked player in high-low.
That was clue number 1. I hate this player.
Is it the heart pounding that you get during this game?
I'm
Just so
nauseous
amazing.
because you in the first 2 seconds go, oh, I know that. Oh,
yeah,
I know that.
Yeah, that is going to give me someone that I have no idea who it is.
Yeah, because I knew that one instantly.
Yeah, you did. Let's do high. Everybody else is high.
I've made some lifelong friends in that clubhouse and some guys that, I've been talking to for a long time. But, when it came down to it, I wanted to win.
You know it, Bob?
I think so.
Because you're doing your choppy face, but I don't think you know it.
I think I do.
I don't know that I know it.
Well, let me have the
Jazz
lead.
Chisholm.
Let me have the lead for once.
Yes.
Okay, not Jazz.
Clue number 1, RJ, for 2 points. Sometimes you would see him on the mound or see him swinging for the fences.
See him on the mound or swinging for the fences. Mad Bum.
Did he play for the Rangers?
No, he didn't. I'm just throwing names out there. I don't want to give any clues.
Did Spittle help you with these clues?
He did not. No, I did not go to the Spittle.
All right, nice job.
I think I
so
did well
far.
last time, so I think I'm going to do well.
Not
this
with
time.
me.
Clue number 2, RJ, for 1 point. He brewed up something nice before heading to the Big Apple.
Did you know it now, Bobby, or the
No, I
previous?
knew it at the very first one.
Brewed up something nice before Devin Williams.
Who is it, Bobby?
Prince Fielder.
No.
Yes.
CC Sabathia.
Same thing.
Yeah,
See him on the mound.
Went to New
Now,
York,
here's the thing.
dumbass.
Here's the thing.
I knew it. God,
No,
babe, why'd you give me that? Why'd you give me that?
He gets a ton of credit for when he just made a guess, Choppy. Then Peyton said no, he didn't play for the Rangers. So I was certain it was a Rangers player, not a Yankees. But
See him
he
on
was
the
wrong.
mound. See him on swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
CC. Brewed up. Brewers.
No, I got the brewed up part.
Yeah. Nice job, Pepe.
See, I didn't see.
Let's go back to one of the losers here.
Yes.
Let's go low pitch so I can blame it on that when I don't get it.
Low pitch for 3 points.
Yeah, he's pitching good right now. He got the ball down, and that's good for us. We help him too, and let's do it a couple times.
Adrian Beltre.
Incorrect.
You're gonna get one right. You were at the Ranger game last night, for God's sake.
I was making moves. Thank you.
For 2 points. Clue number 1, Bobby. Naysayers criticize this player despite him being a hero for the fans.
Oh.
Adolis Garcia. No clue.
Incorrect. But it's okay. You get one more clue here, Bobby.
Yeah.
An entire country hates this man, but Rangers fans will always appreciate him.
It's a good clue.
An entire country hates him? Do you know it?
Well, I'm not even trying to think. I'm just looking at your face.
John Wetland.
No, it's Rugi, right?
Naysayers, the horses, nay, you know. That's
well,
nay.
Peyton. Wow, he's stretching with some of
back.
these. But I like it. I like it, buddy.
I've taken notes.
So
It's
like
not
it.
how you spell nay, but okay.
I spelt it right in my clues, so.
Can I end this if I get this?
No, there's 3 rounds, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Right.
Choppy. If Choppy gets a 0 on the next one, you win.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
eliminate me.
Let's go low.
Low for 3 points.
I mean, we have the ability to suffocate the opposing pitcher on any given night. And when we have quality bats 1 through 9, I know that's a lot of pressure you put on the other team.
You guys know it?
Nope.
Rowdy Tellez. Briscoe Sando.
Clue number 1 here, Sean, for 2 points. Even after being demoted, he stays positive with his guns up.
Oh, God. I don't know what Texas is.
Oh.
Is it a reliever or a hitter? Devin Williams? He's still pitching because he sucked last night.
Clue number 2, Sean, for 1 point. He's still somewhat young, but the injuries pile up quick.
You know what, Chop?
Yeah. Now I do.
Bobby?
Yeah, I did after the
Yeah, I knew it after the first clue.
The first clue.
Young, but the injuries pile up quick. Evan Carter?
It's so funny because we keep
You got half of it.
we keep saying the answer.
Yeah. Josh
Young,
Young.
but injuries. It's Josh Young.
Texas Tech.
It's
Yeah,
just
that's,
like
that's real funny.
no, it is funny. We
That's
keep
hilarious.
saying we keep
It is
repeating
funny.
the clue, the part of the clue that's the answer.
It is fun.
Oh, God, this is where I lose. This is where Choppy pulls
All
one
right,
out of his
RJ.
rear end to tie.
All right, here we go. Pull out of the rear end. Let's go low, Gene, low.
This last week at home, being at Yankee Stadium and driving to the ballpark every day, it's definitely sunk in, and it's been pretty special from a personal standpoint, and just trying to enjoy it.
This is a patented Choppy 3. I know it's coming.
Harrison Bader.
I would have jumped out this window. I don't even know who
Clue
that
number
is.
1, RJ, for 2 points. He might have won a World Series outside of Texas, but trading him got the Rangers into the World Series.
Say that again?
Dude.
He might have won a World Series outside of Texas, but trading him got the Rangers into the World Series.
Trading him got the who'd they trade? Who'd they trade?
Time.
Time.
Dylan Tate.
Clue number 2 for 1 point. He left his mark with both the Rangers and Yankees during his career.
Oh,
that the first clue too, basically?
Well, there's a bigger clue in there, but
You got to get
Is it Joey Gallo?
left his mark.
Teixeira.
Oh, Teixeira.
All right, still alive,
All right,
baby.
Bob, let's go.
Wow.
All right, hit me, Peyton. Hi.
Hi.
I don't really look at the expectations. I kind of just go out and play my game, and whatever happens. Expectations are kind of assume you're gonna do, and so far I've been happy with what I've done.
If he misses this, I should win.
You got to get 1 point. Yeah, all you need is 1 point.
Well, why? I would have 3, and then if he misses, he can only get 2.
Yeah, I can still tie you. But yes, you need 1 point.
I don't know. Ian Desmond.
Good guess.
All right, Bobby's out, I believe.
I still get to guess, though.
Clue number 1.
Thurman
Bobby.
Munson.
I think he died.
Hitting was a struggle late in his career, so he tried to succeed from the mound.
Joey Gallo.
Okay, nice.
All right, let me end this thing by going high.
Yeah, we haven't been playing that well on defense. We got a lot of things we got to clean up, and that's one of the things we got to clean up. So, kind of going into this off day, we just got to refocus and just tighten up a little bit on defense.
Seager? Clue me.
Clue number 1, Sean, for 2 points. His poor performances in the postseason shouldn't have him judged because of how good he is overall.
Aaron Judge.
Well,
Peyton Russell.
every single clue has the answer in it.
Well done. Winner. Great clues, though. They were fantastic clues, and Bobby is upset because he got 0 points.
High-low Wednesday wheel spin on the home of the Rangers. Please let Bobby have a commercial next. Please let Bobby have a commercial next.
It's me.
He doesn't have any commercials.
This is
No, all of mine are recorded. I just get to relax.
how big of a difference would it be going from Dak Prescott to Joe Milton? Vegas has the answer next. And below
The belts.
on the
new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is Dak that good or Joe Milton that bad? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautololeasing.com. We'll get to the odds makers, the Vegas perspective on the drop-off from starter to backup, and how much of a drop it would be if the Cowboys were to go to Joe Milton in a pinch. But before we do that, there has been a lot of discussion still surrounding the Micah Parsons contract situation and his continued hold-in, as they call it, where he is showing up at practice in his jersey, but he's not really doing anything. He's just participating to avoid a fine. Jerry Jones talked yesterday with the media, and he was asked if he's confident that Micah is going to be on the field Week 1 versus the Philadelphia Eagles.
I stay, Archer.
Okay, any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to, a big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urging.
That's new to me. In general, in terms of Jerry's approach, Jerry generally would say, we're going to get it done. And even when the trade request first came in from Micah, he would say, this is just all part of negotiating. I don't consider this anything.
Yep.
Now, what you could say also is Jerry may just be speaking to, well, he's saying it's up to Micah to report because we got to get him in game shape. So I don't know if he'll be ready to go for Week 1. But either way, I thought that quote right there was the first indication from Jerry that maybe this isn't just an easy fix or a deadlines makes deals situation. This might be a more significant issue. Now, I had...
Does the fan base turn a little bit on Micah if he misses Game 1?
No, I think anybody who's on Micah's side generally is going to stay there.
Okay.
And I think anybody who's on the front office's side right now is going to stay there. It may just widen them a little.
Because Game 1, now you're messing with my standings.
Yeah.
Now you're messing with my mood.
That's early.
And you're under contract.
Yep.
And we need you out there against Philadelphia. We need that big sack like Jalen Carter would put up in the fourth quarter. I was just wondering, like, when the game starts, if I start getting mad if we're 0-2.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know, Bobby. I think that, yes, there will be a fair amount of...
I mean, it's 85-15 right now, or 90-10. Micah.
Right. I do think that if it does get to Game 1 and he doesn't play Game 1, I think it comes back to the 70%.
Is him showing up at practice to not lose $50K a day already the answer that there's no possible way he misses a game?
No, I don't think so. Because, I mean, he could very easily just continue the back issue. Like we were talking about Joel Corey earlier, like how they had done with Jalen Ramsey.
Okay.
He could very easily just keep that up and say, I'm here. I've reported. I can't play. Like, you can't just withhold my game check because I'm hurt.
Can the league, has anyone ever gotten an independent examiner? You'd have it for concussions, and now no more smelling salts. No, we need an independent NFL doctor to evaluate your back. They try to find you in the NBA for load management. It's like, how can you tell me how hurt I am? You know?
Well, isn't the back like the vaguest one? You could say, like, oh man, there's so many muscles back there. You don't know how much it hurts. It's all connected. Like, anything could be causing my back to hurt.
My rib slipped, man. It's just I got a knot right over the rib, and it's pinching a nerve together. I can't breathe.
Yeah, the only thing that you could probably do that would be, you just couldn't keep it going for months, I would assume, is like if Mike was like, I got a migraine. Like, well, how are you going to tell me he doesn't have a migraine? You don't know.
And his name is Jerry.
Yeah. His head hurts. What do you want him to say?
Scottie Pippen.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I reached out yesterday to David Mulugeta, his agent, Micah's agent, because I was curious about the timeline we've gotten where it feels like the messaging so far has been that Micah didn't want to get a deal done last year and that he just wanted to play things out, let some other deals fall into place. And he referenced in his
because the
Twitter
Cowboys
post,
are like, yeah, we were down to talk last year. We could have gotten this done in the 30s. Mm-hmm. They wanted to wait. That's the Cowboys stance.
So I had asked him specifically about that question, and I was just like, hey, what's the timeline exactly for y'all's perspective? How do you lay this out there? So I was told they spoke with the Cowboys at the Combine in Indy in 2024. So this would have been after the 23 season, after the Green Bay loss, a few weeks after that. And they told them they were ready to do work on a deal. and Dallas said that they wanted to hold off on a negotiation until they could get things more situated with some of their big priorities like Dak. And they were cool with that. They understood it, said, sure, we'll just wait on our phone call. Just want to let you know we're open for business. They didn't get the deal done with Dak until, 4 hours before kickoff against the Browns?
Yeah.
And so after that, the season had started. Micah just wasn't going to negotiate during the season. He wanted to focus on the year. And that's what Mike had said on his Edge podcast. So that was the timing that was off when we were trying to figure out, well, Micah just said he's not worried about the deal. It's because the season had started. So he was reacting to after week 1, he wasn't going to negotiate into deal. And then this past March, when we were in Indianapolis for the Combine, they again met with them there and communicated, we want to get something done. And so this is twice, at least in the last 18 months, that their side, David Mulligata, is saying, we have told them we want to do something.
And he told you this on the record.
Yeah, he said we've told them we want to do a deal. We do not want to, it's not like we're just going to wait here. We're open to do a deal the last 18 monmonths.
I'm going to toot your horn here for a second, Bob.
Oh, thank you.
Because I take up the other 99% with insults and shots. Why does Mulligata take your call or talk to you? Everyone wants to talk to him. We've invited him to come on the show. He was just named by Forbes as the #1 agent. He's regarded as the best in the game right now. I haven't seen any other Mulligata quotes out there. He let you put this on the record. So why is David Mulligata talking to Bobby Belt?
I had met David probably 8 years ago, I think it was. And I mean, I've along the way, during the draft process, whenever there's one of his players come through, I got to chat with him a couple different times there. I would tell him about, hey, I was hearing some of this stuff within the course of the draft. Like, this might happen. This might be where some positioning is. And so I think he's appreciated the friendship that exists there. And so it's in large part, I think, more just even less because of a professional thing. It's just a personal thing where we've gotten along and developed a bit of a relationship.
So should I surmise, based off their viewpoint, that because Dak and Lamb dragged out for so long, that caused the Micah clock to run out if they don't want to negotiate in season?
For 24, yeah. So that year, they said they needed to take care of their priorities. The biggest priority was Dak. They didn't get it done till the season started, and then it's like, okay, well, the season started. We're not negotiating in the season. Like he just wants to focus on playing and making sure he's doing everything he can on the football field, which is, I get. Like, there's a lot of guys. That was Dak's position.
Yeah,
Dak had told them, as soon as the season starts, I'm done. We're not negotiating this anymore.
That's always a weird thing. Like, just why not negotiate?
I'm wondering that too. I'm like, all right, is it really going to mess up your game that much? Or I would probably just tell my agent, these are the terms I want you to get and that we need to get. You need to get. Right. You work on that, but inevitably he's going to call me back and say, here's their counter. You are going to go back and forth, but
guess you can't say. You can't say a contract negotiation during the season is a distraction. My podcast isn't. That's what you can't say. And I don't think the podcast is a distraction. I don't think the podcast is a distraction. I don't even think Micah doing a podcast is on a 1 to 100 scale of it's not even a 1 of a distraction. It's 0. It's a 0. And I don't think that you could say that a contract discussion is a distraction, but a podcast isn't.
Do you still do your BetMGM stuff?
Do I still do my BetMGM stuff? Yeah.
Okay, is your BetMGM stuff more of a distraction than when your contract's running out and you're trying to figure out if you're going to live in Dallas or somewhere else?
Huh?
Is your contract a bigger deal than your BetMGM show for you?
I don't know. I don't understand what you're saying.
When your contract is coming up, would you say that you are more preoccupied with the thought of where am I going to live, where am I going to work, than whatever side work you do with BetMGM?
It's not for Chow because he just re-ups. He signs the paper.
Well, that's that. But honestly, what you're looking at from Micah's perspective.
I'm not moving either way. If they fire me, I'm not moving to go to the market.
Micah has to go to another market if he's not going to be here. So a lot of players for them.
And there's a lot of guys who do it.
And there's so much attention to detail during the week with prep. They don't want to be distracted by, if they say continued negotiations, they may or may not get it done. If they say stop, they know the answer and they can just focus.
Right, but I'm saying is that's the agent doesn't negotiate. He just comes to you with, hey, I like this. I like these terms.
but it's on their mind of like there's something that could be going. Like I don't know if this is getting done or not. Not the act of negotiation. That's not the process. It is the cloud hanging over.
What's the other thing you got yesterday calling around?
And that was what I talked about with David. I talked to some other people around the Cowboys, a couple other people around the league. I think the building sense is everybody agrees that that's a legitimate trade request. Not that it can't be repaired, but that's not just it's bigger than a Myles Garrett one, where Myles Garrett just get it done. I'm putting this request out there, get it done. I don't think it's as...
How do you judge that? How do you judge who's telling the truth?
Yesterday, it was pretty unanimous hearing from people that they all thought that this was real. So the fact that you kind of hear from different perspectives and different sides, like this feels more serious than it was on Friday, or than we took it on Friday when it first came out, that generally indicates to me like, okay, everybody's getting a sense of the same sort of climate around it. But I do think it's a serious request. I don't think it's one that they can't repair, though. All right, really quickly, Yahoo Sports had coverage. They got odds makers. They'd reached out to Vegas odds makers and said, give us the point spread difference between a starting quarterback in the NFL and then who their backup is. And so the number one drop from starter to backup is...
Pat Mahomes.
Yeah.
No.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen to Mitch Trubisky, a former top 3 pick. That is 6.98 points against the spread difference. Then you got Patrick Mahomes, who's just behind that at 6.94. Lamar Jackson to Cooper Rush, 6.65.
Hey.
Well, I mean,
I already disagree with this whole thing. There's no way that Trubisky can be worse than some of these other backups. Now, it speaks to the greatness of
Allen.
Josh.
Yeah, it's the top.
But Cooper Rush, 8 wins around here.
Now, Dak Prescott does come in 7th. The drop from Dak Prescott to Joe Milton is 5.1 points against the spread, which is only behind Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen. Does that say more about Joe Milton, Chop? Knowing how you know Vegas, is that more about Joe Milton, or is that more about Dak, or is it some combination?
It's a combination because, I honestly, in this one, I think it's Milton because last year the Dak to Cooper Rush was like 4 to 4 and change.
And Milton yesterday started off the scrimmage against the Rams very well, hit Jalen Brooks with a bomb, but had a little hand injury that caused him to sit out the rest of the scrimmage. We'll talk to Nick Eatman about it here in a second.
Now, the one that was the headline for odds makers, I guess, was the drop 20th in the league. Aaron Rodgers to Mason Rudolph is 3.5 points. And I guess odds makers are saying, like, he's fallen off a cliff for us in terms of, like, value in Vegas. Now, the worst drop off, 2 people are an under 1 point spread difference. Anthony Richardson to Daniel Jones in Indianapolis. And then the lowest in the league at 0.69. Nice. New Orleans Saints, Tyler Shuck to Spencer Rattler.
What website is this?
Yahoo has the rankings up. They got him from, I don't know Ben Fox is who they got him from.
Below, B-Belt, Hump Day edition with our Cowboys insider, the only one that I've seen recently talk to Micah's agent, David Mulugeta. Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach at 9:20, but Nick Eatman on Rams versus Cowboys on the field yesterday in Oxnard. Eatman joins us from Cali after this.
A lady.
Pepper lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a hump day. Trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby, Roberto Belt, Brett Boone. I wonder how many hours he slept after the amazing Rowdy Tellez moment last night, winning against the Yankees. Choppy and Bobby were there, so the Rangers hitting coach will join us coming up in 20 minutes. Crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. Back out to Oxnard, California. Kind enough to change up the schedule a little bit because of Booney. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Nick, what jumped out from the scrimmage yesterday against the Rams?
Well, I mean, they need Micah Parsons. I know that. I mean, they, when I look at how things are going on defense and see what the Rams did, and they didn't even have, Matthew Stafford, but you see it and you're like, wow, the corners are getting beat or the linebackers aren't doing this. I just think that's how important this guy is. He changes everything. That was a big storyline after practice. Of course, Jerry talking again a couple of times to a lot of reporters. But, that what stood out to me is it's just so tough to evaluate this defense because this is not what the defense is going to be. The cornerbacks, they need help. There's no doubt about it. That was a really good receiving duo that they went up against. But at the same time, I think there's this whole glass half full, glass half empty. The Cowboys wide receivers were working as well over there. They had a lot of really good plays too. So it was fun to see another team. It's still difficult to get a good read on a lot of things.
More concerning, you have to answer it today, because the Cowboys line of scrimmage, Brian Schottenheimer has made it a major emphasis. We've seen why over the years. Cowboys running the football or stopping the run?
Ask me again, what's a bigger priority? Is that what you're saying? Or bigger concern? Bigger concern for me would be stopping the run. Even though that I think we've seen them stop the run better than maybe they've run the ball, I still think, kind of to my point about we'll see what happens when the pads come on and all that. I think they can figure it out how to kind of have success without running it all the time. I think they're going to run it and they're going to be a little bit better. But if they cannot stop the run, then there's just no way that this team's going to be successful. So because Micah Parsons then can't do his thing, there's not going to be a lot of third and longs. There's not going to be a lot of pass rushing situations if you can't do that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is the jury's out on both, but I have more concern because I think it's a bigger deal if they can't stop the run.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us on Sean and RJ D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's look at the latest depth chart. Tell me what to make, if anything, of Javonte Williams, RB1, and Schoonmaker, tight end 2.
Yeah, I think I'm not really surprised by that one. Schoonmaker, I mean, that's he was drafted to be that right now, behind Ferguson. Javonte Williams, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the way they've been practicing. Miles Sanders is also banged up. The thing that's impressed me a little bit about Williams is just how quick and elusive he looks to be. I mean, he's kind of like, he's the bigger one. He's the battering ram type back, but I've seen some screens from him. I've seen some moments where I like him kind of in space. Again, running backs, we say it 100 times, they score every play at practice. So whether they're a 1 yard loss or a 50-yard run. So obviously Williams, though, he's 2 years removed from the knee injury. I just think, this is his best opportunity to show what he can do. And, I'm anxious to see that for him. We probably won't see it in the preseason, maybe for a few snaps, but I would imagine you're not going to really see anything until the first game.
How much do depth charts actually matter 4 weeks before the game?
I think it just lets you know the way they're thinking. Like this is the way we think it's going to be. You know, I mean, like you guys know, you've seen it. Like one wide receiver that we're not even talking about can make a one-handed diving catch for a touchdown against the Rams. The next thing you know, how does he make the team? I mean, it could be a guy like Josh Kelly or somebody like that. You know, Terrence Copper could make a big play, and it's like
Trajan Holden, Nick.
Jalen Cropper. Terrence Copper, that was about 20 years ago. Jalen Cropper could make a huge play, and you know, I mean, so I just don't know if it matters that much.
But Nick has going back to tight end. You said you weren't surprised. We didn't notice or say anything about Schoonmaker while we were out there. Has he definitely been tight end too, or even with Spanford, or is it like that because Spanford's hurt?
That's a big part. I mean, Spanford, I think, was coming like a freight train right there to be that number 2 spot, and he still might be. But Schoonmaker has had a pretty good, off season. You asked the coaches. I know Linda Wells was talking about him, just the fact that he's on the grass, he's on the field. He's been hurt so many times in the off season that this has been a really good year for him. He's making a lot of progress. So I don't think that's a surprise at all that he's in that spot. I think Spanford was going to make it interesting as he kept practicing and pushing, because he's probably a better blocker. So that's how that number 2 spot's going to really get you on the field. So I don't think it's done by any means. But I thought Schoonmaker was kind of pushing Ferguson as well, even before the contract. So I think they have a good problem to have at tight end.
Who's QB2?
Well, Milton is, and he got banged up a little bit with his thumb, but I think he's the guy. He's going to continue to get better. The preseason games, to me, it's just a lot like Trey Lance. Like, I really want to see him in the games. He's going to get a lot of opportunities. I want to see him make the throws. I mean, like, he's going to take off and run. We know that. But I think standing in there and making throws on the run, making throws in tight windows, that's going to be the key. I mean, if it's not him, then it'll be someone that they bring in, I believe. But I think Joe Milton is going to be the backup.
Nick, on that front, on the backup quarterback, is it a case where if they lost Dak for an entire season, it's kind of shot, maybe it's Milton. But if they need like a game in December where Dak's out, they might go in a different direction?
I think it would. I don't know. Maybe it's too early in the morning. I would think. I would say it would be the other way around. If it's a game or two, I'm thinking you stick with what you have and you see if Milton can do it. If it's a long term, I would say that's where you could look at another quarterback. Is that what you're asking? Or
no, I would think, because my thought process behind that would be, if you lost Dak, it's like the Tom Moore line. We don't practice effed with Peyton Manning out. Like, if your starting quarterback goes down, it's like, all right, let's see if Milton can work some magic here. Whereas they view Greer or someone similar as, that's the Band-Aid. That's the Cooper Rush type of start that we tailor a game plan and we get through this game and try to win it until Dak's back in a week.
Yeah, I would think, though, it would be like, these quarterbacks, I think, can figure it out for a week or two, 2 or 3 games. If you did think it was going to be a long-term situation, then maybe there is a better option out there. That's what I would think. But right now, they're not trying to think about Dak being hurt for a long term. But you have to do that, because it happens, and it's happened with him. But I think the focus right now is to try to give Milton as many reps as possible. That thumb injury that he happened to hit a helmet. They think he's going to be okay. And probably okay to play in this game coming up. It was just really precautionary.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us. What did you make yesterday of Jerry admitting that he's not totally confident that Micah will be on the field week 1?
Yeah, that was it. I knew that would be a big storyline, and he was saying, I was standing there where he was saying, how would I know that? Why would I be confident? How would I know that? I haven't talked to him. There's an easy response there of, well, why not? Why aren't we doing that? But yeah, I mean, this is the more negotiation. I'm starting to get a little bit more positive vibes on this. I still feel like I said it the other day. I don't know who I say it to, but I say it some on the air and talking to people just in passing. I still think it's going to be a couple of weeks. I think it'll happen. Maybe not while we're out here, but maybe really close when they get back. I just feel like it's going to happen for both sides. I think need this thing to happen sooner than later.
Do you take the Micah trade request any more seriously today than you did last Friday, for instance, as a negotiating tactic, or as like a real, no, this needs to get corrected or we went out?
I think it was Sean Sharif that said it best that I keep thinking back on. We were in the tent last week talking about, like, he's out here. Like, how serious is this stance really going to be? He's still wearing number 11.
Yeah.
Like, I see the jersey. I see him in walkthroughs wearing it. I'm not saying it's not serious. His unhappiness is serious. Okay, like, for him to do that, the frustration, that's serious. The trade request, you can request all you want. That doesn't really matter. I can request, to get a raise. I mean, that doesn't matter. I'm still going to be here. You know what I mean? I'm still going to be here. So I think there's a problem, and I think, but it's not like you can't come back from this. And I guess I feel better about it than I did when it first happened. I'm like, whoa, I don't know if they can come back from this. Yeah, they can. They will. And it's not, not that big a deal.
So if he's not on the field, though, week one, and Sean brought this up, does Micah lose the high ground, or does it just kind of strengthen each person's side with the fan base?
I think Micah loses that paycheck, and that's why I don't think that's happening. That's the main reason why I don't see this scenario. If Micah's not willing to lose the money and get fined every day out of here, I don't think he's going to lose a paycheck. I really don't.
I got a new question for you, Nick, and you don't have to answer it because I don't want you getting in trouble in the locker room or anything. But
love these.
I'm going to create the malcontent meter, right? Like, you covered T.O., you've been around drama and no drama. If Micah, let's just say he doesn't get a deal done and he plays, but the strategy is we're going to be a pain in the ass. How capable do you think Micah is? Like, on the malcontent meter, where do you think he would fall on being a distraction and this being a problem within the Cowboys season? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think that it goes against what he wants to do. He's still going to – the difference between some of these other players is, especially just the time that we're in, is just how much of a voice and a platform he has. And so he will continue to talk. I don't know if that's a great thing, but that's what he does anyways. I mean, he gets
he's got a platform
across. No, he's going to do it.
Because I know Dak. If Dak has no deal done, I'm not worried about Dak Prescott in season as a team, detraction or a cancer or a locker room issue. I don't know about Micah.
Right, but the thing about it is that when a deal isn't done, you're talking to somebody that's in-house media, and we do things, social media, digital media. We do things with him, with the star players. When a deal isn't done, you don't expect those things to happen as usual, and Dak included. Like that, you do what you do, but some of these guys, they don't go out of their way. And so from that standpoint, that will definitely happen. Like, don't expect anything different as far as some of the interviews and stuff. That he's not going to get fined, but he's going to do the bare minimum. As far as being a distraction, I mean, I think it's no different than what is happening right now. I mean, is this a distraction? Yeah, maybe. I don't think it's going to be that big. He's still going to have to play. He's still going to practice. He's still going to play. And like I said, I just believe this deal is going to get done in the next couple of weeks. I think that's going to happen.
Thank you for waking up and changing the schedule a little bit back to normal on Friday, brother. Appreciate you.
Especially after I broke my 9-year streak of Rudder Room last night.
Oh, no. As soon as we're gone.
Those otters are serious. I don't know what's going on over there, but they're serious.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's celebrate and party like Nick did with Brett Boone after last night. We'll do it next on 105.3 The Fan.
doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the set. The payoff pitch. Swung on and looped to center. It's a base hit. One run is home. Peterson heading for the plate. Here comes the throw. It's cut off, and it's 2-0 Rangers as Rowdy Tellez delivers.
Epic moment. Brisket Sandos for everyone. I had a hard time going to sleep. I think this guy did as well because he was on Twitter retweeting the show tease, and I don't think he's changed his outfit, judging by the T-shirt this morning. Our boy, Rangers hitting coach Brent Boone on 105.3 The Fan. How freaking awesome was that last night?
That was a good win, well, and any win, believe me, I'm learning. Any win is a good one. It doesn't matter. Good, bad, ugly, indifferent. But especially Yankees coming to town, coming off we started the second half, obviously on fire, and we go 8-1, and then, kind of had a little bit of a rough road trip going 2-5, losing a couple tough ones in Seattle. But to start off the homestand with 2 wins against Yankees, good, and it's good to see some good signs. Some guys, you had Rowdy here at the top getting the big hit last night. It seemed like we threatened all night and just couldn't break through. We finally did. Jock Peterson, who he's had a rough time, and he's had so much success in the past, and a lot of hope coming into this situation. To see him starting to contribute with the big home run 2 nights ago, and then last night on base, every time he came up, scoring that second run on Rowdy's hit, it's really good to see that. And, we're coming together offensively. Even what can you say about Nate and what he's done? He's given up a run in like 6 weeks. So it's kind of a pleasure to watch him pitch. So, like I said, 10-0's great. 2-0's great. I'll take them. Win's a win, but a great one last night.
Brett, take us through the Rowdy at bat. 10 pitches, got banged up, had to be looked at with the right hand, it looked like. And when as a hitter, when an at bat gets extended, how many pitches in, how many foul offs are you like, I have the advantage here?
It seems like the longer you go, the advantage goes to you. And I'm just sitting there thinking, all right, he knows what he's coming. He's going to, throw him that changeup that he's famous for, or he's going to try to elevate his eyes with a fastball. And Rowdy fouled back a bunch. And I just thought, if he throws you the high heater, Rowdy, lay off it, take that ball 4. But he Rowdy's a veteran. He's been in that box a lot of times in those situations. He had the right idea. He was just trying to touch that changeup. He ended up getting just enough of it to get that big base hit. So I was happy for him. Like I said, there's throughout my tenure here, there's been so many guys that have contributed to see a Rowdy Tellez who was with the Mariners to start the season and went to AAA and back up here. He's been having great at bats. I mean, he's had very sparse playing time, but the at-bats that he's had, they've been solid. So it was great to see that. And Jock, goes without saying. It's been a long haul for him this year, and to see him contributing and hopefully getting back to the Jock Peterson that we've seen. He's had a ton of success in this game. He's been on some world championship teams, and to see him get back into it last night and be a big part of these last 2 games is really encouraging for us going forward. You get a Jock Peterson that we're used to seeing in that DH role down the stretch, man, he's going to make this offense even more potent.
One more thing on Rowdy. In any at bat like that, are you always protecting fastball? Are you always kind of sitting fastball?
Well, it depends who you are. It's at this level, it's very individualistic. I was the complete opposite. I'd get into a 2-strike count, and I'm sitting on your slowest pitch, and you're not going to be able to lock me up or strike me out. And I'm going to try to flick at that fastball. I don't think that's the norm. I think most guys are kind of in between, and you're just kind of in battle mode, and it's individual, and it comes with experience in the game. Rowdy's been around a while now. He's been in these big situations before, and he has a way to go about it. From the way he was I watched him in the box last night. Yeah, you can tell he's been there, done that before in a tough at bat against a guy who's got one of the best changeups in baseball. I know he's had his ups and downs this year, but he's still a guy that has one of the best changeups in baseball. So you can see Rowdy shortening up a little bit, shorten his stride a little bit, and he's trying to fight off that heater. And the Bugs Bunny changeup, the one that's going to get you out front, and a swing and a miss. He was defending against that, and he did a great job. I mean, that's like I said, as the at bat builds, usually that's advantage hitter, especially a veteran hitter. Usually goes to him.
Brett, when you guys are in a game like that, where you guys are, you're kind of scattering some base hits, and Nathan Eovaldi is giving you such a dominant performance on the mound. Do you guys, as a lineup, start feeling that pressure of just like, man, we can't lose this performance? Like he's done so much for us here, we got to come through in a big moment.
Absolutely, and especially my playing days. Of course, that starts to build, and that's just the human side of it, where you start to say, man, our guys keeping us in this game so well, we got to break through for them. Sometimes that's a detriment. You put too much pressure. It's like I've had seasons where certain starters go out and it seems like you just don't give them run support. And other guys, you give them 7-8 every time he takes them out. After a while, it starts to be a mental thing. When so-and-so's pitching tonight, we haven't been scoring for him, so we really got to score. And it's kind of the opposite, I think, take you need to go into the game with, because that just adds to the pressure. Yeah, definitely as a player, you're thinking that way. But at the same time, you look at a Will Warren across the way, man, he's doing the same thing for his team. He's keeping them in there. So it was two great pitching performances last night. We've kind of become accustomed to Nate and how he's been throwing the ball this year. I think he's got the best ERA in baseball. But Will Warren kind of pitched. He pitched really well on the other side. So, both clubs in that situation, whether you win or you lose, saying, man, it's a shame when a pitcher gives you a performance like that. That was definitely a pitcher's battle. If you like those, that was your cup of tea last night.
Brett Boone, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by.
What's a really good indication if you're Jock that you're out of the slump? Is it seeing the ball better? Is it, taking close pitches? Is it, squaring them up? What's a good indicator that you're out of the slump?
Well, I think, the longer you go and nobody's really an exception to this rule. You play a long time and you have some, you're going to go through your lumps in this game. You're going to get some humble pie. We all do. Well, we all 99.9% of us do. But no matter how much success you've had and trials and tribulations you've been through, we all doubt ourselves at some point in our career. I know I did, and got through it and got to the next level, and bam, now I'm back doing it again. But we all have to, and it's just that confident that big home run he hit the other night might have been all right. Finally, it kind of relieves that pressure, and now I can play, because he's coming to a new team, with a new contract, new guys that he hasn't played with. Of course, you want to get off to a great start and show everybody, hey, I'm worthy of you going out and signing me in the offseason. We're all human. We all have those feelings. As much as we try to, and I was guilty of this too. As much as we have that persona of confidence and we exude it, we're all vulnerable. This game is so humbling and it's so hard, especially hitting. It is so hard, and he wants to do so well to prove everybody he was worth you going out and get him. We're all the same. And that's all he's been going through. And then he had to break the hand, and he's out for 2 months, and now he comes back, and the expectations are still there, and you're fighting different things internally to get one big hit. Jock hasn't forgot how to hit. He still give you a professional at bat. But I think when he hit the big home run last night, he almost hit another one, hit a double, had some big walks in key situations. That's one thing that's a part of Jock Peterson's skill set, is the ability to walk, the ability to lay off tough pitches in big situations. He did that last night, and it's just a couple big hits, a couple things that go your way when things haven't been going your way, season long. That's one thing that can turn things around. And everybody here, it doesn't matter what you've done to this point. There's been a lot of talk. You still got to go up to the board and see your stats flashed in front of you every night. That's one thing we talked about when I played is, when you got off to a rough start and you're hitting 150, it's like we got to get off the interstate. Nobody likes seeing that when you come to the front. But whatever he does team wise from here on out, it doesn't matter what we've done up to this point. The fact that he's going to be a big role player down the stretch for this team is what matters. What he does from the next 7 weeks to get us, on that playoff push, that's what's going to be important. And the numbers to this point, they are what they are. Let's put those in the past and move forward. He's got the mentality and I think that the experience level where he has the ability to do that. And I see a good demeanor from him. And not that he hasn't been great. He's been great all season, before he was hurt, when he was scuffling, when he got hurt, through all that, he's still been the same Jock Peterson around here. Very jovial, big personality. And, I'd love to see that Jock that's won those World Series down the stretch for us. Because if so, we're going to be even, a tougher opponent than we already are.
Brett, we talk about highs and lows. How great was it to have your dad there last night, and how disappointing was it that RJ Choppy missed batting practice?
Unbelievable. Chop, we talked about it, and he tried to blame it on his kids. And at the end of the day, we're big boys. We got to own up. Now, he made it eventually. I got to see him and his wife, and the boys were out there. One football player, one baseball player. But, it was great seeing Dad. Dad, Mom and Dad flew in. They were out in Philadelphia doing the 1980 World Series reunion. He got to hang out with his guys from those days. And then I told Mom, I said, you might as well stop here on the way home with both your boys will be on the field at the same time. So those are special moments through the years. We've been able to share some pretty cool events, with Dad and Aaron and myself. And before Grandpa passed away, we had some pretty awesome moments there too. But anytime you get those guys on the field, Boach joined us out there before the game for a picture. And, Boach is like, well, Booney, I don't know, it's the family. And I said, Boach, come on, you're a legend. So get in there with us. These are memories that it just, when the game gets going and life gets going really fast, those are the moments I get to sit back and look and go, what a blessed life I've had, and the things that my family's got to do in this game that we take for granted because it's just been a part of our life. When you can slow things down, you appreciate the little things in life, and just having Dad being able to come out on the field at this part and share this moment, because it's not a big deal to us that Aaron's the skipper of the Yankees and I'm doing what I'm doing here in Texas and Dad's done what he's done in the game for all these years. It's really not a big deal to us because that's our life and that's what we do. But when you take a sober step back and look at it, wow, what a special life we've been able to live, and to get to see that last night, it kind of gives you a moment. Then get over the nostalgia, who cares, and get back to winning a game. But it's cool to have Mom and Dad here for this series.
Oh, it was great seeing you last night. Thank you again, much appreciated. Sorry I was a little bit late. I stand by what I said. It is the kid's fault.
By the way, for those of you listening out there, he made me come on to the field. I was with my troops in the cage. I had to make a special walk out on the field, go across the field, in front of the crowd to greet Mr. Choppy there. But no,
our audience believes it.
Oh yeah,
welcome to the Choppy experience.
You ain't exposing nothing.
Exactly. It's like, man, I thought the president was in the building, but that was just Choppy and his family. No, it was worth it. It was worth it.
Hey, congratulations! That was freaking awesome. Get another one today, and thank you again for the time.
You got it, guys.
Our boy, the great Brett Boone, brought to you by Granger, for the ones who get it done. Delivered where and when you need them. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Does the KNC Masterpiece also have staph infection? Crosstalk with the fellas after this. And this...
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
How did the KNC Masterpiece get the special escape from the studio to do their show from the Globe today to dodge the Gavin Dawson staph infection? Why couldn't we do? Why didn't they open up the Globe for us at 5 o'clock?
It may have been open at that early. I mean, you know, game 6 hours after that. I mean, it was probably open at 6 a.m.
When did you put in the request, Corey Majors? How did Spittle allow you guys to dodge the staff?
It was 3 weeks ago. I got an email that said I would be out here. So that's the best planning this station's ever had in our entire history, I think.
And we still
3 weeks
saw
early.
Gavin yesterday.
Yeah,
It's not like we were, Gavin free.
You were exposed.
We absolutely were.
Fred was sitting
and
right
Sean,
next
you
to
sit
him.
in the same. I mean, we all three sit in the same chair. So
Where are you on the fan cam?
same place I always am.
Fred does not carry a laptop, it appears.
No computer.
Wow, you doing radio like
It's old school, man.
like Chris Russo.
All right, we raw dog it over here.
Oh my!
So is that notebook you had? Is that
Yeah.
like all your show notes for the day or
Show
stats?
notes, scribbles, everything. Absolutely.
Do you write the run sheet down? I send you a run sheet.
Yeah.
And then you hand
I'll write
it.
I'll write it down as we go along.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you need to like pull up a stat, what are you doing? Is that quickly on the phone?
Just on the phone. I mean, I'll say this. One thing I've learned from these younger kids and my boy Blake Elliott, work smarter, not harder. Look, I'm on ChatGPT 4.0, man. I'm telling you right now, this thing is jump on the wave, boys, before we get left behind. That's all I got to say.
Man, Coop would show up to do his show, Cooperstein. He would take a piece of paper. He would write 3 things on top. It would be like, this subject, that, just one word.
That's it.
And that's it. And he had no papers.
But he's got a computer sports memory.
Yeah. Oh, it was just like the 1956 New York Giants. I don't know why I morphed into Mike Fisher there.
Yeah, I don't know. That was weird.
He would just rattle them off.
Fred, do you have that type of like sports memory bank?
Look, I can remember certain things, but yes, I have the ability to BS too. So, but look, we're all that. Look, we're of that age, gentlemen. Me, you, Corey, Chop, and Bobby, and because Bobby's still young though.
Yeah,
but
I'm young. Get it right.
Those of us in our 40s, because we had to talk.
We have experience,
right? I mean, and you can take and here's the thing too, and we saw it like last night, for instance. Okay, and like we're at the ball game. I didn't have my phone out while Aaron Judge was up. I don't care about some stupid memory, all right? I'm in there to watch the game as it's happening because guess what? I remembered it, so now I can talk about it today on the radio. So that's, we're old enough to remember when you had to watch things and not everything was viewed through the guise of your telephone.
I need you guys to settle something. This just popped in my head. That should have been brought up earlier. But Fred said something last night that...
Wait, were Corey and Fred in the suite?
No, Fred was. But Fred was also there with his son, who we met last night. His son was walking in with an Anthony Davis Mavericks jersey.
Oh,
and I was like, yeah, jersey. And I was like, oh, that's too Nico loyalist. You can't do it. And Fred goes, no. He's like, it's our last name. It's like, wait, what does that have to do with it? He's like, if a player has your last name, you got to buy the jersey. It's like, no, I think you can't buy the jersey if the player has your last name. I'm not buying a Brandon Belt jersry. I'm not doing it. That seems a little navel gazing.
Simpson.
Yeah,
gazing.
Caruth.
Yeah.
What was your name? Was Fred Caruth?
Oh, I'm definitely getting it. We might even go get a jail picture taken together. Who knows?
I think he's out now.
I mean, that's the whole thing of the OJ. Would you take a picture with OJ? Yeah,
absolutely. I would take a picture with. I tried to get him on the show. What are you talking about?
I think that's an interesting one. I think getting him on the show is less worse than getting the selfie.
Oh, look, God bless O.J. Simpson, R.I.P. But
no,
yes,
God bless him. No, rotten ale.
Hey, God forgives.
Look at Fred. Look at Fred. I just want to interview Fred every day.
He really is filling in for Hagelin today.
That's right. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we got a pretty stacked show today at 10:20. Rangers manager Bruce Bochy will hop on with us because the early game, so he's going a little early today. 10:40. Mike Bassick will be here for some baseball nuggets.
Whoa, really? You guys have that kind of budget?
Whenever we're able to get out of staff infection studio,
right.
We get to do
Mike
some
was the
things.
staff infection.
No, and then we got Mickey, Jared as well, but at 11:40, IndyCar racer Pato O'Ward will join us. He's throwing out the first pitch today, and he's here to talk about the Grand Prix that's going to be taking place out here in Arlington as well.
Nice.
So, a pretty stacked show today, and we get out of here early so we can get those brooms out.
I am missing Kevin today in particular because of this WWE news that's blasted all over television. Can anyone explain what's happening?
It's they're doing a merger with not a merger, but ESPN's going to be taking on a lot of their content. I haven't delved into it like the NFL stuff, but
this is why they threw the Hogan story up. They knew it was coming.
What do you mean?
ESPN threw the Hogan story up a couple weeks ago because they knew they were about to brand it with
because it's a sports website and he died.
Okay, so like when Sean Astin dies, are we going to be like ESPN's like top story Rudy?
You know what?
I bet you they don't.
I bet you they will. I bet you they will say actor star of Rudy dies. I
bet you it's
guarantee
nowhere to be found on the website.
You don't think that they have done an acting? Yes, they have.
I think Choppy's right.
Nope.
1,000%.
Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen.
Bet something on it. Put something on it.
It seems a little weird to bet on Sean Astin dying, but okay.
All right, well,
Sean Astin died?
No.
Well, but here's the thing. Does
I didn't
know
see
who
it on
Sean
ESPN,
Astin is
so I don't
outside
think
of
so.
Rudy fans? And let's not pretend like he's in the same even stratosphere as Hulk
He was
Hogan.
in Lord of the Rings, dude. Come on.
You're right. He's not in the same stratosphere.
Do you all think that Hulk Hogan deserved to be on the front page of ESPN.com, Corey, after the passing?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Not for long, but yeah, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
In your face, Bob. You had a problem.
I like your mirrored hat right now, by the way, Corey, because it looks like it just says sex on it.
Good. I mean, that's kind of that's
what he's here for.
I'm walking around feeling that way. Mike hates these hats, right? This was the hat last night, and so I'm definitely wearing this to.
Why does he hate them?
Because it's blue.
No, not blue. It's the he just didn't understand the concept of upside down, and he was like, "Hold on, you just turn it upside down." So then he was like, "I'm making a hat," and that's whenever he took the word Denver and mixed all the letters up, and he goes, "Denver Scramble." There you go. Now I can make a hat, and so that's just Mike, and so I'm obviously loving to give him a hard time. It's fun.
Did you guys see what I posted from Mike last night? You have to ask him about this.
Ooh, go ahead and remind me of this.
I saw that.
They did their little bat
Look
flip.
at you doing TikTok stuff too. I like that.
Yeah, I throw it up there. I try to get for my other advertisements.
There you go for the kids.
I'm not posting enough to get my advertising ones up, so I have to throw these on. But they were talking about Bassick in that little home run derby exhibition they had, the bat flip, and Sandler's like, no one can stroke it like Mike Bassick on the basketball court, and Mike. I mean, it was like he was back in this room.
Yeah.
He couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold his composure. He cracked. You can have Alec maybe grab it off social media, but Mike shared it then. I was like, he'll be above it. He's not going to acknowledge this.
He's not above it. He's not above anything.
He's sharing it on Instagram.
He looked like when Jared said that, he looked like a dog when you say the word walk. I just kind of like cocked his head like, what'd you say? Like he definitely acknowledged it with his expressions.
Yes.
Dude, last night during the game, I felt like it was more show because they seemed very casual with everything. And there was a moment where Dave said something about jugglers, famous jugglers, and Mike sat there and goes, "Do you even know a juggler?" And that just, I don't know why that cracked me up so much. And I was like, it was very good. It was very casual last night. I'm really impressed with how they've done.
I can juggle.
You can?
I can do 3. I can't do like more than 3, but I can do 3.
For how long?
Mark that
I mean, I
for
can
me.
keep it going. Like if I had 3 balls, I can do it.
Okay.
Well, I'll take that one as well.
We're gonna have to do that. Fred, what was it like watching a game with RJ Choppy and Bobby Bell? What were your morning show observations, if any?
Well, I mean, no different. I mean, Bob, I appreciate it. RJ was there with his 2 boys. I had my son. Bobby was there with his wife. It was just a nice, wholesome family event.
Bobby wasn't drinking. Choppy wasn't putting him down. No one was acting a fool.
No, everybody, look, it was a very business-like trip yesterday.
Very business-like.
Sounds boring.
I made a Peter Jennings joke.
He did, and I did not give it its proper due. But
right,
yes, it was funny.
I don't think you want me to say it on
No,
here. But I will say this: I will say we did find out Blake didn't know a word that rhymes with Ryman.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We also didn't know what castration meant either.
Like the hockey player, was it Hyman?
Yeah, Zach.
Yeah, Zach Hyman.
Zach Hyman.
No, timing. He didn't know what timing was. That's why he's always late.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Good joke there, Bob.
That was good. And all of you laying out, screw you.
Yeah, we're laying out on that one.
It's the KNC Masterpiece, followed by the Rangers, hopefully sweeping the Yankees, next on 105.3.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors, and I'm out here at the Globe today with Fred Davis. We got Ruben Portillo hanging out with us as well, and back in the studio, Alec Medford taking care of us, making sure that you can hear us today. And gentlemen, first off, welcome in.
Absolutely.
And welcome back out to the stadium. Fred, you're out here frequently, man. You guys,
yeah, we do a lot of weekend shows out here, and then we were just here last night. I feel like we never left.
Yes, we are in the Comerica backyard, dead center field. So if you get out here today, once the doors open up, you can swing through, say hello to us, and get ready for a potential
sweep.
Did you bring? Are you bringing your brooms out to the stadium today?
No, I didn't. But I'm sure there'll be enough. There's enough Yankees crap floating around here that I'm sure we can just take a shirt off somebody and use that to mop up the nastiness
That's what I'm
that
talking
is the New York
about.
Yankees.
Was it you? So you were here last night.
Was
the environment the same as what we heard the night before? Because we heard the night before when Goldschmidt hit that home run, this place erupted, and it was about half the crowd was Yankees.
It was a good look. There was a handful of Yankee fans in front of us at the suite last night. I mean, there was a lot of Yankee fans here.
Mm-hmm.
The only two times I've seen, I mean, again, I've been to now a dozen or so games at least in the last year that I've been here now. Astro fans obviously come in full force. Dodger fans, though, I think is probably, and my boy Ruben Portillo can attest to that, as you know, we like to people watch here in the Comerica backyard. But Dodger fans, I would say, was 1A, probably Astros 1B, and then the Yankees after that. Would be just this man's uneducated opinion.
That being my history of being a Rangers fan is whenever I've come out to Yankees games, I've always been like, "Dadgum, man, they're into it too." Being at a Dodgers game, I got to see.
They're into it.
The focus at Dodgers games is the game. Like they focus on it. And last night, that was one of the things. I think it was the 8th inning as Evo was going back out. I heard Mike say, "Hey, do you think the fans here don't realize how special of a night Nathan Eovaldi's having?"
Right.
And I was like, and my thought was, because Mike's always complaining that fans aren't loud enough, they're not involved enough here at the stadium.
Yeah.
And I started thinking, man, maybe it's because they had not scored runs. You know, maybe, and you were here last night, so you know the kind of the environment. They had not scored runs. They were kind of waiting for a moment to pop.
No, 100%.
And it wasn't until Rowdy Tellez had his double. He had 10 pitch at bat, and then everybody stood up and started getting rowdy about it. Nice to hear that.
I see what you did there.
And then it felt like 9th inning. Phil Maton, everybody's up, but Nate Eovaldi last night. That right there is what we discussed all day yesterday.
Yes.
That's the excitement.
Yes.
That's why we believe this team has a chance, because that dude can step on the mound and give you that kind of an outing.
Shut it down yesterday. Now, I will say, I think the biggest, and again, if you were at the game last night, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. I think the biggest ovation or the biggest raucous reaction of the night was the double play in the 9th inning.
Dude,
when Seager makes that play, flips it over to Simeon over for the double play. Me, Zave, and Blake were on our way out, and I mean this place erupted. I mean it was, and like I said, it was. I mean, don't get me wrong, people got nutty for the Rowdy Tellez hit, but that double play, people went bonkers.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy too is Seager had made a handful of really good plays
he had a good
last night.
Defensively.
He had a great defensive night, and so you'd seen that, but then it was when the moment was the biggest.
You had to have it.
You know, one of the things I do want to talk about with Boch here in about 15 minutes is when Seager gets a ball and it feels like, oh, I need to rush. You see him sometimes slow down.
Yeah.
Like you just kind of see him go, oh no, the ball's in my hand now, and I know I can throw this guy out. He slows it down a little bit. And it happened a couple times yesterday defensively. Then on that play specifically, he knew I got to speed this up just a little bit. But he was still on time with everything, and that was a fun game. That was an absolutely fun game.
And look, I've been critical of Corey Seager's defense. No one's going to get him confused for being a Gold Glove shortstop, but the plays he made, and again, those are the kind of plays that you need out of a guy like him. And again, he rose to the occasion because, again, it wasn't a must-win last night.
Right.
But you and I talked about this on Monday.
You want to win.
Well, not just that, but it's like, did you feel like, and I can't remember if it was somebody on our station that said this about how it felt like this, and maybe it was you. I know, we've talked a lot.
I say lots of words.
We do say a lot of words. It felt like it was an elimination week, right? It was Wolchuk. I think it was Wolchuk that said that during Crosstalk. That's what it was. About how, this week had the feeling of an elimination type week as far as just what was at stake here. And so to win in the fashion that you won on Monday, to win in the fashion that you did yesterday for a guy like, and again, another hat tip to Chris Young. Rowdy Tellez, you picked up a month ago. Mm-hmm. All right? And that was probably, that hit last night, and the 3-run homer he had against Detroit 3 weeks ago or whatever. Well, I mean, those have been the two biggest plays. Now, he's a little bit nerve-wracking watching play first.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Whenever that ball got hit to him and it bounced up in the air, you didn't believe that he had it the entire time?
I mean, and again, that's a hard play to make. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form. But you watch guys like a Josh Smith, okay?
Yeah. Dude, that slide over into the third base dugout was special.
I mean, Josh Smith is pretty nasty with the glove, right? And so, and then again, this team has been statistically one of the best. I mean, I don't think it's been a coincidence that when this team doesn't play, or when this team looks funky defensively, they typically lose, right? Because it's very uncharacteristic of them to do it, and that tends to be one of the characteristics of when they do lose. So all that being said, bringing it back to Rowdy Tellez, he's been a grinder for this team, and that was and we'll talk to Mike about this. That was a professional at bat last night.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that was a grown man, professional hitter at bat. And, look, hell, Devin Williams might be getting put on assignment at the rate he's going right now, because that's 2 blown saves, or at the very, I mean, he didn't blow a save last night, but that's 2 games in a row now where he spit the bit in the biggest moment.
Yeah, no, and I love what you're saying about the big boy at bat there, too. He's a dude that, as they were discussing last night, he makes contact. He battles up there, and that was one thing I kept going when he was at the plate during that at bat. I was like, I trust that he's going to put the ball in play. And with 0 outs at the time, that felt even more imperative.
Absolutely.
Considering how many times they got runners in scoring position.
That's it, dude.
With 1 out, and you were like, okay, all right, let's make something happen. And it just wasn't happening through the night.
Has our boy Jock broke through, by the way?
Jock, man, hey, listen.
Don't bleep with me. Don't bleep with me.
I want to know what clicked. Was it my post on Twitter when I said that he doesn't show up when I need him to? Because since
I
then,
heard he follows you on the gram.
Yeah, he has made me look foolish.
That's
since
okay,
then.
though, man.
So I'm all right with that.
Look, Jock Peterson, and I'll tell you what, shout out to Sean, RJ, and Bobby, because I've said this time and time again on Fan After Dark, I am a huge Brett Boone fan.
Yeah, he's great, man.
That dude has forgotten more about baseball than most of us will ever know, but his insight and the way he breaks things down, and, and again, I'm not saying he listened to the show yesterday, but just telling you, he mentioned Jock's a guy that's had success before.
That is true.
All right? And and look, I've worked with enough professional athletes. You've worked with enough professional athletes to know their whole saying is, if you've done it once, you can do it again.
Yep.
All right?
Yeah,
and
we hear Jerry say that.
Jock has been, we all know, and Brett talked about, he has not been the guy that they thought he was going to be. That said, do we get, is it time to put a little respect on Bruce Bochy's name forever? And I get it, it's only 2 games. But everybody, what's he got? Pictures of the front office? Why they batting him 5th? Well, now you've seen the last 2 nights. That's why Bruce Bochy is a Hall of Famer. All right, and the rest of us are sitting here twiddling our thumbs, wondering, watching games from our couch. Which again, hey, we all love that. Yes. But sometimes guys like Bruce Bochy and Chris Young have earned that right.
Yeah.
To tinker with the lineup. And by the way, look, they know more about Jock Peterson than we do. They know the insides. And, one of the questions I'm going to ask Boch is just as far as, just a little bit behind the scenes of the mental side of it. But that's what you saw. And it's as much about Jock Peterson last night getting on base every time he was up, scoring one of the go-ahead runs yesterday, but more importantly, how important it was to have a guy like a Bruce Bochy and a Chris Young have faith in him to do what he's done the last 2 nights. And that's a testament to not just Jock, but also the front office and Bochy for having faith. And Brett Boone for keeping this guy's head as afloat as it could be, given everything he's been through in the first 4 months of the season.
Yeah, and these guys, like you're starting to see, too, all across the board, Jock in particular, patient at bats.
Yeah,
as
working
with
counts,
Rowdy
man.
Last night, working counts for sure. Those things are
grown
imperative,
man baseball.
Especially whenever you're. And I know what I said last night, somewhere around the 6th or 7th inning. I think it was about the time Warren came out. I said, hey, is this a pitcher's duel?
Yeah.
And Twitter lit up and was like, no, this is just the Rangers' inability to score. The Yankees weren't scoring either.
No.
And Will Warren was really good last night. He had moments where he made the Rangers look foolish. No. But the Rangers stuck to it. They stayed patient. They waited for the moment, and when the moment happened, they took advantage of it. Nathan Eovaldi, to go back to him and his excellence, man, he's allowed one or fewer runs in 13 of his 14 starts. I mean, first off, that's spectacular.
That's video game numbers.
We saw it against Cincinnati early in the season, and we were like, man, isn't that cool that he did that already? And then, he continues to do it. The excluding openers, the only other MLB pitcher in modern era to do that 13 times in 14 starts is Bob Gibson in 1968.
He
One
had
of the
a good
most
run.
dominant. He had a good run. Yeah, he was all right. He was okay. But yeah, man. So again, continued dominance from him, and then today we get Jack Leiter on the mound out here at the Globe, and we're looking forward to that. Now, the story that just won't go away. The story that just continues to come up, and it's going to be a headline. It's going to continue to be a headline until it is resolved. Is Micah and Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones was stopped by Jane Slater yesterday and was asked about the agreement with Micah Parsons.
It's my understanding nothing was put in writing. So how would you describe a deal getting, so to speak, done and then walked away from?
I bought the Dallas Cowboys with a handshake. Took about 30 seconds, and I gave the number, shook hands. The details we worked out later. As a matter of fact, one of the details involved a lot of money, and we had to flip a coin over that. But the fundamental, I'm buying, and you're going to sell it to me for that range, that's done. And those are done with eye contact and handshake.
So was there...
So just so you understand why the way that I communicate with people that I negotiate with. So but let's leave it at that. There is no question that in the case of a player contract, you have to have it in writing. All parties do. We have a contract in writing, yet we're still talking about renegotiating it. So much for that.
Okay, two things there. One, Jerry, you know better. You know that an eye contact and a handshake is not how deals are. There may be some very loyal people out there that they can say, okay, we agree on this. Too many people get screwed over by something not being on pen and paper.
Yeah.
All right? And then so to follow up with, but we know we got to have the contract. So then he follows up going, we do have a contract.
Yeah.
Micah is under contract. Right. Let's not forget that. He just wants to renegotiate right now, and we are where we are, and we thought we had something because he looked me in the eye and shook my hand. But you know, Jerry, that not a single player gets paid by a contract that doesn't have your signature and his signature on it.
Well, okay. And I don't disagree with anything you said. And when you listen to it on the surface, and when you listen, and when you read it on paper or whatever, read it in a tweet, and that certainly you're not wrong in any way, shape, or form from that standpoint. However, I will say this, and this is where I think, and shout out to Bobby Belt for talking to David Mulugeta. That was a hell of a pull.
Yeah, that was great stuff.
Information. And by the way, go check out the morning show on the Odyssey app if you haven't listened to it already. After we get done with our show. Yeah. That said, let's not, and I get it. It's easy to slam Jerry, and again, it's always 1995 when you're around Jerry Jones. Mm-hmm. All right, literally, it's always 1995. That said, Micah, who has continuously talked about his relationship with Jerry, got Jerry's phone number, knows how Jerry operates, he says. Jerry said, we got and again, I'm just saying what he said. He said, we had the fundamentals of a deal in place. And I know that we've got to come back and put everything in writing and all that kind of stuff, but the fundamentals of a deal were in place. So it sounds to me like he and Micah broke it down, threw out the fundamentals of what that deal was going to look like, had the parameters, and I think we discussed this last week, but had the parameters of a deal in place. And let's say Micah knows what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Micah's not dumb. Jerry's not dumb. So if you and I are talking about a deal and we have the quote unquote parameters of a deal in place, and okay, go get your boy, come back, and we'll put pen to paper and we'll finalize all the the fine print and what have you, and then you come back and all of a sudden things look different, which is kind of what Jerry's hinting at. Is Jerry? I mean, should we be now? Is Jerry being maybe a little bit stubborn about it? Maybe is he being a little indignant about it? Because hey, wait a minute! I thought you and I had a deal. I thought you and I had, I thought we said A and B and C were D. Now you're coming back and say, well, wait, I want F, G, and H.
Yeah.
Okay, which is kind of what this sounds like to me.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying? And so I think Jerry feels a little bit, dare I say, hoodwinked, maybe bamboozled, or so to speak, as far as. Mike and I had a deal in place. We had the outline of what this thing was going to look like. Then he went back, brought his representation in, and they said, not so fast.
Well, the word came out yesterday from Cynthia Freeland that she thinks it's unlikely Micah plays. Jerry said yesterday that he doesn't think so, and we'll have Cynthia Freeland on the show on Friday to ask her a little more about that. So coming up next, though, it is time to talk with Rangers skipper Bruce Bochy next on The Fan.
It's a must-listen on your lunch.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's your cut. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Nutmeg Maidens?
Prix curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis, expecting to have Bruce Bochy here in just a moment. And as a matter of fact, it is time to talk with our Rangers skipper, Bruce Bochy. Whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today with Olshan. Boch, how's it going today, man?
All good, all good. Good morning, fellas.
Man, last night was an absolute blast. The night before, an absolute blast as well. And we're seeing this team start to. It feels like they're recognizing the moment, Boch. I don't know if that's a real thing. I know a couple of years ago, you told us September's when there's not a lot of baseball left, and it's time to start, getting things in order. Is this a little before where you guys are saying, hey, okay, there's not a lot of baseball left. Let's go ahead and get things rolling.
Well, I think they all know what's at stake. I mean, we got some ground to make up, and all these games are important. And even though we had a tough road trip, I thought we really did a good job of fighting, trying to get back in games that we got behind. Sure, we lost some tough ones, but then come home and have two great wins like this. Hopefully, that builds some momentum, and we do get on a good roll. That's all it's going to take.
Is there a pitcher that you can compare to Nate that you've seen in your career with this type of, like, the way he goes to the mound, the intensity he goes up there with, the just kind of the trust that you have in him whenever you send him up there?
Gosh, I've had some good ones.
Yeah.
Just thinking through it, that pitches with his style, a four-pitch guy. I think of Jake Peavy. Jake had that same kind of focus and intensity. He was a good one, but Bumgarner, but he was left-handed. He's just unique in the fact that he's got four pitches and he uses all of them. He's pretty balanced with that. Using the four against all the hitters. He doesn't get in a pattern, and just remarkable control. Those things are, it's a rare deal. That's why his numbers are what they are. And then you look at the man, and how competitive he is, how intense he is with every pitch. He just never drifts mentally out there.
Skip, you gave me you almost gave me PTSD when you mentioned Madison Bumgarner when your Giants took care of my Royals back in 2014. So I don't want to think too much about that. But let me ask you this. And Josh Young was on our program yesterday and was talking about and didn't really want to get into it too much about having to be sent back to the minors and get his mind right. You've made some really tough calls this year as far as moving Simeon up and down the lineup, giving Adolis 5 days off. Josh Young, Jake Berger. What are those conversations like when you sit down with these guys and try to explain to them, like, look, this is for the benefit of not just you, but the team as well?
Yeah, sometimes you have to have those hard conversations that aren't a lot of fun for the player or for you, but, you have to try to do things to get guys on track, also do what's best for the club. We all have our moments. I'm talking about players where they may need to be moved in the order, or the cases, a couple of cases this year, maybe go down, get reset down in the minor leagues, and just work on some things where there's not so much pressure on you. Anyway, it's the toughest job I think for a manager. It's like spring training. When you're sending the guy down, especially at the end. The early ones are easy, but when you get toward the end, there's a lot at stake for these players making the team versus going down to AAA. And so those aren't easy conversations, but they have to be done, and you have to do what you think's right. If you have the conviction, then you just be honest with them, and You tell them exactly what you're thinking, what we're doing.
No question with that. Bruce Bochy joining us here talking all things Texas Rangers. We're getting down to proverbial nut-cutting time, Coach, with roughly, 6-7 weeks left before the playoffs get rocking and rolling. And so what does do the conversations and the messages get shorter now as far as kind of what goes back and forth between you and the team? And like you already alluded to, these guys already know what's at stake, especially since we're now in the throes of a wild card run.
Yeah, it's not like we're having meetings every day talking about it. No, I don't do that. We had a meeting the first day after the All-Star break, and sure, we have our hitters meetings. We talk about it, and our pitchers meetings. But no, as far as getting the club together, these are men here. They've been around. They know what's at stake, and I've talked to a few players. I tried to do that as much as I can on guys who I think I need to talk to, it's a good group here. And they get it. They know what we need to do, and that's come out and play well every night.
I wanted to stick back on Seager real quick. He made some pretty awesome defensive plays last night, and I just noticed this. He appears to kind of slow things down when he gets the ball in his throwing hand. But then that play in the ninth inning, he knew he needed to speed things up to turn that double play. What do you think of his presence on this defense?
Yeah, he's got such a great clock on him as far as knowing when to speed things up, when he has a little bit more time. He has such a good feel. And so much is talked about his hitting, but he is really, really, I think, an outstanding shortstop. He's got great hands. There's been balls there that's taken some really tough hops, and he makes it look easy. And he's got a gift, and he's an accurate thrower. But that play last night, he knew what was at stake and gave Marcus a perfect feed. And Marcus he did a great job of turning it. Those are plays that win games. And, I mentioned it last night. In our game, you can have a great game without doing something offensively, and he did it.
Well, and, speaking of that offensive part of it, I've just noticed over the last maybe couple days, maybe a couple outings, it seems like Seager's kind of itching to chase at that low pitch. And I'm just kind of curious, in your experience, how does a hitter get into a place where they just cannot resist a certain pitch or a location when they just I got to go after that one?
Well, it shows you how tough hitting is. These guys are pretty good on the mound, and nobody wants to chase a pitch down there. But he's human, and he's aggressive. He's one of those guys that he's looking to hit every pitch. That's his style, and it works for him, and that's why he's had a tremendous career. And I think he's heading to the Hall of Fame. That's how good he is. And I don't think that's unusual for some hitters go in a little, I don't want to say skid or slump, whatever, but, with the chase occasion. Yeah, he's always done that. When I saw him in L.A., he did that, but nobody adjusted better than him. And reset at the plate. So, no, it's going to happen.
Skip, what has impressed you the most, outside of hitting the ball, obviously, from what you've seen out of Jock Peterson these last two nights, and what's clicked for him that wasn't clicking at the start of the year?
Timing, confidence. Those two, I think, go hand in hand. He just on time, and he was late on the fastball earlier, and I've seen the ball better. He's taking pitches that he should be taking, and he's not missing his pitch. And it's a couple of games, but you gotta like where he's at right now. He's on base 4 times, barreling up the ball. This is more who we know, and knock on wood, this is what what we're going to see from Jock from here on out, because we need him. He's a big part of this offense. He was signed to come here to be a big part of it, and you saw what he can do when he's right.
Question for you. You've been doing this for a long time, and back in the day it was, all right, just tell guys don't look in the newspaper, and for the most part they wouldn't hear all the criticism. Now with social media and folks being able to get real-time information and criticism 24/7, 365, how do you have that conversation with a guy like a Jock Peterson who has caught his fair share of flack considering what people expected out of him? What are those conversations like now with guys when it comes to trying to shield them from that?
Yeah, again, as you mentioned, with the social media, these guys know everything going on. They hear everything.
Right.
So, yeah, and, we talked a couple days ago, and we brought in some pitchers that could provide some live batting practice for him, and so he did hit off of a right-hander the day he hit the pinch hit home run, and I just talked about he's been missing reps more than anything with the injury, and we rushed him back. I said that's on us, but we felt like your presence was needed, and but right now we need to ramp it up a little bit and start facing some live pitching so we can get this timing back on track a little bit sooner. Well, I didn't know it would happen that night. Nobody did. And ended up hitting a home run that tied the game in the ninth. And of course, with the game he had yesterday. But the guy can hit. He can flat out hit. But sometimes you do lose a little confidence, and you're trying to figure out what's going on. And he's been trying everything, but sometimes you can just overclutter your thinking there a little bit. And I think that's part of the case. He's been trying too hard.
Boach, I heard Steelers coach Mike Tomlin once say you always want to be a team on the rise, and I'm sure you guys always look at that mountain. You're always kind of climbing, trying to get better at things. Would you rather be like an underdog or a front runner whenever you're in the season? Do you like chasing from behind and going after them and scaring people, or do you like saying, come get us?
Well, if I had my choice, I'd say, come get us. Yeah, that would be an easy one. But it's, to your point, it's not bad being the underdog, especially when you get to the postseason. It can take a little pressure off you. I think that's how some clubs look at it when they're not an underdog. We're playing with house money. Nobody expects us to win, but we have nothing to lose. We just go out there and lay it all out there on the field. But no, I think without question, I think most people would want to be a front runner.
Skip, get you out of here with this. We've talked a lot about the closer situation, and again, you've been very adamant about, look, we're going to throw certain guys out there. With Garcia and the scapula issue, is Curvelo somebody that we might see getting more opportunities to close out games moving forward?
Yeah, he could be in the mix. We'll see where we're at. It's funny when that closer is in it's by committee. A lot of names come out.
Right.
A couple of days ago, it was John Gray should close, and now Curvelo, he's throwing the ball well. Yeah, we have some good candidates, so I think that's a good thing. The fact that you would mention him, and because you look at what Phil did last night.
Yep.
And, these guys, Danny, they're all doing a nice job. Armstrong's doing a good job. Garcia, he's still in the mix. These are nice arms that are used to pitching high leverage spots there. And so, I'd love his stuff. You're right. You get 95, 96 with really good breaking ball, good changeup. Those are good pitches on left-handers too. So he's a neutral guy. And what I mean by that, gets both the lefties and righties out.
Boach, thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. Go have a fantastic game today, and let's hopefully get those brooms out.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking with you.
Appreciate you, Skip.
There he goes, Range Manager Bruce Bochy. Whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting, start winning, book like a winner today with Olshan. Coming up next, we're going to combo some things up. Mike Bassick joins us, as well as IndyCar racer Pato O'Ward, next on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, our friend Mike Bass will join us in just a moment, but right now, joining us, the inaugural IndyCar Grand Prix of Arlington is set for March 13th through the 15th next year. The main race on Sunday, March 15th. The broadcast is going to be on Fox. The race is going to take place in Arlington's Entertainment District, a street circuit weaving through all the areas around here, AT&T Stadium, Globe Life, Choctaw Stadium as well. And right now joining us is IndyCar racer Pato O'Ward. How's it going today, man?
I'm good, man. Thank you for having me. I love Texas.
Dude, this is awesome. This is awesome. And you were just telling me you lived in San Antonio for a while, and you were up in here in Dallas for a while, and so you do love this area.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time here. I spent many years in San Antonio growing up. Went to school there, and when I started traveling a lot overseas, I was actually based out of Dallas because this is just a great hub.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. International airport and all that, yeah.
Yeah, so I know the area very, very well. And, I mean, truly, it's the closest that I have to home in having a home Grand Prix, as we say.
Yes.
But, yeah, I can't wait, man. I think it's going to be an amazing event, and just to be racing through the home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, I think that's already cool in itself.
So you grew up in San Antonio then? More or kind of back and forth a little bit?
Born and raised Monterrey, Mexico, but I spent 10, 11 years there in Monterrey and then another 10, 11 years in San Antonio.
Okay.
At the end of those 10 years or so in San Antonio is when I was in Dallas a lot.
Okay.
And now I spend more time between Indianapolis and San Antonio. My parents are still in San Antonio.
Nice. Well, and the reason why I asked that is this. So, being in the United States for as long as you have then and going back and forth between that and Mexico, you've seen where F1 maybe 20 years ago, it was a niche sport, but now, look, y'all got Netflix specials, you got Apple spending hundreds of millions of dollars on it. What has it been like to be a part of this meteoric rise for a sport that's been around for a long time?
It's crazy, man. It's crazy because the Netflix really was
that kind of took it to another level.
Yeah, that was the icing on the cake that it needed to keep on growing. Specifically for the female demographic. There's a lot of young girls now that really did not care any about race cars.
Right. Now they're sliding your DMs.
now they're going to watch
they're going to watch.
They're going to go watch their favorite actors drive race cars around.
Okay.
But we've all benefited from the massive rise in that, and I think it's been great. Obviously, Dallas is a big. It's a big pond of universities and a lot of young people that I'm sure we'll see around.
Okay. There's a number of seating areas for this race. I was looking last night. Pit Lane Suites, WinStar Winners Club, the Horseshoe turned 7, Speed Trap turned 10. your seat's the best seat in the house. But if you were going to say, hey, this is where you want to be, what areas, where are you going to see the most action on this?
Honestly, I would go either the speed trap, where you see the cars full speed, because it's always amazing to see what the cars can do and how they stop and how they brake. But I would actually this is the only track that we have hospitality that, like, we're going to be driving under hospitality.
Oh, nice.
You know, there's a part of hospitality that's going to be behind pit lane, so you get to see all the pit stops and stuff. Like, when you see a pit stop, it's badass.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah. But if you're there, it like basically extends out into like as a bridge over the track. Like, I want to see the cars coming under that.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
like that's going to be that's probably where I would pinpoint where I'd want to watch if I was, coming to the event and being a spectator. I think that's going to be I mean, you're going to have food, you're going to have drinks, and it's just a very, very cool experience that you don't really get to see in any other race, because I don't think you ever see hospitality above the actual racetrack. And it's right above the pit lane exit. That's where a lot of stuff, like, a lot of action happens there when there's, like, undercuts and overcuts and whatever.
Heck yeah.
Pato Ward joining us here talking all things F1 racing. So let me ask you this. So, from a sports standpoint, all right, like, you look at height, weight, 40 times, how big are you, physicality, what have you. What separates the Pato Awards from the guy that's at a dirt track somewhere and, bum, whatever? What separates you guys from being great to elite?
Oh man, I would say when you get to a top tier level, it's important to understand that everyone's good. Everyone is good, and what's going to make you different is, what can you do different, or what can you do better, or better than the other guy, basically. Yeah. Physically, the cars are very tough because, for example, we don't have any power steering. You see those massive wings on the cars?
What?
Those massive wings on the car push the car down the faster you go. But that translates into how physical the steering gets. So when you go into a fast corner and the car is fighting around, when it's maybe not in a perfect balance, that takes a lot on your body. A lot. And I would say the neck is probably the second biggest. So I would say your arms, your hands, forearms, and the neck. The neck, there's nothing holding onto your head, and you also have a helmet on you that's, pound or so. So just imagine the weight of your head times 5. So it's 50 pounds.
And you get all this pushing down on you while you're at it.
Well, no, forward and lateral when you're cornering. The cars hit up to 4.5, 5 Gs. And when you brake, you go from 185, 190 miles an hour to 40 in 200 feet.
When did you know you could be an IndyCar driver?
Oh, man. I guess you never know until you get that opportunity because, I won the Indy Lights Championship, which basically is like the feeder into IndyCar.
Okay.
And my career almost ended 5 times.
From crashes?
No. Oh. Just from, it's a never-ending story of money.
Yeah.
And it's such an expensive sport. Like, you need dough, bro, to go play race cars. You need dough to go play race cars, and sometimes it's just not, it's not hundreds of thousands of dough. It's millions.
Yeah, different numbers right there.
And my grandfather used to always say, he's kind of the one that got me into racing. But it's the greatest quote of all time. He said, "We're the only idiots that paid to work."
Yeah, there we go.
At least on the way up,
Now you're going to be throwing out the first pitch today out here at the Globe. We got Mike Bassick here, who is a former Rangers pitcher. He's the color commentator on the TV broadcast. Our former co-host. Mike, do you have any advice for first pitch? Does he go out there and hum it, try and throw a slider? What are we doing here?
Well, have you thrown a baseball before?
Once.
Okay, so
I've thrown it once.
That's going to be a major issue, and I would just say, just like if I got behind an Indy car and I said, I've driven really fast once. Like, there's nothing. I mean, you can, I would say kind of warm up and throw the ball underneath or wherever you can. But, I mean, just do your best.
Just try and reach it.
Just go out there and hum it, dude.
I'd say reach as far as you can towards your target.
There you go.
Because a lot of times when things go bad, you let go of the ball and you think it's over, and you stop your arm. now the ball will usually go, because your shoulder opens up, your ball will go to the left and it'll go short. So just try to keep you're right-handed?
Yes.
Just keep your fingers behind the ball and reach as far as you can, and then just let it follow through. Let your arm
if I wait
going.
too much, I'm going to flick down
right up into the net behind you.
You want to accelerate after you release, not decel after you release.
He's also a pitching coach as well, so you're taken care of there. Pato Award right there. Tickets for the race weekend go on sale to the public on Wednesday at 10 a.m. at gparlington.com. Thank you very much, Pato, for your time. Really appreciate it. I know you got a tight schedule. Got to get down on the field for some more of these, man.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate
you guys.
Best of luck out there, dude.
Thanks for the tips.
You're welcome. That's right. I just got through watching that F1 movie with Brad Pitt. That was awesome.
Dude, yeah, no, absolutely. That's what he was saying. Now everybody wants to go see their favorite actors out there racing. So
pretty much.
Now, Mike, it's great to have you around here, man. It's great to see you. This Yankees series has been this has already been a lot of fun. 2 wins.
It's been a blast. This team plays really well at home. They're a different team on the road versus at home, and you get all excited about at home, and I'm excited about today's game. And then we go on the road. You're like, what happened to that? What happened to that team that just played at home? The team that played Detroit, the team that killed the Athletics, the team that took care of business against Atlanta, and then we went on the road. I say we. I'm just calling the games, but what a blast. And just didn't really play well in L.A. and let one get away in Seattle. And Seattle's a tough environment to play at. That's a college football environment playing in Seattle.
Fred said it this morning. That was a big boy at bat by Rowdy last night. That was pretty special.
Well, I'm dying to know, Mike, because and your boy Jared put out a stat after the series, and you said it. I mean, anybody watching it could see it. I mean, between the series in Seattle and then the last series we had here at Globe Life, where you had 5 games that were 1-run games, right? Which could have gone either way. What is it about certain teams that just have your number, or is it just a situation where Seattle right now, because it's a divisional opponent, just for whatever reason, right now, they just have the Rangers' number?
I would say it's a great question, and if I had the answer, I would stop doing this, and they would be paying me $10 million for a whole bunch of teams.
Right.
Like, here's the reason why.
Right.
Psychologically, that team feels good about this situation, and possibly you don't feel as good about that situation. I will say this for Robert Garcia. Sometimes you want to have that ball in the 9th inning, and the first thing is you want to have the ball in the 9th inning.
Right.
But then when things don't go your way, and the place was going insane. I remember they played some up-tempo music, like rap music, and the Rangers were up 1. Nobody had come to bat. Crawford hadn't hit the home run yet.
Yeah.
And I was like, are we across the street? Is this a Seattle Seahawks game going into the fourth quarter right now?
It's the Macklemore song, isn't it? The bum bum bum.
Well,
bum,
they'll play different ones.
Okay,
At times in the 7th inning, they play that, but I don't know what it is, but they believe they're at an old Seattle Supersonics game or a Seattle Seahawks game, and they just start going insane. And guess what? The players on their side feel it. And when you're on the mound, you feel it because you all of a sudden have 35,000 people cheering for that other team, and that energy in the building is different. So I don't know. I don't know why Seattle has our number. Their starting pitching is very good.
Right.
George Kirby's the greatest pitcher in the history of baseball against us. I was saying to their broadcasters and to Dave Raymond, if George Kirby, the last 7 times he's faced the Rangers, would just face Oregon State, a great college team, but like it's college baseball.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd have better numbers against Oregon State than he does against the Texas Rangers. It doesn't make sense how I think he has like a .12 ERA or something in his last 7 starts against us.
We talked, Mike, before the season about Rocker and Leiter and what they were going to experience this year. We got Leiter on the mound today against the Yankees. This is a big moment for him in this game against that team in this time of season. What do you feel? Where are we on the roller coaster with him?
Leiter's improving. Now, I don't want to say Rocker's not. Rocker has improved as the season's gone on. My son was telling me this, so I'm going to take this as truth, but I don't know.
Absolutely.
My son told me, who's following baseball tremendously right now and loves the game, was telling me that Rocker never threw more than 3 innings in any game he pitched till he went to Vanderbilt.
Really?
Wow.
That he was watched that carefully, that he was a guy like in high school that when he would pitch, he would just pitch 3 innings. He's barely pitched in his life. Rocker is so talented that he's doing this without barely pitching in his life because he pitched at Vanderbilt. Remember, there's a COVID year that he lost at Vanderbilt. Then in the minor leagues, he's barely pitched because of injuries. So he's this good, and he hasn't even really learned how to pitch yet. So Rocker, I think, can improve a lot. But Leiter is one of these guys. He's one of the few people in baseball. The other day in Seattle, big situation, he said, here it comes. Yeah. And he was pumping at 100 with a little bit of location. He's one of those few human beings in the game of baseball as a starting pitcher who can get it to 100. And then, he can live there for a little bit in big situations. And he's learning how to pitch while also having one of the best fastballs in the game.
So when we hear about Kumar Rocker, and look, I'm a huge proponent of anybody that's got a professional athlete for a father, regardless of what sport it is, right? Like, you've just got a mental edge over just average folks. So this guy's literally learning how to pitch, professionally before our eyes.
And the game,
right?
the game around him.
As a whole.
Everything that's going on
and
around him.
think about how easy it was at Vanderbilt for him. He was never, I hate saying this, SEC's great baseball. How much was he challenged at Vanderbilt?
How often did he have a whole runner?
Which speaks to how good this dude is. So let me ask you real quick. This. What should be our concern level with Jacob deGrom? Most innings we've seen him pitch in 6 years. All right. Buddy of mine said maybe he's got a little bit of dead arm. He's 37 years old.
Yeah.
And how does a guy like that, other than rest, because, again, look, this team's not going anywhere. Evo can only pitch one night every 4 or 5.
Right.
If deGrom, we need prime deGrom. How do you massage that?
Well, sometimes you just come out of it. You just have about 2 weeks where you're not feeling good, but nothing's hurt. The great thing is there's nothing hurt with deGrom. He's completely healthy. Boch is talking about it. deGrom's like, I'm completely healthy. Just right now, my rhythm is off. My breaking ball's not breaking the way I want it to consistently. Hitters are taking advantage of it. So I would strongly consider giving him a start off.
Yeah.
Now, I know we are – I guess we have 3 seasons of Cowboys football left. That's tremendous about this game. We're coming down the stretch. How many games do you have left? 3 years of Cowboys football we have left in this season, right? Because there's about 50 games. It takes 51 games now to play 3 years of NFL football.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still a lot of baseball left.
Yeah.
And because of that, he has approximately 10 starts left if he made every start.
Okay.
I would like to see him have 8 starts left.
Right.
So he's completely healthy. I'm just wondering, in 22, he barely pitched. I think he pitched 2 months in 22. He pitched 1 month for us in 23. He pitched 1 month last year in 24. He's pitched 4 months before the season started in the last 3 years. He's now pitched 4 months in this season.
Yeah.
I think he still has it. I think he can be great. I think he and Eovaldi, and I would change it to Eovaldi and deGrom,
100%.
can lead you to a championship.
Who's that third guy?
But, it's Kelly for sure.
Okay.
Merrill Kelly for sure. And the thing is, there are 3 righties, and they're so different.
Yeah.
So you can be like, we're throwing 3 righties in the playoffs. And by the way, Jack Leiter, I think there's a strong possibility, as we're worried a little bit about closer. I'm not saying he'd be the closer. Throw that 100 miles an hour in the 7th or 8th inning come playoff time. So now all of a sudden I've added Jack Leiter back there, we saw that what Maton did last night.
Looking good.
Group.
Curvelo is very difficult to hit. Milner's that lefty kind of funky option. Robert Garcia is good, but right now, that mental part we've seen. Hey, how about Devin Williams giving up the home? Everybody forgets this. What was his last pitch last year? Or pretty much his last pitch. They were going to the next round, and Pete Alonso went Oppo Taco on him to knock him out.
He did.
That mentally has hurt him.
He hasn't been right since, has he?
Right.
Mike.
That is such a tough thing.
Thank you so much for coming by today, dude.
Hey,
seriously.
Brother,
it's
so awesome getting to hear you do these Ranger games. It's so fun.
I love this game. I love people like Dick Vitale.
You're the best,
and I'm not
man.
as excited as Dick Vitale, but I want people to feel the energy of the moment. This is so fun.
Yeah, have some fun today and have some fun with Mikey B as well. All right, guys, coming up
love
next
you guys.
is Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Basil Rose. Nutmeg maybe? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it sometimes called?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is now time to turn our attention to Oxnard, California, where Mickey Spagnola is hanging out. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how are things today, good sir?
I am fine. How are you guys?
We're rolling out here. We are at the Globe. We're at Globe Life Field, getting ready for setting everybody up for Rangers-Yankees to close out this series. We're really hoping for a sweep here. That would be nice. Mickey, yesterday you got the joint practice, and you got your eyes on that. What was the experience like with those fellas?
You know, I kind of watched the Cowboys offense most of the time. Yeah, it was good. It was a good workout. I think that they probably learned a lot going up against another team. And for the Cowboys offense, you know, they hadn't. You're in training camp, and you're basically going up against a 4-3 defense, and they faced a 3-4 defense. And I thought quite a bunch of it, the offensive line struggled. And I think they struggled with more blocking assignments than they did from the physicality.
Okay.
Just trying to get used to going up against a 3-4 and the blitzes that the Rams threw at them. So, again, I would imagine when they prepare for Saturday's preseason game, they'll be a little bit more prepared for what they're going to face than they were this time around, because they didn't spend any time on the Rams, and it kind of left a lot of those young guys up front to kind of figure it out. And at times they did struggle especially in the running game.
The Joe Milton left with a little bit of a hand injury. What are your updates on him? Maybe Mozzie as well?
For Milton, they said he wanted to go back in, and they decided that Saturday's more important to get him game reps, under the lights or whatever. It's going to be a day game here. But they felt like it wasn't that serious. They were being very cautious, and then we'll see with Mozzie where that one goes. We'll get an update here in about 2 hours from Schottenheimer to see how those guys came through the next day.
Mickey Spagnola joining us here, talking all things Dallas Cowboys from yesterday's joint practice. So, again, you said you focused mostly on the offense. Just from a 30,000-foot Mickey Spagnola view, as you've watched a handful of these in your day, what did you feel was like kind of just maybe the vibe, the feeling, the tempo felt different this year versus last year? Any differences you spotted from last year to this year?
I don't know about the tempo. I thought the offense, they were just like practice, to the line of scrimmage, getting the snap done, not wasting much time in the huddle. So I thought that tempo that they were carrying in practice carried over into this scrimmage. I thought that when it got blocked, they had problems with the Cowboys' passing game. CeeDee Lamb, Pickens, and I've been telling you about Cavante Turpin catching the ball downfield. And I'll tell you what, when he gets in the open field and he's running, he gone. Right? They couldn't run. They couldn't run with him, and you could see it happening as it was, starting to transpire. So the fact that everybody's like, well, who's the third receiver? Well, I think that it's a rotation, but again, I think that Turpin's going to be part of this, and not as a gimmick guy, as a wide receiver, and that was Schottenheimer's intention, and you can see it playing out.
How did anything from Mingo, as we're all kind of anxious to see if this guy can do more than block, and then how'd the tight ends look?
Yeah, I think the tight ends have to block better.
Okay.
And they were trying to go a lot of two tight end to help the running game, to put a tight end on the side where Verse was lining up to at least give Nate Thomas some help, not leaving him out there one-on-one with a guy that was he was all rookie team. Did he make the Pro Bowl? I think he did. The guy's awfully good. But I thought the tight ends needed to block better to help out the offensive line, because if they're going to go two tight ends, there's a reason for that. And you're in there to block. So I thought that had to be better. They did get the ball to Ferguson, but from where I was standing, Lunda Wells was not real happy with the blocking part of the tight ends. So that's something I think that's got to improve. And maybe it also was assignment, like, do I take this guy and push him in? Do I push him out? Am I helping, or am I kind of leaning into the guy and then releasing? I think those are things that they're going to have to flush out from an assignment standpoint.
Schedule-wise, what's their continued work together? How are they going to do things now?
The players don't have practice today, so we're going to get the assistant coaches and Schottenheimer for interviews.
Okay.
They'll practice on Friday and then head to L.A. on Saturday for the preseason game. So
Okay.
I would imagine they'll pull back some on Friday since they've got to play a game.
Yeah.
But it does say practice, so we'll see what sort of practice it is when we get there.
Well, that's kind of where I was going. You kind of mentioned that the offensive line had some moments there, and the running game obviously is something that we want to see get rolling and get, be firm. And obviously, when pads are really on and you're out on the field, it's going to be a little bit different. But as far as what you were able to see yesterday with the running backs, how did they look in particular?
Yeah, you know what happened is they were getting hit behind the line of scrimmage too many times.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to see if they were missing holes. I saw a couple where they didn't see it, and primarily with Williams and Blue. Marfa did as good as he could do. The second line maybe even blocked a little bit better, but they were playing against the backup Rams defense. But, yeah, there was too many guys running free against the Cowboys' first offensive line. But remember, Tyler Smith just got a handful of snaps. So basically Brock Hoffman was playing left guard. So you got a backup at left guard. You got a guy that hadn't been in pads since 2023, Thomas, at left tackle. And so, yeah, a little bit of a struggle. And let's face it, Booker, as good as I think he's going to be and the talent he has, he's a rookie. And he was seeing a lot up there. So, you got three guys that it's like, oh, okay, that's not maybe the offensive line you're going to see the September 4th.
Yeah.
But again, Guyton might get back. So there was times Thomas, I thought, held his own over there. There was other times I think he was hesitant. Do I push him to the outside, or is he spinning inside on me? He's just got to use his arms more. He kind of leans into the guy a little bit too much. And if the defensive, the end or the pass rusher on the outside gets into your body, you're toast. You've got long arms, use them. Don't let them get on top of you. So it was a learning experience, right? That's why they practice. So we'll see where it goes when it gets to Saturday.
There you go. And then and also Schottenheimer obviously has learned to wear his visor appropriately. So that's a nice thing.
How about that?
Yeah, we had a little bit of a segment on that.
I went down for breakfast this morning, and I grabbed my visor, and I go, oh, I better turn it around. I better not wear it backwards.
Mickey, thank you so much for your time. We'll talk with you tomorrow, man.
Have fun at the ballpark and bring I hope you brought your broom.
We did. Thank you very much, Mickey. There he goes. Mickey Spagnola bringing you the information from Oxnard, California.
Good stuff.
And, I think Schottenheimer, he heard our segment.
He sure did.
And he was like, you know what? I gotta make sure that I let those boys know I got their back. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus one of the wildest sports stories of the year next on The Fan.
Take us with you.
Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys, and we are live from Globe Life Field where the Rangers are going to be taking on the Yankees today. We will send it directly into that Rangers game. The pregame get rolling there at 1 o'clock, and Jared Sandler will be on with us at noon before he takes you into that 1 o'clock hour and into the Rangers game. Looking forward to it. Just got a chance to catch up with Matt Hicks down here. That was awesome. He's really enjoying this run against the Yankees right now, and that's nice to see as well. But right now it is time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, a really elaborate scheme in the world of sports has been busted. In the terms of over 400 game-worn jerseys and other memorabilia being stolen.
No!
We found the culprit. We're going to get to that here in just a little bit. But, of course, the guys, as you can hear, the ambiance in the background are live at the Comerica backyard out there at Globe Life Field. I am back here off of 75 and Fitzhugh holding things down. Hope you guys get the chance to go say hi to the boys out there at Globe Life Field today. and hope you guys have had fun with this series. I know I have. This massive series, if we're being totally honest, against the Yankees. Would have been really cool to get out to one of those games, but hey, no olive branch extended. That is okay. But the question of the day today, gentlemen, I know Sean was mentioning it during Crosstalk today, and I'm the dork around here, so I actually have the answers about what's going on here between ESPN and WWE. They announced today that the streaming rights have been purchased by ESPN for WWE premium live events. That's what they call their pay-per-views, essentially. They just like using fancier, different verbiage because they can, and it makes sense. I get it. But basically, starting in 2026, all of the premium live events that WWE holds, which is usually at a rate of about once per month or so, I think they've guaranteed that 10 will happen next year, maybe more, but 10 will be carried on ESPN. And then obviously they've been talking about it for a while. ESPN's DTC, direct-to-consumer streaming service, is going to be launching on August 21st, which encapsulates like ESPN, Hulu, ESPN Plus, all of that. It's going to be $29.99 per month. So it's got me thinking. I was kind of disappointed for the casual fan that, you know, going from Peacock, which you can get, I think the lowest rate is like $6.99, $7.99 a month for Peacock, to $30 a month. That's a pretty big jump for the pro wrestling fan that wants to watch their premium live events, and it just got me thinking about the state of sports and streaming altogether. So we're not doing a fun National Day calendar made-up holiday thing today. How have you guys handled the growth and the boom of the streaming wars and streaming services? 877-881-1053. How have you handled it? How do you like it? Are you okay with this? Because this is the future that we're moving towards. And I know we've talked about it a few different times, especially when the Rangers announced RSN, whenever the Dallas Stars went to Victory Plus. We've had these conversations at different times. But now that it feels like you have to have 3, 4, 5 different subscriptions to get your sports, how are you handling all of this? And I want to hear from you two first.
This is interesting because I was at my in-laws a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I went to Memphis to see them, and you may have filled in.
I did.
Me, yeah,
I did.
And while I was there, I said, "Hey, the Rangers game's on.
Let me get that login and password."
Yeah. Well, is there a way I can watch it? And they were like, "We don't use the TV." And I was like,
wow.
Okay.
How old are these people?
Well, they're doctors too, so that's they're doctors at St. Jude. So hey, congratulations, thank you for doing
the Lord's work out there.
Yeah. But I said, so do y'all have any services? They said we have all of them. They pay for all the services and don't use the TV. And I was like,
money.
What are y'all doing right now? So they said, but we can't get the Rangers game. And I said, well, I can. I have Fubo. Let me.
Excuse me, Doc.
Yeah.
Step aside.
Let the sports guy
Simpleton
do some
Corey
stuff
stepping
here.
through here.
And so I put that on, and so we were watching the Rangers game out there. But that's because I have Fubo.
Yeah.
I can watch Rangers. Now, I will say, I don't watch much more TV anymore. Like the regular broadcast TV. I have Fubo, and I watch the Rangers, and I'm going to watch NFL when the season starts on it. But they
and
also
the live show.
They also offer that's on Netflix, baby. So I'll get to that in just a second. They also do offer Red Zone. I'm not a huge NFL Sunday ticket package person because once I started watching Red Zone, I was like, I can watch a game on my laptop or on the TV, and Red Zone here, keep track with all my fantasy stuff. Get a good idea of what was going on throughout the day, and I'm taken care of. Everybody leaves me alone on Sunday. So that's kind of why I have it. But then, man, I got Apple TV. I have Netflix so that I can watch The Hunting Wives, which has not been confirmed for season 2, but they're hopeful. You know, they got their fingers crossed as the cliffhanger that they left me on. I really need that. So I got that, and then Amazon is there too. So I do overpay. I feel like if I sat my wife down and said, hey, let's look at everything, we would probably go, this is too much. But at the same time, we want the entertainment because, us and the kids.
Well,
we like
you
to
got
spend
3
time
kids,
together.
so they got to watch it. I just try to find people that have the username and login passwords.
Very
and,
smart.
Like anybody comes over and, hey, can you watch Hulu? Oh, go, hey, you know what? Go ahead, put your information in, okay? I'm not going to stop you. Nope, don't log out. There's no reason for that. You'll be back. No, you won't. Yeah. And so, no, that's exactly what I do. In fact, I've got my daughter's mother's HBO subscription.
Nice.
Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. And then
is that how you watch the Billy Joel documentary?
Damn right it is.
Okay.
Damn right it is. Because we had a snafu a couple weeks ago. I said, hey. Wasn't logging in. I said, called my daughter.
You called her.
No, I called my daughter. I said, hey, what, did your login change? She goes, yeah, I changed my, and she, so the deal was she changed her password to my mom is the best. And I thought it was a joke. I said, really? That's what we're doing here? And she said, well, I had to do it. I had to change the password. I said, you know what? I'm getting it for free. Who am I to complain? Yes, your mom is the best, as I typed it in and put a 1 and an exclamation point at the end. And, watch Billy Joel. I'm rewatching The Wire. So shout out to my daughter's mother, a.k.a. baby mama number 1. And that's exactly how I do my logins.
Any of those people that they do roll through and they log in on the TV and then it changes, do you ever call them up, or was it just the
like you ride it out as long as you can?
and then you're just like, oh well, I don't have this for a while.
When it shows up and it's like, please log in, you're like, oh
man, well.
Then you hope that maybe it'll populate and maybe that's all it was, and then you go ahead and enter. Oh man, well, I guess no more Peacock. Anyway, we continue. So the only one I actually pay for though is Amazon Prime. And then Netflix I get through my cell phone.
Okay, yeah. And my father-in-law, he's still with DirecTV.
Yeah.
Kevin is still with DirecTV. He's like, why would I change? And I remember when I did make that change, Alec, I went to, I do believe the first change I made was going to Sony, the PlayStation Network.
Nice.
Yeah. And they
were old.
And that thing gave you everything. Like, it was perfect. Yeah. It was perfect. And within 3 months, they changed it.
Yeah, they did.
And I was like,
they knew what they were doing.
And then YouTube TV hit. It was perfect.
Great at first.
And then they changed that too. And I understand the wars that are going on. We're the casualties.
Boy, we sure
and
are.
they don't care about the casualties in this all. And that's why you can just listen to the fan for free and get that entertainment for free for you. Yeah.
Man, that is incredible that you can get this content for just a few taps on your phone through an app or whatnot. And no, none of them are asking for a credit card or anything. It's just, hey, download this, make an account, and boom, you're there. It's incredible. Twitch and YouTube, it's amazing that some of these platforms are able to go direct to consumer without asking for literally anything outside of your email address. And then we have Disney, ESPN, and everybody saying, hey, we're going to need a cool $30 every month. That is a little bit absurd. And it goes hand in hand with the agreement that ESPN, ironically the same company, made yesterday. We've been hearing about it for months now, but the actual pen to paper of the NFL Network and their entities going to ESPN in exchange for a 10% stake in the company. That's scary because Mike Florio, who's going to be on with Sean and RJ at 8 o'clock tomorrow, by the way,
nice.
He tweeted and he said, hey, just keep this in mind, the whole 10% ownership stake whenever important league matters come up. And ESPN is tasked with reporting them because they can and will alter the point of view of certain things, especially whenever new CBA talks come up and stuff. You might want to listen live and local for some of that coverage because, there's no ownership investment that's going to be influencing stuff like that. So, as more and more stuff like this happens, I'm just worried about how we're going to even get information about these products, let alone watch the product. So it is a little bit annoying, but I know some people were mentioning, with ESPN Plus or what have you, certain things that you might already be signed up for are going to get you these products. Like I saw somebody text in from the 214, they found out that they get most of their streaming apps for free via their Spectrum subscription.
Ooh.
So they realized for about 4 months they were paying for stuff they were getting for free with their subscription through Spectrum, which was the case with me. I realized before Hulu became like a Disney entity or whatever that I had a Hulu account for free that I could go activate. I had other things that were available to me, which was pretty cool. And then I know with this WWE deal that they're doing with ESPN, if you do have ESPN through your cable provider, you won't have to pay for any of it. It's going to be through cable, and it will be streamed through ESPN through cable. So some people are going to get this for free now. So like, luckily for me, I can cancel my Peacock sub in a few months up in 2026. I can just get rid of that altogether. So now the question is, what's going to happen to their video library? That's a whole different story for a whole different day. But some of the numbers behind it are staggering, that ESPN is going to be paying an average of $325 million per year to get those 10 premium live events from World Wrestling Entertainment each year. So it's going to be in the neighborhood of about $1.6 billion all said and done that ESPN is paying for this. So if you had any question about the popularity and the mainstream nature of pro wrestling here in 2025, $1.6 billion is a lot to commit over a long-term agreement to get just 10 events per year. That's pretty incredible to me that they're willing to put down that much money, but hey, they have that much money to do that. So, and I saw that SportsCenter might even start emanating from some of these events before and after the show, which would be pretty cool. You know, like I've never thought about having, you know, SVP sitting down and talking with Triple H or John Cena or what have you. That's going to be really odd to see and a bit of a culture shock, but just another way that streaming is continued to dominate here as we continue to evolve in this streaming nature that is just going to continue to grow and grow and grow. So it's just mind-boggling money. It's mind-boggling ways that you've got to keep track of everything. And the bad thing for me, I'm starting to get those emails from the different subscription platforms saying, hey, we need you to re-verify your college student process here and validate that you are still a student. I'm like, well, I'm not, so I can't really do that. So I'm going to have to start paying full price like everybody. I opened up Apple Music this morning and it was like, hey, you got 15 days to verify your status as a college student. I'm like, well, that's not going to happen. So I'm really going to be.
Don't you see an email address, though?
Yeah, and I got the email, I want to say a month ago, that my student email address was getting shut down because I'm not a student anymore.
See if you can tell them if you can just buy like another month's time.
That would, yeah.
Like, look, I've got it's a medical issue.
Trust me, Fred, I'm going to search high and low to make sure I get those low prices.
You know what? Avery's going to college next year.
Bro, I'm
just going to use his accounts,
yes.
right?
I've been using Miriam Davis at UH.edu for the last 3 years. I mean, what are we talking about? Okay.
Think smarter, not harder, like you were talking about with the phone during Crosstalk, Fred.
There you go.
And then something real quick, guys, that's always intriguing to me, how, you heard the stories with like Tom Brady's jerseys magically disappearing from his locker and stuff. A former Miami Heat security guard has been charged with stealing over 400 game-worn jerseys and other pieces of memorabilia and then selling them online. He made his first initial appearance in federal court just yesterday on those charges. If convicted, this person will face a maximum prison sentence of 10 years in federal prison and a fine of $250,000. He was a 25-year retired veteran of the Miami Police Department who then turned around and started working for the Miami Heat as a staffer from 2016 to 2021 as an NBA security employee. He was able to get access into the equipment rooms and whatnot, in which he stole hundreds of jerseys, game-worn jerseys, over a 3-year period. He stole over 100 items and sold them for about $2 million online and shipped them across state lines. So he later sold a few different things. There was one thing like a LeBron Miami Heat jersey that he wore in the finals that he ended up selling for $3.7 million. So he made a lot of money off of stolen goods. So if you saw some of those pop up and some mind-boggling numbers at auction of some of these game-worn pieces and jerseys and whatnot, they were probably stolen.
Man, great stuff there, Alec Medford, and we're all. I think I benefit, Fred, from The fact that, like Disney, I have the Disney Plus app.
Yeah.
Lucy said she wants to go to Disneyland. I said, hey, let's watch a tour of the parks. And so that saved me about $10,000 right there.
Yeah, it did.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with us. Next on The Fan.
Eric Chiafalo here with the findings of Greystone Roofing, a family-owned business, and as storm season fades, they have a critical warning.
That's right, Eric. You're...
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasters.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, live from Globe Life Field. We're at the Comerica backyard at the Globe today. When the doors open, swing by, say hello to us. If we're on air, we might just give you a wave.
They don't care.
But if we're off air, it's more likely we'll be able to chat for a second. So just swing by. Hey, you know what? Fred might just talk to you in the middle of the segment anyway. So you never know. He's a wild card, and that's the way we like him.
CA taught me that.
Yes, dude. CA has taught me a lot in this business.
Pound for pound.
And it's like, how can you be that good at what you've done for this long and be that kind still and just be that positive? It is a great way to go about your business.
Especially in this industry.
Yes. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Especially after the story you told yesterday.
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
There's a lot of folks like that in this business.
Matter of fact, a guest we'll have tomorrow heard that story yesterday, and he wanted the audio because he was like, I don't like bullies, and I appreciated that about him. So it is now time for Baseball Nuggets. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Last night, we got to see the masterful outing from our good friend Nate Eovaldi.
Yeah.
Only gave up, was that 2 hits? And 1 hit. He only gave up 1 hit last night.
1 hit?
I don't know why it said 2 here. And one of the things that I was very concerned with through the evening was, what's Aaron Judge going to do?
Yeah, I wasn't as worried as you were.
Okay. And the dude's hitting .339. He's crushing this year. And there's something I want to ask you about here in a second then. It was nice to see Eovaldi say, "No, you're not gonna do anything against me." Because Eovaldi was in his bag. That's one of the things. Other thing, it's his first time back.
And that's where I'm going with it.
One of the other things too that people have been asking over the last couple of years now with some of his postseason lack of success.
Yeah.
Is does he put up numbers against
crappy teams,
bad pitchers, and bad teams? And now I have not done the deep dive enough yet, but last night he's up against a great pitcher. And listen, most of the Yankees looked bad last night. Most of them didn't have a good night.
Nobody looked good.
Him being one of them as well. But that's an interesting question. I think I feel like I want to go do a deep dive and see who are the best pitchers he's gone up against.
Okay.
And what's he done against those guys? Because if that's a reality, that's an interesting concept or question on the legacy that he has, where he stands in that. Oh, is he one of the greatest hitters of all time, or did he just feast on bad? Now, we also need to ask: did Barry Bonds feast on bad? I don't think so.
Dude, he feasted on everybody.
Yeah, so that's always a fun little conversation to have there. But it was really nice to see that. Now, I would love to see similar outing tonight. Or today, this afternoon, right here on 105.3 The Fan from Jack Leiter. That would be awesome. He's going out there with a lot of good confidence. As Mike was saying earlier, it was really nice to see him up in a raucous environment when things are getting big in a big moment, and he's like, "Look, I got this." That's nice to see too. So let's continue to watch the growth of one Jack Leiter. Now, last night there was a record was broken. Lourdes Gurriel, he hit a 103.9 mile an hour fastball off of Mason Miller. As a matter of fact, it was a 2-run game-tying home run. It is the fastest pitch under pitch tracking since 2008. Hit for a home run. Nobody's ever hit a 103.9 mile an hour fastball for a home run. Lourdes Gurriel last night.
Yuli's brother.
Yeah. Yes. And so it left his bat at 107.1. Traveled 439 feet to left center there in Phoenix. So that's pretty impressive right there.
I stumped ChatGPT. This is where we got to be careful with AI, folks. This is where we got to be careful with AI. So I told you guys in Crosstalk, your boy's been getting a little more AI. Try to be more AI knowledgeable, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. And so you asked the question. You're curious as to how many home runs or what his percentage is. So I said, let's ask ChatGPT.
Dude, last night I heard Dave Murphy He texted Mike and was like, I just asked AI, and it gave me these numbers on if you get the first 2 runners on, how often do you score? So let's see.
Okay, so I asked this question, and maybe I need to reword it because ChatGPT had no answer. I said, what percentage of Aaron Judge's home runs are against pitchers with losing records?
Okay.
And ChatGPT, and I've got the 4.0 people, okay, so I'm paying for this. I can't find any readily published statistic that directly measures the percentage of Aaron Judge's home runs hit off pitchers with losing records.
Okay, so
wow,
ChatGPT.
We're doomed.
No.
Doomed. That's it.
What it does
Cancel Christmas.
is it goes across the database and says, "Hey, here are numbers that we see." What Jared Sandler does is he goes to StatHead or whatever on Pro Baseball Reference, and he'll go to StatHead and he'll put in the algorithm, hey, I need these figures, and you have that as well. I've used it a few times.
See, I got to get better with
that. Dude, it's one of those things
for nerds like us.
Yeah.
We can go down that rabbit hole and not come out for a couple hours.
When Kevin and I were working at the newspaper together, I had access to our website numbers.
Yeah.
And so I could see what stories were hits and what stories weren't. We ended up wasting a whole day just lost in these numbers trying to figure it out, and it was just fun for us. Like, we were having a blast.
No, I get it.
And so we did. We figured out some things that we could say, all right, that's a story that people like.
Yeah.
If it bleeds, it leads kind of stuff.
You already know.
And so that was beneficial, and those kind of things right there. Glad we have chat, but sometimes also glad that it doesn't know enough yet.
ChatGPT made its excuse. It said that level of granularity, home runs broken down by the pitcher's season record at the time, typically isn't publicly tracked or summarized.
Well, guess what? You're not as smart as humans.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Thanks
in
a
your
lot,
face, computers.
ChatGPT.
In your face. Also, apologize to our future computer overlords.
Well,
is what I'm going to do right now, just for the future. Not right now, but
that
for
just
the future.
means a job's available.
Yeah.
Okay. So for people that are concerned about AI taking your job, those stats someone needs to find those.
The current Cy Young poll, as it relates to the AL and National League, the number one is still 32 place votes. 32 first place votes. Tarek Skubal, right at the top. Garrett Crochet for the Red Sox. By the way, Red Sox, you're hunting them down. We'll get to that in just a minute.
Right now.
And he's having a fantastic year as well. I think he has a 2.23 ERA and a FIP of 2.54. Do you know what FIP is?
Did you say FIP?
FIP.
No.
We'll ask Jared Sandler coming up at noon because I don't either. I was really hoping you did. But something told me you did.
ChatGPT knows?
Probably, yes. I guarantee ChatGPT knows. Alec, what is, you know what?
Check out the big brain on Alec.
What is FIP, Alec?
Fielding independent pitching.
There you go. So
see, I thought it was a pH.
Takes out errors and takes out stuff that goes on in the field.
Okay,
it's just how good you are when you're up there. Hunter Brown at 3, and then Jacob deGrom at 4 with Max Fried at 5. That's interesting because the Rangers got to Max Fried the other night.
Yeah, I would think Evo jumped both of them after last night.
And so that's the big thing is the qualifying innings, and that's what it really takes. And I don't know exactly where he needs to be on that, but I agree with you. And dude, to be quite honest, why wouldn't he be a front runner next to, right behind Skubal? Because Skubal's been doing this all year, and Evo's had a couple of breaks here and there.
Garrett Crochet's in Boston.
Oh, Garrett Crochet isn't
I mean, hey, look,
oh, you know what? You're talking about East Coast.
Hey,
that happens.
You know, I mean, God forbid if Boston. If you got to choose between Boston and Texas on national night broadcast, who's getting picked?
Yeah.
You talked about this. We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, you got a valid point there. All right, so we've been keeping an eye on who's in front of us. Rangers now half a game out of the wild card spot. They win today.
They're in it, baby.
They push the Yankees back. But who are the teams that are chasing? Who are the teams that you need to kind of keep an eye on that are behind you now? And Bochy was saying that this morning. He's like, look. Everybody wants to be a front runner, but there is something to being the team that's under the radar.
Yeah.
And trying to make their way onto something. And here is MLB.com says the Guardians. Keep an eye on them. They've got playoff odds in the same neighborhood as the Royals.
Yeah.
A team that bought at the deadline as well. So obviously there's some argument someone can make for them. And it's not like the Guardians completely stripped their cupboard bare. So they did trade Bieber. They traded Paul Sewall. Those are two pitchers who were injured at the time they were shipped out. And they held on to left fielder Stephen Kwan. like many people thought they might. So keep an eye on the Guardians as we're going through this. Now, the other team that is in the AL, the Rays, it used to be don't count out the A's.
Don't count out the Rays.
Is it don't count out the Rays because they are always one of those teams that you're just like, who?
Death taxes in the Rays, man. I'll tell you what, that's an organization that you got about 40 people that go out to each game every night, and yet they still find a way.
They are just, you know what? They say, we're baseball players. We're not entertainers.
They really are,
that's
man.
What we're doing out here.
And shout out to that front office.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys crank out, they find a way to crank out great talent, just not only from the front office, but in that front office. I mean, think about it. They lost Wander Franco, okay, a top-flight prospect, and I'm not going to say they haven't missed a beat, but to your point, they're right back in the mix, and this is a team that can't afford to miss out on top-flight prospects like that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right, coming up next, let's talk with our good friend Jared Sandler as we get ready for Rangers-Yankees here on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan. And
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. Alec Medford back in studio right now. We are at the Comerica backyard here at Globe Life Field. And we already do have some Tolos running by, yelling Tolo out. And we appreciate that as well. And now it's time to chat with our friend Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Jared, this has been a fun couple games now that we're back here in Texas.
Gotta turn my mic on. My bad. Yeah. What's up, dude? I'm good. How are you? There you go. Dap it up. It's funny how this baseball sport works. You go and you lose 5 of 7 on the road. You don't feel great because you lost 3 or 4 to the Mariners, and I don't know what's a worse feeling if you lose games where it's like we had no chance,
right.
or if you lose games where it's like we should have won 3 of 4, right? And then you look at this week, which, it's the homestand's a week and a half, but this week, the Yankees are a really good team. They're struggling, but they're a really good team. The Phillies are a really good team. And the Rangers are in the process of a stretch in which they're going to face 4 left-handed starting pitchers in a 5-game period. And then, by the way, after that 5th game, you face Zach Wheeler in that 6th game, and he's one of the best pitchers in baseball and probably headed to the Hall of Fame. So have fun with that. And yet, the Rangers go and they've won the first 2 games of this series. They got another lefty today that they'll face in Carlos Rodon. But, all these games matter. It's not like you want to punt on today. But if the Rangers lose today, you still look – they took 2 or 3 against the Yankees. We'll take an off day tomorrow and, get ready for the Phillies. So, been a good start.
Gained some good ground. That was a nice.
Yeah.
Obviously, don't want to take 2 steps back, but baseball is what it is.
Yeah.
You see the roller coaster, and it's emotional. Last night was pretty emotional. It seemed like everybody was watching this Nate Eovaldi start, and they were kind of cautious because the Rangers hadn't scored runs. And then late in the game, it erupted after Rowdy's hit. After the double play, this place seemed to really liven up a little bit. Eovaldi, man, we got to give him so much more love for setting the table the way he does.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked or bring that up because I don't think people realize he hasn't just been one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. He isn't just having one of the best seasons in franchise history. Who knows how things will play out? But I tweeted this last night. Going back to the live ball era, which technically started in 1920, so we're looking at over 100 seasons of Major League Baseball. His ERA through his first 19 starts of the season is the 5th best ever.
Wow.
Bob Gibson, Louis Tiant, Zach Greinke, Vida Blue, the only 4 guys who in a season have had a better ERA, a lower ERA, through 19 starts. Now, Evo's not a qualifier yet because he doesn't have enough innings, but he's still
more than... What is that
than
number, by the way? Because we were just discussing
it's 1 per team game. So if your team has... ultimately, you need to get to 162.
Gotcha.
If your team... but throughout the season, if your team has played 100 games, you need 100 innings. You could be a qualifier with 100 innings.
Yep.
I might not be a qualifier with 101 innings if my team has played more than 101 games.
Makes sense.
He can get there. He probably could only stand to miss maybe 1 more start. But I don't even know if it should matter. He's gonna have a substantial sample size. His ERA is a half a run better than the 2nd best ERA in baseball. That's Paul Skeens. And if you just look in the American League, which I don't always love to do, but when it's award related, you're only competing with your league when it's the Cy Young. He's got an ERA that's nearly a full run better than Tarik Skubal. Yeah. So there's no doubting how good Tarik Skubal is, but no one has been Nathan Eovaldi this year. Last 14 starts, in 13 of them, he's allowed 1 run or no runs. Bob Gibson's the only pitcher ever, and this was back in 1968, to have a stretch like that.
It's amazing, man.
Jared, and I'll tell you what, I do appreciate, if you guys aren't following Jared on Twitter, please do so, because I'll tell you what, just the stats you put out are uber important to kind of put into context. And we were talking about the Seattle series. This team is 58-45 on the season, which just that's you'd be one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. Then you throw in the fact that you're 3-10 against the Seattle team, and 5 or 6 of those you've lost by 1 run. when you look at the resolve of this team, what have you noticed where this team 2-3 months ago was losing 1-run, 2-run games, and it seemed like, the team was in a funk. Then you come back after, like you said, could have won 3 out of 4 against that Seattle team, but then you come back and gut out 2 big wins against a playoff team.
So you got a few things in play here. It's a very veteran team.
Yes.
You look at the core of this team. On the pitching side, Nathan Eovaldi has won a World Series. He's been in multiple. Corey Seager has won multiple World Series and been in World Series beyond that. Same with Jock Peterson. He's been in 3 World Series. Jacob DeGrom has been. I think he was a part of the Mets when they went to the World Series. He wasn't Jacob DeGrom as we know him. Now Merrill Kelly. He's been in a World Series and pitched well in the play. I mean. Now, Merrill Kelly, bad example because he hasn't been here throughout this ride.
Although he looked good on Saturday.
He looked great. But when this team was struggling, the core of guys, they've been there and they've done that. So I don't think it hits them as emotionally as it would hit fans, understandably. A young team without that experience, maybe it would knock them a little bit. The other thing is this team, there have been comments made, and by the way, it's no different than 2023. They are not the most emotional team. They are not. They don't necessarily show personality the way that maybe Rangers teams of the past have. But I also think that is, you can be critical of it. I think it's also an asset. I think any team's personality should be whatever's natural, right? So it was natural for the Elvis, Derek Holland, Michael Young, Adrian Beltre, like those teams with Mike Napoli, like they had personality that was befitting of the guys on that team. This team's personality is befitting of the guys who make up the core of this team, and I think it's helped them kind of navigate some of the storms.
And in that too, though, I mean, you hear about your team takes on the personality of their coach. I mean, Boch doesn't get too high, to get too low. I mean, this dude, you'll see him crack a smile, golf clap, boom, on to the next.
Yeah, no, and I'll go to my grave. I mean, so many things happened to make 2023 possible, but Bruce Bochy was a huge part of that.
Absolutely.
And you can forget any in-game decision he made, just the general temperament that he gave everyone permission to have by having it himself when this team was, I don't want to say collapsing, but I mean, they went from being 40-20 through the first 60 games and being the best team in Major League Baseball to they were an under 500 team the rest of the way.
Right.
And at multiple stages, it was like, can this team reclaim any of what they showed at the beginning of the year? And then, they barely got in the playoffs, yet they make a cross-country flight, they go and kick Tampa Bay's ass, and the rest is history.
You're not going to confuse, I don't think, Corey Seager with Ozzie Smith. But the defensive plays that he made yesterday, the sliding catch that Josh Smith made early in the game, and just the defense in general has been very good this season. Bochy says he credits the work. Obviously the work's important, but it seems like they take a certain amount of pride in being a great defense. And I know you've talked about defense being so important to these championships, going back to the Astros and the way they played.
Yeah, it's huge. And the Rangers really aren't weak defensively in any spot, which is rare. You look at across the outfield, along the infield, and I'm glad you brought up Corey. When Corey was drafted by the Dodgers, people were already trying to move him off of shortstop. He's too big. He can't play shorts. He's not going to last. He won't. And here we are.
Sounds like somebody that's in our farm system, too.
Sebastian Walcott, yeah. Corey is a week away, I think, from getting 10 years of Major League service time.
Wow.
And he has played shortstop. Nice. And he, I think, has been criticized for his shortstop play. He has been one of the best shortstops defensively in Major League Baseball since the Rangers signed him. He was a Gold Glove finalist in 2023, probably should have been last year. You look at the eye test and the metrics. I mean, he's been the second best American League shortstop in defensive runs saved. I think he's top 5 in outs above average. And the 2 plays he made yesterday, the first sliding play he made was in a scoreless ball game.
That was so cool.
Yeah, and then the play he made to start the double play in the 9th inning.
That was huge.
If he doesn't make that, now it's 2 on, nobody out. Who knows? So he's been really good. Marcus is obviously, we know how good he is. Josh Smith should win the Utility Gold Glove Award this year. With what he brings at several different positions. So it's been fun to watch them play defensively this year.
Yeah, it has been nice. this bullpen's loaded now. It just feels like it felt like you were like, okay, we can do what we can with some Band-Aids and some quilt patchwork here early in the season, and you were like, holy Milner, what? You were excited about it, but now it feels like you have a little stock going with, and seeing what Maton did last night, that was nice. I asked Mike, I was like, is he just the most bored person on the mound? Just the way his face, and Mike was like, he's in the clubhouse, he's just popping around, he's happy, and he was like, it's a great mentality on the mound, but it's really nice to see that you have this collection that you can do so much with in this bullpen right now.
Yeah, the way I thought about it the other day, just the way my brain works, it's like when you've got a bunch of things on your to-do list and you're overwhelmed because, like, you just look at the list and there's, like, 10 things. Yeah. But then once you, like, get one done and then everything else kind of falls into place, you sit down and you do it. What's up, man? That's how I think of this bullpen. Once they can figure out what they want to do in the ninth, everything else will kind of fall into place. And maybe what they want to do in the ninth on a Monday is going to be different than on a Wednesday and different with this team versus that team.
Valid adaptability.
But they do need to figure out the ninth, but they've got a lot of options. And, adding Danny Coulomb, adding Phil Maton, whatever domino effect the addition of Merrill Kelly will ultimately have to this bullpen, that's huge. And I think they are well equipped to have their bullpen shrink games. But again, that ninth inning can be a different beast, and they got to figure out, who that guy is going to be or who the guys can be, whom they're comfortable turning to.
I forgot in the defensive conversation as I was giving all these awards out to everybody, the Rowdy play. I mean, stick with it. I'm glad he stuck with it. But Eovaldi, right there, there on the bag. And I think that sets another different type of tone for the guys. And they're like, our pitcher works his ass off to make sure. I know he has some deals, but he works his butt off to make sure that they're playing good defense.
And you're referring to Nate Lowe shared this, I think, a pregame interview I did right before the playoffs, that there's a financial compensation whenever Nate would flip it to Evo. I don't know if those deals are still in place.
Okay,
obviously,
right,
but maybe. I mean, Evo might be a good negotiator, but he's always been great at fielding his position. And Corey, that's something that in 2022 the Rangers, their pitchers were abysmal defensively.
Yeah,
and it's not like, hey, they boot the comebacker. It's the ability to help your first baseman out by getting to the bag and receiving a throw on the move and providing the target you need to provide. And just kind of having your head in the game. And the last 3 years, they've been a lot better. And he's kind of helped lead that charge. When people ask, about leadership, and sometimes it is the words that come out of your mouth. I think, from an actionable standpoint, it's not just this for Nathan Eovaldi, but the fact that guy never misses an assignment defensively, that he busts his tail to get to first, you never catch him napping. Guys take note, right? Mm-hmm. And now he's got the ability to say, hey, Corey, you need to do a better job of that. Because they're never going to be able to watch him and say, well, that guy's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And that stuff makes a difference.
Jared Sandler joining us, talking all things Ranger baseball as we get ready for a potential sweep of the New York Yankees today. How good did it feel for you to see Jock Peterson come through the way he has the last two games?
Yeah, I mean, he had a wonderful day. I'm sure. Yesterday leading up to the game, just
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Riding that home run,
right?
But he has been and can be a streaky player.
Yeah.
And I got asked. I did on the flight home the other day. I was asked, or I did one of those, hey, fire away with questions on Twitter. And I was so excited because it was post-trade deadline. Because, pre-trade deadline, I get asked, all the questions about the trade deadline. They're so tough to answer because I don't know. Right. It's all speculation. 97% of the questions I was asked were about Jock Peterson and why he's in the lineup.
Yeah.
And, the reality is if he didn't get hurt and his numbers were what they were without pause in the season, he probably wouldn't be in the lineup. He got hurt, was out 2 months. You can't just punt on a guy 1 week coming off of an injury. Right. You invested decent money in him for a reason. His runway is not endless, but the reality is this lineup's best version is one in which Jock Peterson is in there against righties and being productive. And so I think they owe it to just the grand plan to give him a little more time. Now, great 2 nights ago. Was awesome last night with, he got on base all 4 times, good at bats, hit the ball hard. Maybe he doesn't get a hit the rest of the year, and if that's the case, he's not going to be in there for more than the next week or so. But I get a sense that the internally they feel like he's turning a corner. Last night was probably a better example of that than just one swing 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
And I got to ask, well, why wouldn't they do to him what the Astros did to Jose Abreu? A couple of differences. The biggest one is that some of the peripheral numbers, the process numbers for Jose Abreu were awful.
Yeah.
I mean, there was nothing about Jose Abreu where it's like, yeah, he's going to turn things around. With Jock, that's not the case. The expected numbers are way better than the actual. That's not to make an excuse for how much he struggled. He struggled. At the end of the day, you don't get runs because of expected batting average or anything.
Right.
But those numbers do help maybe look to the future, and I think because some of those peripherals were more encouraging, not great, but more encouraging than the actual numbers, I think that's a big reason why the Rangers felt like we got to try and ride this out a little longer. And it looks right now, temperature check, maybe they're going to be rewarded. And they don't need him to be 900 OPS Jock Peterson. Be 750 OPS Jock Peterson the rest of the way, and that's a huge upgrade at the DH spot.
Jared, I've always thought you did a great job on the pregame show, pre and post. Whenever we were working nights together, you guys are doing.
Did you really think I did a good job on the post?
I was telling Adrian we butted heads a few times early on, but then we found a place where we agreed. No, dead serious. I've always respected the work ethic. But what you guys are doing.
I used to be an ass to him on post.
Yeah. I almost threw him off this ledge.
It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. I can't see that.
But the work y'all are doing now, it's really good. I really like what y'all built in the pre and post game show. It's a lot of fun to catch whenever I can, either on TV or on the radio.
I know you got to go to break, but you guys talked to Pato?
Yeah.
All right, he's going to be on. So can anything like worth asking about? That's IndyCar's not my.
I asked him about where to sit on the track.
Oh, okay.
I was like, hey, what seat would you say? And he was saying that there's going to be an over the track area where you can watch the cars go underneath you. And he was like, that's awesome. He's from the San Antonio area. He lived in San Antonio for a while, and Fred, you asked him about the DMs.
Well, I asked him. I said, how. As somebody who grew up watching this to where it is now, after the Netflix deal, which, by the way, he's an IndyCar guy, and I didn't realize it in the F1, but I said, and he said and he mentioned that a lot of young ladies are now starting to pay attention to sport.
Oh.
His words, not mine.
Well, I did see him down the field. That probably isn't working out poorly for him. So.
His words, not mine. And I said, so now you got more ladies slide into your DMs. He laughed, didn't confirm nor deny, and then kept talking.
I appreciate that. I probably won't ask him that on our pregame show.
And then Mike also gave him some pointers on how to throw a baseball because he's only thrown a baseball once in his life.
Oh, was Mike up here?
Yeah, Mike came up here for just a few minutes to talk to us. So that was really nice.
All right, I'm sure you'll get an invoice from him.
Jared Sandler right there. Follow him at Jared Sandler on Twitter and follow his charity at Sandlot Charity. All right, guys, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for some gridiron gravy, a hilarious bit by the Saints. And Sanders is starting next on the
Nutmeg maidens? No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Girl?
today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field where they are getting this thing ready to rock against the Yankees today. You'll have Jack Leiter on the mound. You'll have Anthony Rodon on the mound for the Yankees. And I know a couple of years ago, or was it last year, right before he signed his deal with the Yankees, it was 2 years ago, I believe. Derek was very adamant. Holland, he was like, Rodon, this guy, like he wants to be a Ranger.
Yeah.
The money just didn't work out.
It happens.
But this will be a fun matchup today out here, and you'll hear it right here on this station, 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers. Fred, this is a real quick thing. My dad just texted me.
Uh-oh.
He's heading down to the beach.
Okay.
And I said, hey, man, soak it all in. Have fun. And the first thing he said is, I'm taking the metal detector. I'm going to find some gold down there. He got one.
Is your dad that guy?
He got one
around?
for Christmas a while. Actually, he found one like around his neighborhood. He found one, and then we got him one for Christmas, and he loves it, man. So I'm hoping he finds a fortune.
Well,
is what we're hoping
it could
for.
be your
down there.
retirement.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
And we say dip it and rip it. We start with Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
We will dissect every throw from Shedeur Sanders, yes or no?
We will?
He's going to start for the Browns in their first preseason game.
Oh, we will, absolutely.
He's getting that start. And I just feel like this is the first opportunity for the entire media to go, all right, either I was right or I was wrong.
I mean, look, he's been – I mean, take statistics in training camp with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, and I can't remember who was saying that. Some NFL player was saying that. He's like, look, you guys are doing way too much with this. But I'll say this. It does look like they are actually giving him a chance, right? Because we've heard varying reports about, oh, well, they're trying to sabotage him. Jimmy Haslam comes out and says, hey, look, wasn't my pick. The fact that they're starting him, and, again, this is on the heels of signing Tyler Huntley, so essentially you had 6 quarterbacks on the roster. Now, again, Deshaun Watson's not going to play, so he's on the roster, air quotes. But I think from a Shedeur Sanders standpoint, this bodes well for him because of the fact that they're starting him in the game. All eyes will be on him when this game kicks off. And, hey, if the dude shows what sounds like he's been doing in practice, this could bode well for him long term, at least this season.
Jory Epstein for Yahoo Sports has a story up right now on the conversations she had with Dak Prescott about Micah Parsons' contract. And here's the quote from him when he saw the post from Mike on Friday.
Yeah.
He said his message to Micah was F. Man, now I did redact something.
He wasn't saying Fred?
Yeah, he didn't say Fred.
Okay.
He said he knows what that means. It wasn't F you or F them. It's more of F, this is frustrating for everybody involved. And then he also pointed out, he was like, look, man, whenever I was going through my contract negotiation, I have a red jersey. That means don't touch me. That means the red don't touch me jersey tells everybody else, don't roll up on my ankles in practice. And he said, but Mike plays a completely different position. And at that spot, he's got to take care of himself. Now, people are going to have problems with the fact that he has a contract and he should just honor that. And I always do kind of go back to the thought of like, yeah, but he has a contract and he can still be fired. He can still. They can just tell him, "See you later." It's a one-way contract for the league mostly. But at the same time, it's most of the teammates understand the business and they're letting him go through the business. They'd love to have him week 1, but Jerry Jones. Actually, let's go ahead and go to cut 5, Alec. Let's get Jerry Jones yesterday on his confidence of Micah playing in week 1.
I stay, Archie.
Okay, any confidence that he will be on the field against Philadelphia?
Again, no. Absolutely not. That has to, a big part of that is his decision. How would I know that? I'm just saying. No, but I'm urgent.
No, but I'm urgent. Because schedule's getting closer.
Yeah, no, you need him out there. I mean, we've talked about it all week. You can't you don't want to sign him to this big deal, which it sounds like, and from everything Jerry said, again, there aren't major hurdles here other than just egos and pride. So, and whether it's, and maybe that's on both sides of the aisle here. That said, you cannot let this thing continue to drag out. You need Micah in practice. You need him to get into football shape. So that way, when September 4th rolls around, we're not looking at, we're not in the, well, he can't play this week, but he should be ready for week 2, week 3. And then we're sitting there guarding against soft tissue injuries. And then now we're sitting there. And, again, I'm not saying that CeeDee Lamb wouldn't have had a shoulder injury last year. All right? But I don't know because he didn't practice.
Right.
He wasn't a part of training camp.
Yeah.
There wasn't a wide receiver coach to say, hey, man, stop falling on your shoulder like this.
Mm-hmm. You know, you say 2 weeks a lot, and
that's what CD said. I'm going off of what CeeDee Lamb told Sean and RJ.
And when I was working with Jesse, Todd Gurley was coming back.
Yeah.
And we were like, man, look at what Todd Gurley's doing off this injury. He's blowing up. And he's like, yeah, everybody else has dead legs. He's got fresh legs.
Yeah.
He goes, but wait a little longer. 3 weeks. He said 3 weeks is what an NFL player needs to be game ready.
Right.
He said 3 is the one where you're like, okay, now I'm up to game speed.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. CD, obviously, I can be in shape. Game ready. That's so. I've always been in that window. I've always been in that window of like 3 weeks. You need this because you're getting hit. You're reminding yourself of why you play this game. You're going through the battles. And then you get your speed back.
2 weeks, you guys. I think, and that's exactly what he said. 2 weeks you can play.
Yeah.
3 weeks you're ready.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like there's that. That's the difference.
And,
like you may not be. Give them one more week, and again, they play on a Thursday this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're kicking off the NFL season, so yeah, we'd like to see. Now, Nick Eatman said today he's got positive vibes, or he's feeling positive vibes. So that's probably the most optimistic I've heard thus far.
That is good to hear. 49ers tight end George Kittle broke news. Yesterday. The league banned smelling salts, citing a player safety issue. Kittle told the NFL media he previously used ammonia packets every drive.
Wow.
Every single drive. And he said, I considered retirement. We have to figure out a middle ground. And he was joking, of course, when he said that. But he's really upset. But what we're learning about this is that it can mask some of the concussion protocol. And sometimes you're in there and you're like checking things out. This dude's been on a smelling salt, and now, hold on, I can't really tell what's going on with you because we don't know if this is real you or if this is smelling salt sent you a different direction.
Yeah.
You ever used smelling salts before?
Yeah.
No, you don't need it. I wonder if they're a good pre-workout. Alec, you're a workout fella. Do you like use it for pre-workout?
I've never tried it, but I want to. I'm kind of scared, but I do want to try it.
Now that you throw that out there, I'm kind of intrigued. I think I might have to do it.
Look at this. Well, I mean, it's banned in the NFL, so obviously there's going to be more stock out there, and the prices are going to be lower because the demand's not going to be up.
More
that's
from
how
a
it
guy
works.
that knows a guy.
This is a guy, I wanted to talk about him a little last week, Fred, but I didn't get a chance to. Buccaneers GM says it's, quote, unreal how good Mike Evans looks going into year 12.
Yeah.
Mike Evans is one of those receivers, I think, that kind of like we all have this respect for him, but he often gets forgotten because of that division. Just a dummy division down there, and he has to do with a championship. He rolls out of bed with 1,000 yards every year, and he's now going into year 12. No other receiver's ever done what he's done. Jerry Rice didn't because he only got 900 yards his rookie season. But your thoughts on just what Mike Evans' career has been and what this season's going to look like for him?
He's probably one of the more underappreciated wide receivers of our time. I mean, hell, I traded him for my fantasy team a few years ago.
Was there a reason? Were you upset
me
with
off,
him?
man? He got off to such a horrible start, and I traded him, and then he went off right after that. So, I mean, it shows what I know about football. But, no, man, you know what? He's a Galveston guy. He gives back a lot to his community. He's real big in that in the Gulf Coast area over there. And I've never heard anybody say a negative thing about him. And, you know, you appreciate guys like that do give back to their community, give back to where they're from. So, no, I mean, the thing about a Mike Evans, you know, you're hearing good things about the Ohio State kid that's over there as well, right?
Buka, yeah.
And what's one thing that we always hear about when you've got a rookie and when you have older players who, you know, you draft guys to essentially replace you. So you're training your replacement. Now, when you're a Mike Evans, you're not worried about it, okay?
Nope,
you got pelts on the wall, and, you know, let Tampa Bay cut him today, and I promise you there's 30 other teams that are going to be knocking on his door to bring him in. That said, I don't think it's a coincidence that this team hasn't missed a beat since losing Tom Brady. Right? Jason Licht is probably one of the more underrated GMs in the league. Todd Bowles is as steady as it comes, all right? I think it speaks a lot to how Baker's been able to kind of, resurrect his career, so to speak. And I think it goes to show how good Mike Evans has been, not just on the field, but off the field, because Chris Godwin has been, for as great as he is, I mean, he's been a disaster as far as injury-wise.
Yeah. Love the receiver, hate the injury.
The guy stays getting hurt the last 2 or 3 years, which, if you don't have a guy like a Mike Evans to pick up that slack and to take because I don't care how old the guy is, you have to account for him on the football field.
Yeah. Here's one thing. Whenever you were talking about, being replaced by the younger guy, I think a lot of guys that just their identity is their job, their position. And I'm a starter. I'm a number one starter on a football team, and I'm never going to be anything else. I've always been this. Yeah. That's my identity. If they're more than that, a lot of times they're more willing to be like, no, we're fine.
Oh, absolutely.
But you see those stories before of guys that just can't let go.
True. But a guy like a Mike Evans, he's going to be – when you've established yourself – he's done
it all.
And he's kind of stayed, dare I say, under the radar, because I don't know that when you talk about – hell, I think me and Blake talked about this one time on Fan After Dark, is he like a first ballot Hall of Famer? And then you look at his numbers, and you're like,
the numbers tell me yes.
This dude's been, but he's never been flashy about it. Right? He's never been a diva about it. Now, people behind the scenes might say, but, I want to say he's been married to the same woman since high school, right? Or since college or whatever it was. So, but there's something to be said for that when you are that kind of boring guy who just goes in, does his job, hard, lunch pail, hard hat type of dude, and Mike Evans is that guy.
Who's going to start the season opener for the New Orleans Saints is a question that not really anybody's asking, but I thought they pulled off a hilarious bit. On their initial depth chart, they listed Spencer Rattler, Tyler Shuck, and Jake Haener as their first-team quarterback.
Wow.
They said, you know what, they don't care about what the media is trying to figure out or what the fans are trying to feed out. They're like, we know we have 3 garbage quarterbacks, and we're just going to put them all on there and act like that they're something here.
I read today where
and the Colts did the same thing with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson, by the way, which I think is ridiculous.
That's a terrible situation to be in. I mean, only because at least with the Saints. Like Tyler Shuck, I'm not sold on him one bit. Spencer Rattler is what he is. I can see him being a career backup for the next decade. And I want to say the other guy was like a model, wasn't he?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, most careers. The NFL did suspend Jordan Addison.
I did see that
3 games for what he has his disciplinary action for his DUI case last month. So
wow,
we've been talking a lot about J.J. McCarthy and his how he's going to look.
Wait a minute, they suspended him 3 games for a DUI.
It's
not boding well for my boy Rashee Rice.
Yikes! That was actually the substance abuse policy. So he violated.
Okay. Hey, we're good then. I think Rashee might get 2 games.
So he'll miss Bears, Falcons, and Bengals. You think Rashee's going to only miss 2 games for – I know that it wasn't, but it was so reckless, dude. It was so reckless. Okay, your fingers crossed.
Nobody got hurt.
And it was such a big deal, too. I think it was because it became such a big story.
Yeah.
That was another factor.
Do you think if he'd have crashed a Volkswagen instead of a Lamborghini, we'd have been talking about it?
Probably not. It was a flashy car. It was a nice car.
And he left the playbook in the car?
I didn't remember that part. Who got it? Who got the playbook? Tow truck driver?
That I don't know, but he left his playbook, and I want to say there may or may not have been some Oski-Woski in there, too.
That's worth a pretty penny right there.
That tells me the guy dedicated the game.
Market. And then last, the Buccaneers make it official. Teddy Bridgewater is back, baby.
Good for him.
Teddy Bridgewater, officially a member of the Buccaneers. He visited with the team on Tuesday, took a physical, everything went good, and he joined the Lions late last season after coaching Miami Northwestern High School to a state title, which is awesome. You're a former pro player. You say, I'm going to coach. Oh, look at this. I'm awesome at this, too. But then he had a complication by a suspension. I don't know if you saw the suspension that happened
when
he was spending his personal money to provide meals, rides, and other benefits to players at the school. Which, you know what? I'm not against. I'm perfectly okay with it. I'm perfectly.
I'm
fine
not
with
against it either. I think their whole thing is, look,
I get the rules. I know.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's got access to a former professional football player.
And also, lastly, I'm sorry, one more lastly.
Let's go one more lastly.
Keenan Allen is returning to the Chargers on a 1-year, $8.5 million contract. I've always loved Keenan Allen. I think he's a fun receiver. He's not the same dude anymore.
No.
But he's an exceptional dude. He's an exceptional receiver.
He's got better hands than Quinion Johnson, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, they are
Or
struggling
Quentin, I'm
there.
sorry.
All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time to get this game ready. Jack Leiter, what are you expecting from him today on the bump against the New York Yankees next on The Fan?
Hey there.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Prix Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. And, Fred, it's always amazing to me whenever we're out at the stadium in a day game. And I know it's summertime right now, but even in the school year, you'll see kids out here at games all the time. And I'm always like, man, it's amazing that people can get off of work and come out here and be part of the game. But I really do. I want all the Yankees fans to go home crying today.
How many of these people are working remotely and their bosses don't know that they're actually at the ballpark today?
Dude,
come on, let's be real.
I have a buddy.
It's not the only good thing that came out of COVID.
I have a friend who like he is really enjoyed the working from home progress. But he gets his work done. That's the important thing. You got to do your work.
That's the key.
You know, go over the top for sales. Make more sales. And whenever you're done with that, then you can spend the rest of your day doing things, but knock it out in 3 hours. Boss shouldn't be mad if you made all the money.
Or if you can work from your phone.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I mean you can watch a game and still make a call. Now, if you got to jump on a Zooms or a team, hey, okay, we got to figure that out. Oh, my kid's sick. Not going to be able to make it.
Now, Fred, a couple of things about today's game specifically.
Yeah.
It looks like it's Dollar Dog Day.
Yeah, it does.
Because
It
Tolo
does.
just brought over some hot dogs
I'm
for
going to eat
you.
one of these.
And hold on. Now, how many hot dogs do you think you could take down?
I could eat all 3 of these if I wanted to, but I don't have anything to drink. That's the problem.
Okay,
and I need some ketchup,
and
too.
that's not enough water for you. What I got left there. So we're going to have to work on that. But he's like, I got you. I got you taken care of there, right there.
Shout out to Justin, too, your boy from Tailgate USA.
Yes.
For bringing me some coffee, unlike some other folks.
Okay, all right.
That's all
So
I'm gonna
coffee
say.
was necessito. And
I mean, hey, I need a cup of Joe.
It didn't land.
You guys
in
know
the
how I
lap.
roll.
Also, hey, shout out to Pato Award. He's going to be throwing out the first pitch here in just a little bit. And shout out to Parking Lot Ronnie.
He's the best.
We see him every time we come out here.
100%.
He's an awesome dude, and he said, hey, I love this station, and I really appreciate that a lot. And, hey, this is something we haven't had a chance to talk about today. Sorry, I've been a little busy, a little chaotic around
it's
here.
been a wild show.
Tomorrow is the first chance for you to participate in Fan Phenom. All right, so tomorrow at Jake's 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe. First off, G-Bag Nation's going to be doing their broadcast from there.
Have we got an update on Gavin?
Oh, man, that's a good question.
I know Blake is filling in
He's
today.
got staph infection.
Has it been confirmed?
Is that what gives you a cough? He looked like he had a cold.
Man, I don't know. I mean, I had staph years ago, but that was in my leg.
Yeah, I have no clue how it works.
Yeah.
And it feels like it should work harder if it's called staph infection.
It's with a pH,
yeah.
by the way.
Okay, that's something I didn't know. Look at Fred teaching.
You're welcome.
But yeah, tomorrow, State Highway 78, 7910 in Saxe, your first chance. Again, go check out the G-Bag Nation at Jake's, then stick around and get your chance to be right in front of the boss to give him your, hey, this is my pitch. I should be the next Fan Phenom. And then you can be working with us, getting opportunities to be on air at 105.3 The Fan. And we got 3 more opportunities after this. So if you miss this one, don't say, hey, I couldn't make it, and therefore I wasn't able to do it. If you miss this one, then you got 3 more opportunities over the next 3 weeks. So that's going to be a great opportunity for you there. Now, Fred, Jack Leiter's on the mound today. I've been a big fan Mike has given me credit for finding Kamar Rocker. I don't know if I've ever told you this story.
You did it.
A long time ago, I was like, hey, who's this Rocker kid at Vanderbilt? Started looking into him, and then I was like, this is going to be a number 1 pick. And then out of nowhere, Jack Leiter pops up.
Yep.
And everybody was like, hey, hold on, don't forget about this guy. And then Jack Leiter turns into, okay, all right.
Jack Leiter.
A lot of people start expecting, man, he's going to come in and he's going to be an ace immediately. It's taken him some time. This season has been a lot of fun to watch his growth because
absolutely it has.
He's starting to look confident on the mound rather than an overactive, hyper little kid that doesn't know exactly where he is. He looks like a pro now.
No, he really does. I mean, he's 25 years old, and he's been, he's had some.
Oh, no, Fred, right at the end. He was pitching a perfect game.
I'll tell you what, I was all ready.
Perfect game right up until the end.
That's why I need the Java, and I ran out my water, too. No, I'll tell you what, he had his bouts of inconsistency, and, for a 25-year-old kid who's been basically your 4th starter all year long, but outside of the little blister issue he had at the beginning of the year, I mean, Jack Leiter has been a innings eater in 2025. And what I mean by that is, look, this isn't when we grew up and we guys routinely pitch 7, 8, 9 innings, okay? In today's day and age, if your guy can give you 5 to 6, I mean, 7's almost a pipe dream at these days, but he's been consistent from that standpoint. My thing for him today, go out, get you 5 or 6 innings. He's pitched some high-leverage situations. Hell, he had a no-hitter going 2-3 months ago, whatever it was. So he's shown you the ability to be, when he's on command, when he's hitting his spots, as our boy Mike Bassick likes to say, he can be a shutdown pitcher.
Yeah.
And so we'd like to see that again today.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've seen most about him is there was a moment where he was like, all right, I got this heater. I'm going to throw it high. Good luck hitting it.
Seriously.
And now he's pitching. And that comes to the conversation we always like to have, and that is the difference between pitching and throwing.
100%.
And he's now at a point where you're watching him vary speeds. You're watching. You talk about locations. He's staying low, but he knows he can go back to that high fastball if need be. And you know what? That's intimidating if you're a hitter, too. I was talking about this with it was very difficult against Yordan Alvarez to go, I'm going to throw high inside to you and then throw low and away, because Yordan Alvarez has such long arms, he can reach those things. But for most hitters, you go high and inside on them, and now they're timid. They're scared.
Right.
And Jack Leiter has the ability to vary it all up, and that's what's been the most fun here. Now, are you expecting, because we got a lefty on the mound against us today.
Yeah.
Are we expecting another Rowdy Tellez moment? I know he's left-handed. He might have to wait till he gets into the bullpen. But what are we expecting from our offense today?
Look, I got a Higgy. Our boy Jared Sandler likes to call out home run picks. My choice for today is Kyle Higashioka.
That's a good one right there.
Choice for today. He's been swinging a hot bat, so I'm going with Higgy today.
Okay, Higgy's the one. Now, if you want to get that lineup, it's going to be Haggerty leading off, Seager, Simeon, Garcia, Langford, Josh Young right after Langford. So it's nice to have him back in the lineup in some way. He's not playing third base. I don't know exactly when he'll be back out there, but that's the luxury.
Did you say Jock Peterson was in there today, too?
Jock Peterson is not in the lineup today. Higashioka, Josh Smith, and then Ezekiel Duran.
Gotcha.
But again, it's really nice to have Josh Young as a DH.
Yes.
Because Josh Smith can play some solid third base. Josh Smith can also provide you some good bats, too.
I thought Jared Sandler said it perfectly. Josh Smith should be your utility Gold Glove. I mean, he's been. I don't care what position he's been at. Outside of I think one, play at shortstop where he kind of bobbled a little bit on the transfer. Third base, he's been money. First base, he's been money. I mean, that guy, wherever you put him, especially in the infield, you're going to get. There's going to be no drop off in the defensive ability.
And that's what you're going to see today. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you so much, Tolos, for being out here with us, coming by and saying hello. Thank you for listening today as you were driving out here. I got a Tolo that just swung by and said, his kid goes, is this the guy that was listening? We were listening to him on the truck?
You.
We were listening to him? Yes, that was me. And we really appreciate all the Tolos for being part of this thing as we're rocking here. Hopefully y'all enjoy this Rangers-Yankees game coming up here on 105.3 The Fan. We're looking forward to it. Hopefully get those brooms out on 105.3 The Fan.